Do you have a? It's not the right. It's not the OS that's a concern.
There is a possibility because you have a magnet that's not going to work.
Okay.
So please work.
Yeah, let's pray.
There's some that have worked, most do not. Because there's all the Zoom, the
Yeah.
configuration and the wiring, it doesn't like to talk to the rest of
Okay.
it.
I hope it's fine.
Let me go push the button.
Yeah.
One sec.
Yes. Yeah, it works. No, no, just images. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, anything very good. Yeah, it's okay. You can adjust, the microphone.
Yeah, yeah.
This is probably better. A lot better.
Yeah, probably not too high.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
great. That's all right.
And what time do you present?
At 10. Yeah.
All right, well,
So,
have a good day. Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll just hit. Oh, there's lots of them.
Thanks.
Test, test. right, let's get started. Welcome, everyone, to the Mistakes and Explainability session. I'm Scott Carter, the session host. And I don't know about all y'all, but it's only Tuesday morning, and I've already made
welcome to our presentation. My name is Andrea Pappenmeier, and I will present our work on...
Well, getting the jump. Let's just a few notes before we get going. A reminder for everybody here and remote, you can place questions in the chat box session in Hub. I'll see them live and can read them out. So today, yeah, we're going to have 4 people who are remote. The last one is in person. And let's go ahead with the first talk. This is Andrea Pappenmeier, who's remote. We'll watch her paper. The paper is How Accurate Does It Feel? Human Perception of Different Types of Classification Mistakes. Okay.
Hello and welcome to our presentation. My name is Andrea Pappenmeier, and I will present our work on how humans perceive different types of classification mistakes. The accuracy of a machine learning system influences how humans see a system, for example, whether they trust and rely on a system. We usually calculate the accuracy by comparing system predictions with the ground truth. You can see some example data here, short utterances that are labeled with product categories. In this case, it's laptops and jackets. Seems like an easy task, right? And you might already guess that a system predicts all data points correctly. So we calculate an accuracy of 100%, and users also think the predictions are right because they are obviously all correct, so your system has a perceived accuracy of 100% as well. But how about this data here? What do you think the accuracy will be? It's quite hard to say, isn't it? Maybe compared to the ground truth, we have an accuracy of 33%, but your users are not sure about those mistakes. Good computer brand, that also makes sense, right? But it could also be a jacket brand, so it's difficult to say. So maybe overall, your users will say it's around 80% correct. And this illustrates the problem quite well. Datasets are often annotated by people, and if you have data like this one here, the ground truth might not be 100% reliable. Data can be ambiguous, which leads to disagreement between annotators, but also disagreement between end users and the predictions, or the end users and the ground truth. And the ambiguity is data point specific. So you might have a data point that is very clear and easy to label for a human, and in the same data set, another data point might be difficult and ambiguous. So we wanted to dive deeper into the effects of data ambiguity on end users, and set out to investigate how prediction mistakes at different levels of ambiguity affect the perceived accuracy. Of course, to explore ambiguity and prediction mistakes, we first need a suitable data set. We decided for a data set with descriptions of laptops and jackets, and for those sentences we collected information about the ambiguity as perceived by users. So we ended up with data points for which we had not only the ground truth, but also information about the ambiguity. We did that with a crowdsourcing experiment. This is described in more detail in the paper. The important part here is that we ended up with 3 groups of sentences with low, medium, and high ambiguity. Sentences that are easy to classify for humans, difficult to classify for humans, and sentences that are impossible to classify for humans. From the 3 sentence groups, we constructed 2 smaller data sets for our experiments. A mixed data set with 10 sentences from each group, and also an easy data set with 30 sentences only from the easy group. Then we simulated different classifiers that made mistakes on different sentence types. Our first fictive classifier in condition A made 8 prediction mistakes on easy sentences. In B we have 8 mistakes on difficult sentences, and in C, the mistakes are made on impossible sentences. In all 3 conditions, we see the same number of prediction mistakes, meaning that the calculated accuracy is the same in all 3 conditions, which is 73%. As a control condition, we also made a classifier with 100% calculated accuracy and applied this classifier to both data sets, so the one with the mixed sentences and the one with only easy sentences. As for the study procedure, we recruited over 200 participants, such that we have 45 participants in each condition. We confronted each participant with 30 predictions, you can see a screenshot here, and in the end we asked them how many predictions were correct in total, which then represents their perceived accuracy. So let's have a look at the results. As expected, we see a rather low perceived accuracy in condition A, slightly higher perceived accuracy for condition B, and the highest score in condition C. Those differences were significant, which means that the type of prediction mistake had a significant influence on how participants perceive the performance, even though all three systems have the same performance on paper. If we compare those numbers with the calculated accuracy, which was 73% in all three conditions, we find that in A, our calculated accuracy is significantly higher than the perceived accuracy, and in C, the calculated score is significantly lower than what the participants perceived. A similar observation can be made with other performance measures, like precision or recall, or the F1 score, for example. None of them accurately represents the perceived accuracy of our participants, which makes sense because those traditional measures treat all prediction mistakes equally, but this is apparently not how humans perceive prediction mistakes. We also asked our participants to give us some details about their decision, and they told us that it was sometimes difficult to say whether the prediction is correct, and this promoted interesting decision strategies. First, some participants told us that they tended to agree with a prediction whenever they were in doubt. So participants were drawn to agree with what they see unless it seems implausible. And secondly, some participants mentioned that they did not see the task as a binary classification because sometimes both classes are equally plausible, or both are plausible but one is just a little more likely than the other. Besides looking at different prediction mistakes, we also looked at classifiers that made no mistakes to see what percentage of the perceived accuracy is due to people disagreeing with the ground truth and not necessarily with a classifier. We did that for both data sets, so the one with mixed sentences and the one with only easy sentences, and we see a significant difference between those two conditions. So we conclude that some effect is due to some characteristic of the data set. The presence of impossible or difficult sentences reduces the perceived accuracy. That means that we can build the best classifiers and systems, but that still does not mean that our users will accept the predictions. So in conclusion, we derive from our findings that we need to think about new metrics to better estimate how a machine learning system will be perceived by end users. We could, for example, think about adding a cost to each data point that reflects the level of ambiguity. And a new metric should also account for dataset composition independent of the amount of mistakes. Because we saw in our control conditions, not only mistakes reduce the perceived accuracy, the presence of ambiguous data points also reduces the perceived accuracy. And with those ideas, I close our presentation for now. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Andrea. And I think we have questions coming in the hub and also in the room. This mic is live, and I have another one here. Let's see if we have any questions coming in on Zoom. Don't see any there. I will kick us off. So Andrea, if you can hear me, in your paper and in your talk, you talked about the participants being inclined to agree with the classifier's prediction when they were in doubt. That is, when the difficulty of classification problem for the humans increased. This is sort of a automation bias, and so I'm curious what kind of contextual cues might have swayed them that way, and then maybe the counterfactual, what might swing them the other way to inherently distrust the system in some cases.
So yeah, thanks for the question. I hope you can all hear me okay. So we did not deliver any more context to the participants. We didn't even tell them that it was supposed to be a classifier or a system that's giving them the classification labels. We just told them, this is the prediction, do you agree or do you not agree? So there was very few context besides, of course, the questions before and afterwards. So Of course, you have all those biases like which label did they see just before that, which one was correct, which one wasn't correct, maybe also which product domain they were more familiar with. But from what I can, well, at least we tried our best to reduce the effects of any context or visual context around the predictions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Andrea. Markus Langer, Saarland University. Thanks a lot. Great paper. I was wondering, do you have any hypotheses about the psychological reasons for those differences in perceptions?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think, so we just asked like random people from the population, right? So we didn't have people who were particularly, well, who had any prior knowledge about machine learning. So I guess those people just really tried their best to label those sentences. And because we used laptops and jackets, I think it was a task that like the general population was able to perform. I'm not sure if this is answering your question.
Yeah, that's good. I was just wondering about things like perceived complexity of the task and seeing that the system may have also problems, and which makes it like, okay, if it's complex, then it should also work, and if it's easy, it's a bad system, something like that. But thanks a lot.
Okay, well, if there are no more questions, I guess we can thank our speaker remotely. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a good conference.
I'm sorry? All right, moving on. Next, we have Winston Zhang, who is remote as well, but will be presenting live. The paper is Toward Relatable Explainable AI with the Perceptual Process. This paper won a Best Paper Award, so congrats, Winston and team. Let's give them a little round of applause for their Best Paper Award. Okay, and I think we're ready to go, so take it away, Winston.
Okay. So before we start, first do a quick check if my voice goes well.
Sounds good, looks good.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott, for the nice introduction. And we are honored to receive the Best Paper Award for this paper. So hello, everyone. I'm Wencan Zhang, a PhD student from the UBCOM lab at the National University of Singapore. So next, let me introduce how we made explainable AI relatable.
Hey, Wencan, you are sounding fearful. Cheer up.
Well, you're right. You know, it's my first time to present at CHI. But how do you know that I'm fearful?
Because your speech looks like this, and the highlighted regions reflect fear.
As we can see from the example, although saliency map with the spectrogram can faithfully explain the speech recognition model's decision, it doesn't make sense for end users, since the information is too technical to understand and doesn't provide relatable semantics. And more importantly, the model doesn't think like in a human-like manner and explain itself accordingly. All these pitfalls will limit the model's interpretability, which hinders the deployment of AI services on various real-world applications. To mitigate the previous problems, we argue that explainable AI should be relatable to abstract concepts, exemplars that are representative to the concept class, and cues that describe in terms of human understandable semantics. Inspired by the human perceptual process from cognitive psychology, where given the stimuli, we select salient parts, organize them into cues, and interpret them by recalling relevant concepts and associated cues, comparing their similarity to the stimuli, and categorizing into a concept. We propose the XAI perceptual processing framework with corresponding capabilities. So next, let's see how the perceptual process can guide us towards more useful explanations. Let's consider the application of predicting emotion from people's voices. Suppose the AI model hears this voice.
Dogs are sitting by the door.
And predicts it as fearful. We can compare it with some other counterfactual emotion.
Dogs are sitting by the door.
We can also analyze how these two voices are different with contrasted cues and see which parts were especially salient. So how can AI support these explanations? Inspired from the XAI perceptual processing framework with different interpretability goals, we propose RexNet, the relatable explanation network. Starting with a convolutional neural network to predict the emotion of a voice clip, we developed several modules for different explanations. First, it generates a saliency map of which parts of the input are important for the prediction using breadcrumb. Second, it focuses on the salient regions and calculates cues, such as the pitch and volume of the voice. Third, it generates a synthetic example of an alternative prediction class, such as a counterfactual angry voice. It also generates the saliency for that example and a contrast between the counterfactual and factual instances, and calculates cues for both instances. With both absolute cues, it can then calculate their difference to get the contrasted cues. Finally, RexNet takes all this intermediate explanatory information to make the final conceptual prediction of the emotion. Unlike most XAI methods that provide post hoc explanations, RexNet is designed to be intrinsically interpretable and provides anti-hoc explanation based on corresponding modules. There are three main explainable modules in RexNet: contrastive saliency, counterfactual synthetic, and contrastive cues. Next, let's look into more details about them. Given the original voice to be recognized,
Dogs are sitting by the door.
we use the StarGAN, a generative model, to construct realistic speech samples as a counterfactual synthetic explanation, which converts the speech into a specific emotion style, such as angry.
Dogs are sitting by the door.
And during this process, other speech information, such as the speaker's identity or the lexical content, would not change. The counterfactual can provide users a reference state for their auditory perception, but it would be better to provide more capabilities. Inspired by the saliency map technique to explain image recognition model's decision, we used saliency bars to highlight important word segments for recognizing emotion from voices. In addition, some segments would always be highlighted with regard to any emotion class, which makes them less indicative. We introduced the discount factor and proposed the contrastive saliency to de-emphasize the influence from those segments. Similarly, we can compute the contrastive saliency for the counterfactual sample. Prior psychology studies indicate that vocal cue patterns vary with the emotional styles, which can help people distinguish between emotions. Inspired by that, we firstly obtained the absolute cue patterns from voice clips and then provided the contrastive cues as another explanation, which describes the relative cue relation. We eventually combined the perception level counterfactual synthetic and semantic level contrastive cues to support users to recognize the neutral concept from speech. We conducted a modeling study to evaluate the RexNet's performance and explanations. In a formative user study with 14 participants, we explored the usage and usability of relatable explanations. And in a summative user study with another 175 participants from MTurk, we quantified its benefits on usefulness. Specifically, To verify whether our method is good enough, we compared a CNN-based speech emotion recognition model against RxNet. The results from our modeling study indicate that RxNet can improve the emotion recognition accuracy, probably since the model is trained to be aware of cue information. We also confirmed that RxNet can provide faithful contrastive saliency, reasonable reconstructed counterfactual explanations, and accurate cue relations. Next, we use the relatable XCI user interface to evaluate participants on vocal emotion recognition task based on human simulatability, where they needed to listen to the voice clip, view any explanation depending on condition, and rate how helpful the explanations were, and label the emotion in a balls and beans question. Here, the balls and beans question can accurately capture the user's confidence of the correct label, even if her most likely choice is wrong. In the formative user study, we explored the research question, how usable are relatable explanations. The results show that counterfactual samples are more intuitive, while contrastive cues and contrastive saliency are mainly used to confirm the user's initial judgment. They would make decisions by interpreting experientially based on the voice they heard and semantically based on cue descriptions. We also observed the misinterpretation on saliency bars, maybe too technical for lay users, and identified that machine-generated saliency bars may not well align with human's mental model. To answer the question, how useful are relatable explanations, we asked participants perceived explanation helpfulness and also objectively measure by recording whether they could correctly label the emotion with the help of AI and explanations. Compared to the baseline condition, no explanation, we found that participants perceive all explanations as more helpful. However, including the saliency explanations may degrade their decision performance, which can be explained by the misalignment issue in our previous qualitative findings. Therefore, we conclude that relatable explanations are useful, but they need to be collectively coherent. To summarize, we contribute an XAI perceptual processing framework with a RxNet model that can provide multiple relatable explanations, which is also the first time to provide human understandable explanations for audio prediction. Thanks for listening, and I would be happy to take comments or questions.
Once again, please post questions in the hub, or feel free if you're in the room to use the mic. I see one that's popped up in the hub. I'll go ahead and ask it here. From Daria Sirocco. I have a question about the model used to analyze speech. Does it make the speaker's accent in case of non-native English speakers into account?
The speaker's accent, actually from our model doesn't take this as a controlled factor into account, but I think theoretically the speaker's accent won't be changed.
Thanks, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the great work. So I had maybe a philosophical question about the role of XAI for this particular domain. So you used concept-based explanations in order to kind of distill individual components that kind of influence the prediction in this particular model. And I think that's a useful way of looking at black box predictions. But I also think that the concepts that you identified could be very good potential predictors of the ground truth. So I guess my question is, like, have you considered, like, as kind of a design problem, like, do we really need deep learning in these types of scenarios and need to go through the effort of, like, layering on top these XAI strategies when in fact we could use these hand-engineered features to drive predictions in the first place that are inherently interpretable? I was wondering if you could kind of compare those approaches and, and why not go for, kind of a linear model that, uses a combination of these hand-weighted features when they seem to be, like, pretty straightforward to end users?
Okay, thanks for the question. So I think that's a good point. Those handcrafted features would be more interpretable for users. But here, what we want to do is actually combine the power from the deep learning method, which are more efficient or providing more predictive power when there are enough data, and also the benefits from these handcrafted features. We want to combine the benefits from both sides. And since we want to build some reliable AI products, and also it is user-friendly when it is deployed in some real-world applications. So most of the lay users can easily understand those concepts of what we mentioned here as the queues. Hope this can clarify.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the multimodal explanations. It's fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Maria Molina from Michigan State University. First, your presentation was really cool. I was wondering, in terms of the contrastive explanations, I found that very interesting, but I was wondering how you selected that contrastive explanation. So for instance, the voice is supposed to be fearful and the contrastive explanation is anger. So I'm wondering why anger, and maybe like if it would have a different effect if the emotion is something more relatable to fearfulness. Does that make sense?
So can I confirm your question is how did I select the contrastive components in this?
Because
okay.
Yeah.
So here actually this what we call the contrastive Q patterns is inspired by some prior psychology studies which analyze that these Q patterns, the relative Q patterns, can help people to better distinguish between emotions, since people can more or less capture or perceive these Q patterns. And the contrastive way, it actually provides a more accurate relation between the source one and the target one. So it's more, I think it's more helpful for people to reason or to judge the emotional style.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Another question about the relatable XAI framework that you talked about and whether it can be applied to other application domains.
Thank you for the question. I think our framework can be easily applied to many other applications. So if we still consider the audio-based application, it can be used for some medical cases, such as the murmur heart sound diagnosis to explain that application, or to provide some equipment vibration monitoring. And also our framework can be applied to some other domains like the visual tasks to provide some human understandable concepts.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
And I think, Wensen, we're having a little cooking session for you, if I understand. You're going to stick around, is that right?
Yeah, I will have a back-to-back presentation.
Right. Okay, great. So yes, and in fact, Wensen's going to present the next paper on debiased CAM to mitigate image perturbations with faithful visual explanations of machine learning. So go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi, this is Still Wencan. On behalf of my co-authors, I'm glad to share another paper which addresses the problem of less faithful or misleading visual explanations in case of image perturbations. The world we live in is not perfect, where distortion, corruption, or perturbation happens in data, such as an image would be blurred due to a privacy protection scheme, or it may have improper camera setting on color temperature. An outdoor camera may also capture the image with very daylight conditions. To discuss them in a unified way, we consider all these non-perfect images as biased data. AI models can easily recognize an object from an image and generate a saliency map as an explanation. In this example, using RedCam or gradient-based class activation map, a common saliency map approach to explain where the model looks at when labeling the photo as fish. When working on clean images, everything goes well, and the saliency map can highlight correctly.
Winston, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we have the slides?
Sorry.
Slides are not visible.
I didn't. Sorry for the mistake. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, slides are appearing.
Let me, sorry for this mistake. Let me start from the beginning.
Sure.
The world we live in is not perfect, where distortion, corruption, or perturbation happens in data, such as the image can be blurred due to a privacy protection scheme, or the improper camera setting on color temperature. An outdoor camera may capture the image with very daylight conditions. To discuss them in a unified way, we consider them as biased data. So we know that AI models can easily recognize an object from the image and generate the saliency map as explanation. So in this example, using RedCam, a common saliency map to explain the image recognition model. When working on clean images, everything goes well, and the saliency map can correctly highlight the relevant pixels, which enhances the model's transparency and also improves human trust. We name this as an unbiased cam. However, when the image data is biased, such as under image blur, although the model can still recognize fish, the saliency map explanation becomes deviated by highlighting the man's face area we can see here. A user will consider the model unreliable after viewing such kind of saliency map accompanied with the predicted label fish. So we call it biased cam. We solve this problem with debiased cam, a self-supervised learning approach that helps calibrate the CNN models to generate less deviated saliency map explanations in case of the potential data bias. So next, let me introduce more details about our technical approach. A regular CNN model trained on clean images can produce quite meaningful and unbiased saliency maps if also tested on the clean images. Remember that CAM stands for the class activation, not camera. However, when querying this model with the blurred images, it not only has a chance to predict wrongly, but also generates deviated saliency maps. One naive solution is fine-tuning the model on blurred images. Although this calibrates the prediction, this still suffers from producing deviated saliency map explanations, since the training process is blind to the explanation information. To fix this issue, we propose an debiased training solution, which explicitly formulates the saliency map as a secondary prediction task. Specifically, we leverage the information from unbiased cams and construct a self-supervised learning task to help the model generate debiased cams on blurred images, which are supposed to look like unbiased saliency maps. Our approach also supports a more realistic multi-bias setting, where training images are augmented to different blur bias levels, and the model needs to predict that information as a third task. So bringing all these features together, we design our debiased model with a multitask, multi-bias architecture. Next, in the simulation studies, we will see how well debiased cam can help with the distorted saliency maps, which is caused by the data bias in images. We evaluated on different prediction tasks, image classification and image captioning, and also different bias types, including the synthesized bias, such as the image blur, color temperature shift, and the natural bias, such as the light change between day and night. Across these, unbiased cams are reasonable for most of the cases, but the image bias leads to distorted saliency map explanations. We can see that the biased cams becomes misleading by highlighting some random regions, such as the street area in the first example, rather than the handlebar when predicting biking activity. And this cannot be fixed by fine-tuning the CNN model on the biased images with classification labels only. Fortunately, our device can faithfully recover the saliency map explanation, even for the strongly biased cases. From the figure, we can see that when testing with the regular model, both the prediction performance and explanation faithfulness will degrade with the increasing bias level. Fine-tuning this model with simple data augmentation can hardly handle the issue. In contrast, the debiased training approach can improve both the prediction performance and explanation faithfulness, no matter under the single bias or multi-bias settings. And according to the quantified results on multiple data sets, we can see that our approach can always achieve more faithful visual explanations on different prediction tasks and bias types. Unlike many concerns that explainability will hurt the model's performance, we argue that with a proper design, it can actually achieve a win-win solution, which means improving on one side is also likely to benefit the other. So next, in user studies, we explore the research question, how sensitive are people to the biased saliency map explanations, and are our device cams good enough? In the first user study, we introduced the grid selection question to accurately measure the saliency map truthfulness. Specifically, before viewing any explanations, the participants were asked to select important regions for identifying an object from the image. Then we divided the saliency map into grids and compare it with the aggregated human selections, which can reflect the ground truth saliency map based on the human perception. The saliency map would be considered more truthful if it mostly aligned with the user's opinion. Otherwise, it would be considered less truthful. We also measured participants' subjective opinion with rating questions, where participants were notified about the scene, view a blurred image, view different machine-generated saliency maps, and give truthfulness rating accordingly. We launched the study with 32 participants recruited from Amazon Mechanical Turk. We found that although saliency map truthfulness would degrade with increasing bias level, debiased cam could always improve the truthfulness when users viewed blurred images. Here, the objective measure and subjective measure on explanation truthfulness shows a similar trend, which further enhances the validity of our results. In the second user study, we evaluated whether participants found the saliency map helpful with the image label verification task. Instead of a common MCQ question, we used the balls and beans question to accurately capture the user's confidence of correct label. We also measured the helpfulness subjective rating on saliency map with the Likert skill question, and this study was launched with another 162 participants who also recruited from MTurk. The results indicate that although all cam variants do not help people label heavily blurred images, and biased cam tend to degrade the saliency map helpfulness, debiased cam can significantly improve users' decision performance on moderately blurred images, and users generally consider debiased cam more helpful in labeling, regardless of the blur intensity. We didn't find significance in labeling confidence between debiased cam and biased cams for strongly blurred images, which means the blur destroys too much information, and even for the correct saliency map, users still won't be able to identify the objects. And by analyzing the rationales, we found that participants consider the saliency map more truthful or representative because the highlighted regions have accurate size and shape, or captured more semantically relevant cues. They would consider the saliency map helpful for recognizing a blurry image since it helped focus humans' attention or provided extra hints, which benefits the process to form hypotheses or confirm suspected objects. To sum up, we identified the contextual bias in image may cause misleading explanations. We provided a self-supervised approach to achieve debiased explanations. We designed sensitive measures for saliency map explanations and find various advantages from both simulation study and user studies. Thanks for listening, and I would be happy to take questions.
Okay, again, please feel free to walk up to the mic if you're in the room or place questions in Hub, and we have one in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for both of your talks. I was just wondering, in the example you showed, in the original image, GradCam highlighted the features of the fish as most important. And then after we blurred it, it highlighted the features of the face as most important. But I was just wondering how we know that the saliency is more faithful if it highlights the fish in the blurred case. Because ImageNet has like latched onto spurious features and stuff. So how do you sort of balance between being faithful to what we as a human would expect versus what the model's actually doing?
Okay, thanks for the question. So here we have an assumption that for the data sets we used in our evaluation, we assume the original clean images will produce the unbiased saliency map explanations. And we consider this unbiased saliency map explanation kind of as a proxy of the ground truth of the saliency map, but it's not equal since it's very hard to capture the golden ground truth of the saliency map, and also we have checked the data sets we used and the corresponding saliency maps, where we found that most of the instances produce quite meaningful saliency map explanations, which are consistent with our human understanding. And also, if we remember in our user study, we have designed a grid selection question, kind of captures the user's agreement with the saliency map. There are some results in our paper. If you are interested, you can find that, which also supports that the unbiased camps, which can provide quite agreeing with the human's opinion.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question that came in from the Hub. From Xingbo Zheng, can such a model only handle bias, e.g. blurred, that is defined before the training the model?
Can I confirm? So this question is asking whether this model can handle some other type of biases, or is it about the
it's asking if it can only handle bias that's defined before training the model. That's the question.
I guess.
Although the other question that you came up with is also a good one.
Okay, thanks for the question. I think the question is about whether the model during the training phase and during the test phase. I think in our evaluation study, we only consider the case where the test data is also, when evaluating the model with the test data, it also comes from a similar population with the training data, which means the test data kind of seeing such kind of bias behavior when the model, after the model is trained. So I guess our approach, the setting of our approach is like this, but your question is more like asking the generalizability of our model. I think it's out of scope of our approach. And the other question I mentioned is that, as we can see, instead of the blur bias, we also evaluated some kind of color temperature shift or some the lightning condition between day and night. So our model can actually handle more different types of data bias.
Interesting. All right, let's thank our speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Yunlong Wang. I guess we will watch, we'll watch the recorded video of this paper and take questions live. So this work is follow-up to the same team's paper at CHI from last year that focused on selecting diverse prompts for ideation, and this year they add contextual feedback and a bunch of other features. The paper is Interpretable Directed Diversity, Leveraging Model Explanations for Iterative Crowd Ideation. Can we start that video, please? No? I guess there are technical difficulties with starting the video. Yunlong, I don't suppose that you're able to just run it. Oh, it looks like we might have some help. All right, so we'll just wait and see. Sorry about the delay. Well, let's see. As we wait, oh, is this not? Is this not live? Yunlong, if you're there, if you're around, you could feel free to chat maybe a little bit about last year's paper to sort of set up for this one once we get it playing.
Sorry? Can you hear me?
Well, it sounds like the audio is not coming through. Well, it was a good idea. Good.
YouTube video, or I can play the video and share my screen. Hi, I'm Yun Long from the NUS Ubicom Lab. On behalf of my co-authors, it's my pleasure to present our paper, Interpret for directed diversity, leveraging Hi, I'm Yun Long from the NUS Ubicom Lab. On behalf of my co-authors, it's my pleasure to present our paper, Interpretable Directed Diversity, leveraging model explanations for iterative crowd ideation. Crowdsourcing can easily collect many ideas from many people for applications such as creative story writing, graphic design, and ideating motivational messages. However, with many ideators, several of them are bound to conceive identical or similar ideas. This leads to the problem of redundancy in crowd ideation. How can we reduce this redundancy and foster diversity? Let's see with a concrete use case. Many people lead sedentary lives, but they could be encouraged to be more physically active if they receive motivational messages. We employ crowd ideation to obtain these motivational messages by prompting each crowd worker with phrases to stimulate his creativity in writing the messages. This is a method we proposed in our Chi 21 paper last year, which is called directed diversity. Since our current work is based on directed diversity, let's briefly review it. To direct ideators towards different directions to avoid redundancy, this approach includes 3 steps. 1. Curate prior ideations. We show each ideation as a vector in the embedding space. A larger distance between 2 vectors means the 2 ideations are more semantically different. 2. Prepare diverse prompts. 3. Send prompts to ideators. However, in directed diversity, there is no support for ideators to iteratively revise their ideations. We believe that ideators could improve their ideations iteratively, but without proper feedback, the iteration might be inefficient. Therefore, we focus on feedback for iterative ideation in this work. First, we provide ideation scores. Second, we show explanations of the scores as actionable feedback. Once the ideation is finished, it is added to the set of existing ideations, which will be used to compute feedback for the next ideation. We call this approach interpretable directed diversity. Next, let's walk through the iterative ideation process and see how we generate the feedback for ideators. Imagine we have some prior ideations. Now an ideator receives a prompt, did not regularly exercise, then produces a motivational message to encourage exercise. Without any feedback, the ideator could only revise the ideation intuitively. Here we can see the ideator changes the wording between attempts. To provide the ideator a clear goal, we first predict the ideation score, informing if the revision is better or not. We have scores for both ideation diversity and quality in our system, but only show the diversity score in this presentation for demonstration. With only scores, ideators may still have no idea how to increase the score. Here come our designed explanations based on explainable AI as more actionable feedback. The first one is attribution explanation. The attribution of each word in the message is the change of the ideation score when ablating that word. In this case, word C is more influential for the ideation score as it has a higher attribution than A and D. Overall, the sum of attributions equals to the ideation score. In the feedback UI, we highlight the top 3 words that contribute the least to the ideation score, which should be prioritized for revision. Second, we provide contrastive attribution explanation in terms of the score change between iterations, which further explains why the iteration is better or not. In this example, word B and C are deleted, and M is inserted. We use the ablation method again to calculate the attribution score of each edited word. Here we can see clearly which edit is good or bad in the feedback UI. Third, we provide counterfactual suggestions to replace certain words in the ideation. Word C is problematic in this message, so we search related words from the ConceptNet knowledge graph as alternatives to replace C. In this example, we see 3 suggestions with a potential effect on the ideation score when replacing the target word. We expect ideators to get inspiration from the suggestions. Now let's see how we evaluated these different types of feedback. We first conducted a formative ideation study to investigate how users interpret and use the feedback, and identify any usability issues. Then we conducted a summative ideation study to collect ideations under different feedback conditions. We focus on the ideation quality, diversity, and the ease of use of the feedback. For ideation quality, in addition to the embedding-based quality score, we collected individual quality ratings with a validation study. For ideation diversity, we applied computational diversity metrics based on ideation embeddings and pairwise dissimilarity ratings from another validation study. Do explanations improve ideation quality? No. Also, providing scores already improved the ideation quality. The extra explanations did not enhance the effect. Do explanations improve ideation diversity? Yes. The results of embedding-based diversity metrics consistently suggested explanations improved ideation diversity. For instance, this figure shows how much the new ideations are different from the prior ones in the embedding space. Feedback conditions with 2 or more explanation types significantly outperformed other conditions. This figure shows validators' ratings on message pair dissimilarity. The highlighted results corresponds to the conditions with explanations in feedback, which are significantly better than the conditions of no feedback or feedback with only prediction scores. In summary, we described attribution, contrastive attribution, and counterfactual suggestion explanations as feedback, direct crowd ideators to iteratively generate more collectively creative ideas. We call this approach interpretable directed diversity and evaluated this approach in the crowd ideation task of writing motivational messages to encourage physical activity. Our approach opens opportunities for explainable AI towards scalable and rich feedback for iterative crowd ideation in the field of creativity support tools. Please read our paper for much more details of our approach and experiments. Thank you.
So I'm sorry about that. The video is on the link for the hub. And let's go ahead and bring up the final speaker. Let's see if we can do this in-person presentation. Let's see if this will work. Fingers crossed. This is the last talk of the session. I got Belen. She's presenting a paper on explainability methods that can be used to support bug identification in computer vision models. Let's see if this will...
Seems to show.
I see slides. Yeah. We can hear you in person. That's wonderful. Gat is wrapping up her PhD soon and is looking for internships. So if you're interested in this work, please talk to her about that afterwards and take it away.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. So yeah, I'm Agathe and I'm happy to present my work here. Yeah, so it's just... So as you might probably all know now, machine learning models still suffer from various types of failures. In certain cases, they can be quite critical. You can think about safety issues that they might cause in autonomous driving context, for instance. Their failures can also lead to societal harms, such as in this example from the Google Vision API, which confused a thermometer with a gun, depending on the color of the hand that was holding it. And so all these failures can be caused by various types of bugs in the models. either, for instance, in the training parameters, the architecture of the model, but also bugs due to the training data sets for this model. And so we have all these failures and bugs, and on the other side now we have a lot of explainability methods that are being developed and that are often argued to be useful for debugging the models. So I'm thinking, for instance, of silency maps, but also of other kinds of methods, so not only local, but also global explanations that can be provided and that highlight the different concepts the model might be using to classify different classes. And also different kinds of mediums are proposed for these explainability methods, so not only visual, but also textual explanations, such as providing by this SIGCHI method that directly gives textual concepts that the model might be using. And so we have these failures, bugs, and all these explainability methods, but we couldn't find any studies that investigated how the methods can actually be used in practice to identify the failures and bugs.
I guess remote is not seeing your slides.
Oh, really? You can see them here, right? So
it should be streamed automatically, right? I'll just send them remote to the location of your slides and keep going.
Yeah, so since we couldn't find any study that investigated how the methods can be used in practice, well, that's the question or the investigation that we took upon in the paper. So how the methods can be used by practitioners for identifying failures and bugs in the models. And to answer this question, we set up to design a design probe containing various types of explanations, and then to perform user studies to understand how practitioners could use these explanations to debug models. And before being able to, do this study, we needed to understand what should the probe contain, so which functionalities should be supported, how they should be realized within the probe, and through which workflows they could be accessed. For that, we conducted a formative study, some co-creation sessions, and of course some literature analysis to identify the functionalities. So we proposed different prototypes, and we ended by choosing one of them that we implemented, and that is the final design probe that we used. In the interest of time, I won't have time to describe the probe in detail, but the main idea was that it should be flexible, not to skew the participant towards certain kinds of explanations. And of course, it should provide large variety of explanations. So we had different interfaces, and I will give some examples. One of them was this one, which proposed general performance information about the model. We had, for instance, this confusion matrix of the model, and the particularity was that it's an interactive one. So if you click on one cell of the matrix, then you obtain further information about it. So for instance, the images that are concerned by this cell and the classes that are related to it, and also visual local explanations related to these images. If you would click on one image, you would also see the textual explanations, so annotated concepts based on the silency maps. And collocated with this, there are also binary explanations, so textual explanations related to the two classes. Since they are all collocated, it also allows for comparison between the different kinds of explanations. And we had also other kinds, again, of explanations, for instance, global explanations on another interface, other functionalities, such as for querying specific concepts of interest and getting more information or images related to it, and so on. So once we had this probe, we set up to create the user studies to investigate the use of the explanations. For that, we wanted to create one model. The one that we chose was a bird classification model, so with these 10 species of birds. And we made sure to incorporate various kinds of failures and bugs in this model. So specifically, we made sure that there would be images for which there would be correct or incorrect predictions, and in both cases, either using correct or incorrect features. By that, we meant that the features could be incomplete or irrelevant compared to what a human would typically use to distinguish these different classes. And so once we had this model, we recruited 18 practitioners with different levels of experience with explainability and with computer vision. And we gave them the probe and the model and asked them to speak out loud to, well, debug the model. In the end, we also provided them with a post-questionnaire to get ratings of each interface and types of explanations. So let's go to the results. Well, first, the debugging process was overall successful. Each practitioner identified at least one bug, in average 3.5 bugs, and at most 7 bugs during the process. However, we still observed disparate results across the practitioners. This was sometimes due to the speed that they were debugging the model with. So some were more or less confident in their process, and so more or less fast as well. But once we would reassure them and tell them that there is no standard process for debugging, then they would actually go on and successfully identify some bugs. There was also another issue that we identified. So some practitioners would misinterpret the explanations and identify bugs which were not actually bugs, probably due to some confirmation bias that they had, which was an issue as well. So in the paper, we went on to discuss various research opportunities, for instance, to provide guidance to the practitioners to imagine different kinds of use of the explanations that we provided. But also, we proposed to investigate further how to warn practitioners against misinterpretations, for instance. But also specifically, we noticed that probably due to the nature of the explanations provided, they were always thinking about training bugs or bugs due to the data sets, but not necessarily remembering about structural bugs, so due to the model architecture, for instance, which can be problematic since there are both types of bugs actually in the models. Later on, we delved deeper into the actual explanations that were used. While they varied across the practitioners, their familiarity with the types of explanations, but also with the types of bugs that they were trying to identify. But overall, we noticed that the explanations were quite complementary. So for instance, in some cases, the practitioners would start by looking at global explanations. Here, for instance, they would notice that the cactus concept was highlighted within the explanations, but it was quite surprising as well for bird classification tasks. So after identifying this, they would actually go and query further information about it. And for instance, notice that the cactus was present only for one class, the Gila woodpecker, and always leading to a correct classification. And then they would look into the local explanations and also notice that indeed there was most of the time a cactus within these images. So they were identifying this sort of spurious correlation and define methods to actually solve it in the training process. And on the other side, instead, some practitioners would start with local explanations. So for instance, in this case, we have misclassifications between two classes, the pine grosbeak and the American goldfinch. And so they would look at the corresponding images for these classes. And what they noticed typically was something around color. So for instance, the correctly classified pine grosbeak were all red, and the correctly classified American goldfinch would be yellow. But the incorrectly classified pine grosbeak would instead also be yellow. So yeah, they had an intuition that something was going on with the color, let's say. And then they would go on and look into the global explanations and notice that indeed the colors were highlighted there, also in the binary explanations. And so we were also providing domain knowledge in the interface, and when they would actually compare all this information they noticed with domain knowledge, they would understand that pine grosbeaks can either be red or yellow, but probably the model only learned about the red pine grosbeaks. And so then they could discuss various ways to solve this issue. For instance, creating an 11th class in the data set and retrain the model with yellow pine grosbeaks as well, and also augmenting the data set, for instance. So based on all these observations in the paper, we discuss further research opportunities. For instance, we noticed that while semantic explanations, textual explanations, were quite useful in certain parts of the process, debugging process, we also noticed that domain knowledge was typically used, but we couldn't find much work that supports or studies the exploitation of these different kinds of information. So that's one of the areas we propose to delve deeper in. And also about the types of interactions that were proposed. Typically, practitioners were overwhelmed at first by the probe with all these different kinds of explanations. And they were asking for more automation, so a probe which would sort of directly suggest certain kinds of bugs on which they could then reflect on, which could be useful, but we're also thinking that it might, we might want to balance this automation and the complexity, because then we might also just create an additional black box to actually, instead of debugging the model. So that was a brief overview of the paper, and I'm happy to take questions for now.
Yeah. It's on. Hello? Is that better? Thank you so much. This is great work. I have two questions. I'm sorry. The first, so for the local explanations, did you train a real model and use some existing method to get those, or was it more like Wizard of Oz to
Yeah, we actually created this bird classification model and then collected the explanations based on it. We used the CRUD.
So then how did you imbue kind of the errors or the mistakes into the model?
We actually created the data set from scratch and chose images that would skew the model afterwards. So for instance, for this example I was showing of the, where is it? This image of Gila woodpecker, we actually made sure to select almost only images of this Gila woodpecker with a cactus on it. So that since there was no cactus in other classes almost, then the model would probably learn the cactus instead of looking at the bird.
Got it. Super cool. And then for you mentioned this, like starting from local explanations versus starting with the like confusion matrix and looking at correlations. Did you see any consistent pattern on like whether one was used more often or people were more successful looking at just like confusion matrix and correlations versus like looking at the local explanations and trying to infer from the like feature maps or feature visualizations?
Yeah, so typically at first the participants would start with the confusion matrix and click on it and look mostly at the local explanations, like the visual ones, because they were typically more familiar with this. But then after, so the studies were lasting 1 hour in average, and so after, I don't know, like 15 minutes, they were starting to actually explore further the rest of the interfaces. And then, for instance, they identified that it was quite easy to identify obvious errors in the features by looking at the global explanation sometimes, so then they would start using that more. It also depended, actually it was quite surprising, the practitioners with more experience with explainability, they would mostly stick with the local explanations because they were familiar with this. Whereas practitioners who didn't know much about explainability in general, then they would be more open to look into all kinds of explanations.
Sure. Thank you.
Let's see, any other questions? I guess I have one. Can your bug identification software be generalized to AV systems? No, that's not. No, a serious question. So you mentioned with people who had more computer vision experience, they had trouble because of misaligned mental models. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what that meant and how you characterized misaligned mental models.
Yeah, so there were, I think, 2 or 3 participants who actually didn't think that we should use explainability methods to debug the models. because they were saying that if you have a good enough test data set, then you can already identify all errors that the model might make. And then they were more into changing the architecture of the model or the training hyperparameters than actually looking into the images and specific explanations to understand what is going wrong. So yeah, in that case, well, because there was the probe, they looked a bit into it and identified bugs this way, but they were actually saying that they would not do that in practice and just, yeah, reason more about the structural kinds of bugs, actually.
Got it. Okay, I don't see any more questions, so let's thank our speaker. Thanks to all of you for sticking through a tough session.
That's right, since everything went well after beforehand.
Hello, Scott.
Oh, hey.
Really nice to meet you in person.
Wow. Yes. Yeah, sorry I didn't make it this morning. My badge stolen or lost or something. And then I had to do this. So it was not good. It was not a good morning. How was that too?
Exactly. How's the first day going?
Well, I was here yesterday. I was. Yeah, I was here this weekend. Actually, I was here on Sunday for Jazz Fest.
Oh, how's it going?
I mean, it's pretty great. So you know that Jazz Fest is going on. Like, so have you been over there to the fairgrounds?
Not yet, but like I saw some friends share a video there, and it's really fun, and everyone has fun there. It's really great, and there is a like famous band, Red Pepper, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
They mentioned it.
Yeah, there's some other Red Hot Chili Peppers show up.
Yeah.
That was not, they're not a jazz cover band, but they're on one of the stages. Yeah, there's like 10 or 12 stages. It's great. You should go.
Yeah, I heard that it's only happening like during the weekend.
That's true, although there is about Thursday. It starts up again. Have you been able to get out in the French Quarter and hear some good music?
Yeah, I went to the French Quarter last time, like this semester.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You were here before.
Yeah,
Right.
so like
You know the area.
I just skipped the French Quarter because I was there like fully like experienced there.
Oh, okay.
And this time I'm trying to like hang out with some friends and have a good meal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of good food to eat.
Yeah, it's like I asked a lot for our presentation is like tomorrow morning.
That's great.
Yeah, it's like my first day here, and I like pick up my bag, and then go back to my hotel. I run into
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, see like that. Testing you guys.
There's like a raised platform from that podium. The stairs. And then this is a oh. It's not, sorry. This is the mic. Okay, I think we're in the 2:15 session, but we just wanted to see the space. Yeah. I think we, yeah.
There's a
There's a lot of space here. Yeah. No, I think we have both computers on this, right?
This one, or I can
And
also
then
put mine.
the mic is here. We just need to make sure we're talking to the mic. But I think it's good.
Where's the mic?
Right here. There's this thing. But we probably don't want to move it because it sounds a lot. Just,
Nice.
yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I can put my laptop on this
Or
table.
no, you can probably put it here even.
On here?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think we're spaced actually.
Okay. I just want to block the mic.
Oh no, because it's 25 minutes.
Oh yeah, I guess you could.
It's, we probably just need to talk about it.
Okay.
Anything else that we need?
I don't think so.
Hopefully there's no technical glitches.
Yeah, probably.
Can you decide on whether we should
So it works? Sorry? I do, yeah. Let me try. Ooh, yeah, but I need to like mirror. So I shouldn't mirror. Use as a separate display. Okay, so I think it might be fine actually. Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have any sound actually. So I'll just. Yay. Okay. I think we're good, Valkyrie. Yes. Hmm.
Okay, so we'll try using this microphone. And then I'm assuming you'll use that one. I don't see anybody on Zoom yet either, which is a little bit unnerving. Let me mute my computer. I'm not worried about the audience. I'm just worried that the presenters are not going to get a chance to like. Yeah, you're the only presenter that's here. Neither of the presenters are on Zoom.
Does the SVM?
I don't think I have an SV. I'll send them an urgent email, I guess. I'm not sure what else to do.
Yeah.
I don't have audio. No audio? No audio. No audio.
maybe use this one. You excited? A bit, okay.
But for the session, yeah, I'm
Good.
excited.
No, I think it's a PC actually. You're using Google Slides?
Just once.
Ballsy. You might want to just put it in presentation mode. I have no idea how to use Google Slides for this. And it looks like you have to be online, and you're not. Okay. Then you don't get presenter notes. Is that okay for you? Okay. All right. We've got to get going. So let's plug this back in. Doa, do you want to get your slides up? Good.
I just launched my computer. Should I plug it back in? Okay. I guess it's this cable, right? Yeah. So let me try again. Let me try again. Amazon. Okay, there we go, yeah. Yes, it's all good. Yeah.
All right, can I get, oh, my mic is on, perfect. Hey, everybody. So it seems like there's still people trickling back in from the break, but that is totally fine. I'm sure this room is gonna fill up. We're really excited for a packed fabrication session this morning. So first up, we're going to be listening to Doa tell us about infrared tags, so take it away.
All right, hi, I'm Doa from MIT CSAIL, and today I will present infrared tags. Infrared tags are invisible labels embedded into objects that are 3D printed with an infrared transmitting material. Even though you cannot see these tags with the naked eye, they can be captured by using an infrared camera and computer vision techniques. To clarify our motivation, let me start by explaining how tags are important for ubiquitous computing. Attached to objects for identification, tags are used in many industries like shipping, retail, robotics, and manufacturing. With augmented reality getting more and more popular, wearable devices promise to enrich our daily interactions by providing information to us whenever we need it. These devices need to constantly identify what is around us to make sense of what we're looking at and display related digital content. Imagine you're at a store browsing different items. You'd like to get further information about the products you're considering, the unit price, recipes, calorie information, or cheaper alternatives. For this to work, the objects around us need to carry labels that describe what they are and communicate this information to digital devices. While QR codes are great for this purpose, it is not plausible to just slap a barcode on everything around us. Even though barcodes like QR codes are really cheap to manufacture, they're typically visually distracting and not as durable as other tags like RFID. So how about we directly embed the tags into the object geometry instead? Let me talk about previous research on this. Some projects suggested carving or adding visible 2D tags onto the surface of the object, such as a QR code, a linear barcode, or a more customized pattern. As you see, all of these tags are visible, and they dramatically impact the look of the object. So researchers then came up with new techniques to hide the tags. One piece of work I showed at SIGCHI 2020 is GID, which uses the unobtrusive surface artifacts that appear due to the 3D printing process to identify the object. However, these tags are only used for identification and do not store any data. AirCode and Infrastructs were the pioneers in showing how invisible data bits can be embedded as air gaps beneath the object surface. However, these tags are decoded using expensive or large imaging tools, which also require scanning times on the order of minutes. Infrared-based layer codes have barcodes that can be imaged using cheap cameras. However, they require the hardware and the software of the SLA printer to be modified. So in our work, we intend to create invisible tags that carry information, can be fabricated with common printers, and detected rapidly using low-cost cameras. Infrared tags achieves this by using an affordable region of the electromagnetic spectrum, the near-infrared region. Now, let me explain what I mean by affordable. Here you see the electromagnetic spectrum, and here's a section of it. On the left side, we see the visible region, and on the right, we have different regions of infrared light. Because infrared cannot be directly seen by humans, we can use these regions to encode and decode invisible information. Here you see some of the regions within infrared, from near infrared to terahertz. If you want to image objects in long wavelength infrared, or terahertz, this is going to be pricey. As you see in these examples, the longer the wavelength, the more expensive is the imaging equipment. However, near-infrared cameras are much more affordable, and so they're particularly suitable for our purpose. In this project, we use a $20 NIR camera by Raspberry Pi. So now that we know more about near-infrared, I would like to talk about how to embed infrared-based tags into 3D objects during the fabrication process. One key observation here is that many plastic materials actually pass near-infrared light. Such materials are commonly used in TV remotes and other electronics. For our goal, we had to find an infrared translucent 3D printable material, and after extensive testing, we decided to use a filament manufactured by 3DK Berlin. Since this filament is based on the most common 3D printing material, PLA, it is as affordable as regular filaments and can be printed at regular temperatures. We tested how this filament compares to regular PLA filaments and measured the transmission characteristics using a spectrophotometer. Here, the blue curve is for the IR PLA, and the orange one is for the regular PLA, each for 1 millimeter samples. Let's have a closer look. On the x-axis, we have the wavelengths, including visible and near-infrared. The y-axis is the transmission percentage. For the regular PLA, we see that the transmission is at 0% for all wavelengths, which means that it blocks both visible and near-infrared light. For the special IR PLA, we see that it transmits near-infrared at 45%, while it blocks most of visible light. Now that we know the material's characteristics, let me explain how the tag is embedded. Let's assume that this box is the original 3D model that we want to embed the tag in. First, we pick where the tag should be facing, and then we go down the surface by a certain distance, the shell thickness. Underneath, we have the tag, with the thickness value labeled as code thickness here. The tag, which is a QR code in this example, is extruded as a cuboid. Now, let me move this cuboid out of the object. You see how the main object on the right has a void where the tag can go in. These two parts are integrated and printed together. However, the tag is printed using regular PLA, while the main object is printed with IR PLA, so that the IR camera can see through it and detect the hidden tag. This is how we print infrared tags using our multi-material approach. While less preferred, a single material approach is also possible, which we describe in the paper. Now, you might be wondering what values should be used for the shell thickness and the code thickness that I mentioned. To determine the shell thickness, we printed a sample pattern, a checkerboard. And on top of it, we printed the infrared translucent PLA of varying thickness. Then we took a picture from it from above, and this is how it looks to us humans. Now, as you see, at a certain point, the pattern is no longer discernible, right? Well, the interesting thing is, when you image it with an IR camera, this is what you get. And when you run our image processing pipeline on the IR image, you're able to reconstruct the checkerboard pattern like this. But as you see, it gets worse with increasing thickness. So at a certain point, the pattern is no longer reliably binarized. These two limits give us a range of possible values for the shell thickness. For the sake of best detection, we use the smaller limit value for our prints. So now that we know how our method works, let's talk about its applications and workflow. Infrared tags can be used to embed data about the object into the object itself. In this example, we have embedded the mug's fabrication link. If the user likes the look of an object, they can take a picture of it to download its 3D model and print a copy for themselves. To embed this URL into the original object, makers can simply use our UI. Next, one can directly 3D print the modified model. Here you see the print halfway through. On the left, the naked eye view, and on the right, the IR view, which reveals the QR code. Next, for detecting the tag, the user can attach our infrared imaging module to their smartphones. The module consists of low-cost components, as shown here. This module is not necessary, though, if you have a smartphone that already comes with an infrared camera, such as OnePlus 8 Pro. In fact, we used this phone model during yesterday's demo. You might have already seen it. In our second application, I want to show you how infrared tags can be embedded into devices to show the corresponding controls to the user. Here, a control menu is shown in the AR view, where the user can adjust the volume of the speaker. Or set a temperature for the thermostat. Furthermore, infrared tags can enable multiple tags to be embedded in the same object for spatially aware AR. In this example, the visible surfaces of a Wi-Fi router only have its network name embedded, whereas for safety reasons, the passcode is embedded only on the bottom of the router, which allows the phone to automatically connect to it. In our final use case, you see how this plastic disc, which doesn't have any electronics in it, is used as a game controller. Even though the wheel is rotationally symmetric, the IR camera can see the fiducial marker inside and infer its orientation. So let's conclude. At the beginning, I told you about my vision of embedding tags into everyday objects without being obtrusive. With infrared tags, we can create markers that are invisible and that can be detected using low-cost tools. Thank you.
So I did not mention this at the beginning, but those of you that are joining remotely, you're welcome to ask questions on Hub, and I'll be monitoring for questions there. But in the meantime, if you all have questions, please step up to the mic, and we can get them answered. Let's hear it, Cesar.
All right. Great presentation. Really interesting work. I love the use of the two materials to get these new functional properties. I see a lot of value in creating these more ubiquitous objects, but at the same time, we run into that classic issue of discoverability, affordances. Do you imagine just using RFID tags and other passive ways of identification? Is this conceptualized purely as private objects or things that exist within the home?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I guess compared to RFID, the advantage of this is like more embedded and like low cost. So you can like you embed the tag basically like during the fabrication process, so you don't have to like do any post processing to hide some like external tag into the object. And in terms of like this, I think discoverability is an important question also. I think for that to like overcome that issue, what we suggest in the paper and something that we're looking at right now is adding multiple tags all over the object. So rather than having a single QR code, right, you can basically cover the whole surface of with the same code or a bunch of different codes, perhaps to like understand the orientation of the object. So yeah, that's like something that we're working on right now. Thank you.
Hello, amazing talk.
Thanks.
My question is, have you run into any issues with different platforms in terms of the phone and the video camera? Mm-hmm. Like in the example you showed there, it almost seemed like it was almost native, but I'm sure that there's probably some sort of app or something built in. And so I was just wondering, how you've sort of addressed those challenges. You talked about the one phone that already has the built-in IR camera and how those experiences go as you go across platforms.
Right, yeah, great question. So at first we built our own infrared imaging module. Like I said, we bought this near-infrared camera module from Raspberry Pi, and it's like $20, really cheap. We built like a webcam, and then we turned it into like this smartphone case that's really compact, and you can just attach it to your phone. But there are, off-the-shelf smartphone models that already come with near-infrared cameras, like the OnePlus phone that I mentioned. And I also have it on me right now. Like I also have a couple of prints, so in case you're interested, I can show you after the session. I mean, even iPhones actually, like the most recent iPhones have all infrared cameras, but they're used for facial recognition, and Apple doesn't allow users to access the infrared stream, so that's why we're not able to use the iPhone. But if anyone from Apple is here and wants to collaborate, let us know.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have for questions, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're actually going to have a couple of remote presentations. So first up, we're going to hear about Print a Sketch from Nargis.
University. Imagine we could create customized interfaces anytime and anywhere, just like sketching creatively on a freely chosen surface. Such an approach might even allow you to improvise. Hello everyone, I am Nargis Puryafarian and I am presenting Print a Sketch. This is work done with Marion Kohle, Fiola Miyako, Polish Romaya, and Jürgen Steinle at Zollern University. Imagine you could create customized interfaces anytime and anywhere, just like sketching creatively on a freely chosen surface. Such an approach might even allow you to improvise during fabrication. Now, if you think of a complex circuit that requires high precision, sketching might not be ideal. For example, it is not easy to draw such a complex design without receiving support to prevent short circuits or to connect the elements to each other. Here, printing is the better alternative. Printing allows to rapidly create complex and high-resolution prototypes. But it separates design and fabrication steps and doesn't support ad hoc design and on-the-fly customization of circuits. There are also a variety of large and immobile objects that don't fit inside the printer. Commercially available handheld printers have already tried to address some of these issues and brought the design process closer to the object. However, these devices don't track the speed and direction of movement. This means the user requires a lot of practice to learn how to control the device and how to print on distorted images. And most importantly, current handheld printers are limited to non-conductive ink. For Print a Sketch, we combine the benefits of sketching, such as the ability to improvise on the fly while printing functional electronics and high-resolution fine-grained control of details by actively sensing context plus device movement and by dynamically supporting the user. At SIGCHI, we present Print-A-Sketch, the first computer-supported approach for rapid freehand sketching of high-resolution electrical interfaces. Print-A-Sketch tightly integrates the ease and expressiveness of real sketching with high-resolution printing that dynamically adapts to the device movement, prior sketch elements, and the surface material. This novel in-situ design and fabrication technique allows augmenting existing objects with customized circuits and sensors. Now, let's see what Print-A-Sketch is made of. Print-A-Sketch includes a handheld printer, functional ink, an Arduino and Proto Shield. The handheld printer consists of a piezo printhead and a pair of visual sensors for tracking the device movement and sensing the print context. To better understand how the handheld tool works, I'll briefly introduce some basics of piezo technology. In our current implementation, we use a piezoelectric inkjet printhead consisting of an array of nozzles. Piezoelectric printheads create patterns of expansion and contraction to jet the ink out of each nozzle in response to firing pulses. I'll return to it as I explain the challenges Print-A-Sketch addresses. Sketching with a handheld printer creates a number of challenges. First, freehand sketching comes with hand movement. This means our hands move at different speeds and might shake or shiver. This is a problem not only for creating constant and continuous patterns, but also for printing straight lines. Second, sketching is an incremental and iterative process and requires spontaneous decision-making. Iterative printing, however, can result in misaligned patterns or short circuits without real-time support. And finally, sketching with a handheld printer allows you to print on everyday objects. However, objects and surfaces come in many materials with different absorption power. Without adjusting the amount of ink, it is not possible to create conductive traces. In the following, I will explain how we address these three challenges. Imagine you are holding the handheld tool and drawing a curved line. This seems really easy to do, but actually it is not. If the printer speed doesn't adjust to the speed of movement, the result will be visually inconsistent and non-conductive, as we can see here. Based on the principle that I told you, the reason is that when we eject droplets at constant firing frequency, the space between droplets on the substrate becomes dependent on the speed of movement, which is not desirable. To be able to print a consistent trace, we use an optical motion sensor to detect the speed and then adjust the firing frequency accordingly. To print straight lines and compensate for unsteady motion or shaky hands, we use optical sensor data and shifted the print data accordingly. For more technical details, please look at the paper. By addressing this challenge, now we can move the device freely without worrying about the speed or unsteady motion. Now, let's see how Print-A-Sketch facilitates computer-supported sketching. Consider the following situation. You want to connect a new trace to a previously printed path. Without computer support, it is difficult to precisely align old and new prints. To overcome this issue, Print-A-Sketch detects the pre-printed traces using the integrated camera, and then the new data are shifted to align with the previous pattern. Using the camera also allows us to scan and print the desired shape, or scan an existing component and print the footprints. To see the rest of the sketching techniques, please look at our video figure. Using Print-A-Sketch, you might want to print on any type of surface, but objects come in many materials with different absorption power. If we eject the same amount of ink on material with different absorption power, the result might not be conductive, as we can see on the right. To solve this problem, the size of the droplets should be adjusted to the absorption power of the substrate. Using the built-in optical sensor, Print-A-Sketch continuously monitors the material and dynamically adjusts the size of the droplets. Finally, to evaluate Print-A-Sketch, we conducted various technical studies on conductivity, accuracy of adaptive printing, and a case study with naive participants. To see the results, we invite you to have a look at our paper. To summarize, Print-a-Sketch combines desirable properties from manual sketching and computer-supported functional electronic printing that dynamically adapts to the user movement, prior sketch elements, and the surface material. Thanks for listening. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, so Nargis is on Zoom, and can we please get her video pulled up? I'm just gonna set the video up here so you all can see what's going on. And again, please come up to the microphone with questions, or just wave from the audience. Okay, while you all think, roll, sure.
Thank you, it's a lovely thought. I'm just gonna ask a question. It's maybe a bit sort of obvious, but you know, I mean, in circuit sketching, I've done a lot of flexible circuits, and we always used to use hydrochloric acid to make these things, but you can print them now. But why use your hand? What's your reason for wanting to sketch with a hand? Because very often your circuit design needs to be very tiny or very precise, or I think it's really cool, but can you elaborate? Did you get the question?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, perfect. That's a really interesting question. I mean, the main idea of this project was to allow people to sketch. We wanted to give the user flexibility, the freedom to use this device to freely move the device and sketch and create some art, and also maybe some part of this art is also functional and had some aesthetic element on that. But we didn't want to just limit the user to move the device back and forth, but we wanted to give more flexibility. And then in the design process, we have this incremental and iterative process. And by having this handheld tool, the users can do something similar to real sketching. For example, you can sketch something today and then think about that or discuss with someone else, and then you add some other elements to that. But just by using the traditional conductive printing, it's not possible to do that, because if you print it once, then it's done. It's difficult to add some other more details to that.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, yeah.
Hi, really cool work. I would totally want to use this, especially to print on furniture, so super impressive. Could you talk more about how you actually, what metrics you use to determine an absorption rate, and if you're doing that entirely optically? I wasn't quite clear on that, but for the absorption on different materials.
Yeah, we did it based on experiment. I mean, we started with one. First of all, to some extent, it's obvious which material are more absorbent and which one are less. But we did an experiment, and based on the result that we get, we started with just injecting one single drop. Then we measured the conductivity. If the conductivity was not in a good range, we continued with the second, third, and then, for example, for a few of the materials, we figured out that even we required 10 droplets per pixel to get a really good conductivity. For example, in kinesiotape, we required that amount, and it was just based on experiment. I'm not aware of any related work that has done these things in a more scientific way, but yeah, we did it based on experiment.
Okay.
But in future, we can classify them and then have some guidelines for other persons when they want to, for example, extend.
So you'd envision like having a set of materials that people could print on and being able to switch between those, not dynamically adjust between different materials.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you mean at the beginning. I mean, at the beginning, we we experimented that, okay, on each material, how much ink we should eject it. And then after we figured it out, Then we had a classifier in our backend interface. And then when we placed a handheld tool on that device, we detected that, okay, this material, for example, is plywood. And then we knew that based on the, we had a table, and then based on that, the device detected that, okay, we need, for example, 3 droplets per pixel for this specific material. That part was dynamic, and then this, the handheld tool detected the material and adjusted the ink. But before that, to know that, okay, how much ink we should eject for each material, it was something that we did it based on experiment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, wonderful work. Thank you for sharing. One of the wonderful things about sketching is the ability to really, like the hand-eye connection there and being able to see what's being drawn. It seems to me that that the printer obscures that point of like connection with the material. And I just wonder how hard or feasible it would be to kind of give the user a view of the camera that the printer is seeing, and if you thought about expanding the tool in that way.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. Actually, right now on the desktop and on backend interface, the user has the view of the camera inside the box. But I totally agree. For the future work, we consider that to show the blobs on the small LCD that we have on the handheld tool. And maybe some really simple idea is that to make the box transparent in a way that the user can see it. But even without that, in our user study, we didn't see any problem. We didn't observe any problem because immediately when the device, a handheld tool, passed one of the previous pattern, it immediately detected and then wrote the pattern, the previous one or the new one, dynamically to the previous patterns, and the user didn't have problem. But I agree that it's much better if the user has the view on the device. But currently it's on the desktop and on the backend interface, they can see the view there.
Great, thank you. I saw that there were a couple more questions, but unfortunately we don't have time. There was also at least one question in the hub, but I encourage you all to talk on Discord afterwards. So thank you so much, and let's give her a hand.
Thanks.
Okay, next up we have another virtual presentation. Canoe is going to be speaking with us about foolproof joint. So we will get that up and let it take it away.
Hi, I'm Kuno Park. While I interned at the Hasselplatter Institute, I worked on laser cutting. You can see a user assembling a chair model. Here, the user wants to insert the leg piece, but picks up an incorrect piece and recognizes that it does not fit. Foolproof joint solves this issue by making pieces identical, thus interchangeable. Second, it is possible that the user might try to assemble a piece in the wrong orientation, causing the piece to not fit. Foolproof joint addresses this issue by making pieces symmetric. Third, the user wants to assemble the backrest here, and there are two similar looking pieces. However, one of them does not belong to the backrest, but it still fits there. Subsequent pieces might continue to fit as well, producing a propagation error, resulting in a frustrating disassembly process. Foolproof joint addresses these assembly mistakes by giving each joint pair a unique finger pattern, which assures that incorrect pieces never fit. Foolproof joint is a software tool that reduces risk of erroneous assembly of laser cut models by means of custom joints. The problem of erroneous assembly has been discussed in the field of manufacturing. If humans assemble manufactured parts, product designers need to design the parts so that they are easy to assemble. This is known as design for assembly, or DFA for short. Under the term DFA, many design principles have been proposed. I will introduce one example that is related to foolproof joint. Parts should be designed to prevent misassembly. For example, the square part should be assembled with the hole on the right side, but it can be misassembled in a flipped orientation. A notch on the part can prevent this kind of misassembly. However, DFA is done manually and is an expensive process. This only makes it applicable for manufacturing. Foolproof joint automatically applies DFA to one-offs. In this project, we focus on laser-cut models. Here are some examples that improve the assembly process of laser-cut models. Roadkill points users to matching pieces directly from within the 2D layout, reducing visual search and speeding up assembly. And Daedalus in the Dark laser cuts haptic path in the plates to make assembly instructions accessible to blind users. Foolproof joint introduces the concept of automated DFA and applies it to laser-cut models to reduce assembly errors. Now, I'll talk about the two-step foolproof joint algorithm. In the first step, foolproof joint creates joints in a way that maximizes interchangeability and symmetry in the model. In the second step, foolproof joint prevents assembly errors by making joint patterns distinct when necessary. Let's start by looking at the first step in more detail. This step is an optimization problem, and let me show you why that is the case by using a simple example. Take a look at the cube model. It would be ideal to make all 6 pieces interchangeable and symmetric, but it is not possible to do this. The reason is in the corners of the cube. Only one piece can fill the room in each corner. In this corner, the top piece is filling the corner. A cube has 8 corners and it is impossible to equally distribute them across its 6 pieces. Therefore, there is no way to make 6 identical pieces. The best solution is to create 2 sets of pieces, which is the solution that you are seeing here. If we take a closer look at the corner again, you can see that its design can be described as the order of the 3 pieces that are involved. The top piece is extended all the way to the corner, the right piece has a finger that only touches the corner, and the left piece fills in the rest. This is an abstract description of a corner as an order of 3 pieces. Now let's see how foolproof joint finds this solution. Foolproof joint starts by assigning primary corners. It tries to fill the corners with as few pieces as possible, which is the top and bottom piece filling all the primary corners. Then, it assigns 8 secondary corners to 4 side pieces, resulting in 2 corners on each piece. After the primary and secondary corners are filled, the remaining corners then become tertiary corners. After the order of pieces is defined for each corner, foolproof joint fills the remaining parts of the joints with alternating regular patterns of fingers and cutouts, finally creating these pieces. Now, let's look at this more elaborate example. Foolproof joint starts by finding pieces that are interchangeable and rotationally symmetric. Foolproof joint gives high priorities to the pieces which have a shape with high interchangeability and symmetry, and they will be handled first. Let's see how this plays out for the legs of the chair. The analysis of pieces resulted in these priorities. Foolproof joint thus first assigns primary corners to the high priority piece. Then, it continues to assign secondary corners to the mid-priority pieces. In order to ensure the 2 pieces fills the same number of secondary corners, foolproof joint assigns 1 secondary and 1 tertiary corner on the shared edge to each piece. And again, foolproof joint fills the remaining parts of the joints with alternating regular patterns of fingers and cutouts. Foolproof joint uses this heuristic to design joints for the entire model. This is the result which is optimized for interchangeability and symmetry. However, a problem remains. These 2 joints are exactly the same and the pieces could be exchanged. This is a problem because these 2 pieces look similar, but they have slightly different sizes. The similarity of these pieces make it easy to confuse them by users. As a second step of the algorithm, foolproof joint solves this problem by making the confusing joints distinct. I'm going to show you how it works. First, foolproof joint finds pieces that have the same joint pattern as they can be potentially misassembled. In the chair model, the backrest and the side pieces have the same joint pattern with the front leg piece, so they can be wrongly assembled instead of the front leg piece. Next, foolproof joint only looks for the piece similar to the correct piece. To detect the similarity between pieces, foolproof joint uses a turning function proposed by Ni, Black, and Yin. Now, foolproof joint differentiates these 2 joints. In this example, foolproof joint changes the joint on the front leg. However, updating a single joint pattern can break interchangeability and symmetry. To preserve these properties, foolproof joint updates multiple joint patterns at once when needed. For example, this is the joint that foolproof joint updated earlier. Foolproof joint updates the joint and the mating joint accordingly, and it also updates other joint patterns to maintain interchangeability and symmetricity. This is the final chair model that foolproof joint produces after running both steps. We conducted a technical evaluation. We used 217 models from the Cube repository. For 97% of the models, foolproof joint produced a result that cannot be misassembled. The 3% of models that could still be misassembled contained edges that were too short to allow foolproof joint to create buried joint patterns necessary for distinction. For 65% of piece groups with the same shape, foolproof joint succeeded at making all the pieces in the respective groups interchangeable. Foolproof joint made 47% of pieces with a symmetric shape fully symmetric by providing them with matching joint patterns. Please note that it is not possible to achieve a score of 100% for the last two metrics, since making pieces interchangeable and symmetric is not always possible as demonstrated by the cube example. Foolproof joint automates and applies design for assembly guidelines to laser models by making pieces interchangeable, symmetric, and creating distinct joints. While design for assembly is a tedious and expensive process that has traditionally been reserved for manufacturing, with foolproof joint, we propose automating DFA, thus making viable to apply to personal fabrication. I would like to thank my wonderful co-authors. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So, Kunu is here to answer questions. If any of you here have some questions about this project, while you're thinking about it, I find this idea of DFA for personal fabrication kind of interesting. So do you have other ideas of where this might be applicable in personal fabrication, or what's your full vision here?
Yes, so I also really like the idea of personal DFA for personal fabrication, and the vision that we have in this theme is that like the near work that we have is that like we can expand like this DFA for different types of joints for laser cutting. For example, we only consider finger joint in this work, but like there are cross joints and other different types of joints and etc. And like that could be the first step. And for the second step, like not only the laser cutting, but for the 3D printed models, because of the size of 3D printed models, we sometimes print some different parts and assemble them afterwards. So I think it will be possible to maybe parameterize the joints that we design to assemble the 3D printed parts. Then I think it will be available to apply those the concepts that I presented in this work to the 3D printed models too.
Cool. Cesar, and then Doa.
My question is simple. How do you handle curves?
Ooh.
Oh, curves. So like when you actually print the piece, like the curve you mean it's like living hinge. So when you actually cut out the living hinge part, then like it acts as a single piece, but like but with the living hinge. So we actually kind of differentiate the living hinge, like the piece with the living hinge and not living hinge with it differently. But like since they are the single piece, we consider them as a like single piece, and we run the algorithm based on that.
All right, Doa.
Hi, great idea. I love it. Just, I guess, more of a comment or a request. Like, would it be possible? I don't know if you have already integrated this feature into Cube, like if it's already as default. But like, would it be possible to turn off this feature? Like, if you want to say like not have custom patterns on the joints, but want to have the standardized joints all over the object.
Yeah, of course. So I think like as I so like there can be different ways. So for example, like you can turn off everything and just like like modify the joints manually. But also like you can only turn off the second step, which is like differentiating or like slightly shifting the joints. So if we don't use that part, then the joints will have like regular alternating cutouts and fingers. So then you will have like very regular shapes. Yeah.
I have another question. So The way that you're doing these modifications is fairly subtle, and I'm curious if you've actually given them to users to assemble. Like, can they tell the difference between these parts, or do they go to assemble them and then it just doesn't work?
Oh yeah, so that's really a nice question. So like actually, if you kind of like print out the, cut out the pieces, and you can, if we kind of shift, we kind of shifted the fingers like for like 2 millimeters, and if you kind of like compare like from eye to eye, then like you can see the differences. But like, but even though you don't know the differences, actually the nice thing about the foolproof joint is it actually prevents you from like assembling it, and which means that it prevents you to damaging the joint itself. So in that way, I think foolproof joint is like having some benefits on that, even though it's not like super clear, but like but at the same time it's not like too subtle that you cannot distinguish. If you like look carefully, like you can still distinguish them.
Cool. Anybody else? All right, let's give Canoe another hand. Our fourth presentation of this session will be Nick speaking with us about Roman.
So hi everyone, my name is Jiahao Li and you can call me Nick. Today I would like to talk about my paper, Roman, making everyday objects robotically manipulable with 3D printable add-on mechanisms. So this work is a collaboration between UCLA HCI Research and HCIED lab from Texas A&M University with Alexis, Gian, and Anthony. So robots are getting more and more popular in our daily life, such as this vacuum cleaner iRobot, and also there are a lot of educational robotic toys. And they are expected to provide humans with physical assistance by manipulating a lot of everyday objects, especially for those people with disability. But now it is still challenging for robots to manipulate a lot of everyday objects. For example, in this 2015 DARPA Urban Challenge, a robot still cannot open a door by manipulating like a doorknob. And also, it often requires great dexterity to manipulate objects, such as this wrench. It requires, like, for example, a robotic hand. So there are also a lot of everyday objects that could be potentially be manipulated by robots. So prior works have tried to address this issue from different aspects. For example, including robot side and object side. For robot side, researchers have tried to develop better grippers, such as better hand-shaped grippers, or better manipulation intelligence. And also for the object side, research also study how to automate a task by augmenting the everyday object. So what is Roman? What is our project? We take both the robot side and the object side into account by providing a robotic interface in between. And that will enable a robotic arm to manipulate a lot of handheld everyday objects. So, for example, for this white color, a robotic arm can assist human with a wire cutting task by simply manipulating this white color. So you might have a question. So why this white color is hard to be manipulated by a robotic arm? And also, what Roman do to make that happen? So that leads to our two main contributions. The first is that we provide a categorization of the robotic manipulability problem in everyday handheld objects. And the second, that we also provide design of the Roman robotic interface. And Roman categorized 5 different types of manipulability problems, including speed, torque, range of motion, grasping and manipulating, and bimanual operation. So some objects may require a high speed of operation, such as that it would exceed the limit of the robotic arm. For example, for this whisk, it requires high speed of rotation to beat the egg. And also for this spice can, you might need high frequency to sprinkle the spices. And some objects may require significantly large torque to manipulate, such as this like can opener. You need to first pierce through the lid and also rotate the handle to cut the lid, which requires a really large torque. And also, as you can see in the figure, a human hand can operate, like for example, a screwdriver from a different angle. But it is hard for, like for example, for a manufacturer on a robotic arm to manipulate like this screwdriver from different configurations. And also, some objects may require like manipulation while being grasped. For example, for this white color, it has to be first gripped by gripping by the robotic arm, and then the robotic arm needs to like apply a manipulation force in order to apply the cutting action. But that will just imagine that would create a lot of instability. If just imagine like a parallel robotic arm is trying to manipulate this white color, like that could be really unstable. And also, it's really like kind of obvious that for an object that requires bimanual operation, it is really hard for a single generic robotic arm to manipulate. So to summarize this, we derive a table summarizing all the objects that are hard to be manipulated by robotic arm based on the motion profile required. So next, I will talk about the design of the Roman robotic interface. It consists of two parts. The first part is a 3D printable mechanism, which can be used to actuate everyday objects. And the second part is a magnetic gripper, which can be easily attached to any kind of generic robotic arm. And that kind of magnetic gripper can attach and actuate the mechanism on the objects. So starting with the 3D printable mechanism, we focus on two major functions. The first is to exceed the limit of the robotic arm. And the second is to transfer the motor motion into different motion profiles. For example, in order to exceed the limit of the robotic arm, we make use of spur gear mechanisms. By properly selecting the gear ratio between the two gears, we could either achieve a higher speed or a higher torque. And we also design a gearbox which is compatible to the gripper and to the mechanism, which can provide a lot larger torque. So here's an example using the spur gear mechanism to actuate the whisk to beat the egg. And so here's another example using the gearbox design to manipulate this, let's say, the can opener to open the butter can. So to transfer the motion profile into different motor motion to different motion profiles, we provide 4 types of mechanisms, including spur gears, bevel gear, gear rack, and pin slot. And spur gear and bevel gear can output rotary motion, from the motors. And additionally, a spur gear can translate the motion axis from the input to the output. So, which is good for objects such as this doorknob. If the two axes are aligned, the mechanism could probably interfere with the normal use of this doorknob, which might be unexpected. And for bevel gear can change the orientation of the two axes between the input and output, which is good for objects such as the screwdriver example. The robotic arm will be able to manipulate this screwdriver from different configurations. So, and gear rack and pin slot can generate can transfer the rotary input from the motor into a linear output. But differently, gear rack can generate a relatively larger force by selecting and adjusting the radius of the gear. So which is good for objects such as this spray bottle in order to squeeze, for the squeezing motion. And the pin slot can generate a relatively larger speed by properly selecting, adjusting the length of this pin. And so we use this to actuate a knife to performing scaling and cutting task. So now you might be interested, curious why. How does the magnetic gripper can attach to different type of objects and actuate different kind of motion? So here's an overview of the magnetic gripper design, and we'll just focus on the major part of it. We choose a node MCU as its brain, and it can recognize different objects and actuate different motion profiles. And then there is actuating motor that could output a rotary motion, which can be used to actuate the mechanisms on the object. And the magnetic gripper can also attach to the mechanism automatically via the magnetic force and the property of the crown gears. So as you can see from the figure, when the two parts is approaching to each other via the magnetic force, even if the two gears are not perfectly aligned, the design of the crown gears can automatically mesh together, such as this in the video. And we also provide an automatic detachment mode by using a detachment motor to drive the detachment pole to push away the mechanisms until the magnetic connection breaks. So besides the main contribution, we also provide a user design interface to help the robotic engineers to design control profiles for different mechanisms. So here's an example. For example, for this Y cutter, it requires 3 different phases, including approaching and cutting and restoring. So the reason why we need it is because we do not support closed loop control. We only support open loop control, which leads to one of our limitations, because we don't have the force sensing and we don't have encoder for now, and therefore we do not support feedback control. And there are other limitations, such as other future work, which consists of incorporating sensing and perception in the future, and also some of the mechanisms may interfere with the normal use of the object, and we would like to extend our design to other more complicated objects. And that's all of my talk, and I'm happy to answer any question, and thank you for your time.
I have to say, it's amazing how much you trust your robot design skills. I heard some other nervous laughs when the knife came up, and I was like, oh. But no, I'm glad you think it works. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. Pierre Mailleux, École nationale d'ingénieurs de Brest in France. Thank you for your work. It's really well presented and well done. I was wondering if you had any problem with heavy objects or interactions with really forceful mechanisms. Would the printing method allow for strength-resistant gearing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, yeah, we definitely consider a lot of heavier objects, and also objects that require a more significant force. And so as you can see, we provide one way by providing a very large gearbox design. But as you can see from the video, it's actually really bulky. And also, even for the handle design, we have very large gears in order to generate the force. So, but that's also one kind of limitation of our project. But this could be solved in different kind of direction. For example, we can have better fabrication methods, so we can have there's a lot of small motors that could have a very large gear ratio, and then that could be applied, possibly applied to our design. And also, and for the heavy object, we could it's some part of maybe the robotic capability. So we may in the future, if we can apply our design to maybe other industrial or even other in our daily robotics, that may have higher performance that may kind of solve this issue. And thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Hi, great talk. Ken Nakagaki from U Chicago. 2 questions. One is really quick. Is this open source? Where can I access and utilize this? Because it looks pretty cool. Another question is, I want to learn a little bit more about docking. It looks like you manually interchange it. How do you see, if it's not automated yet, how do you see that could be possible? What the interaction design should be for robots to know what to dock and stuff like that?
Yeah. First of all, yeah, it is open source. I think I put all the 3D design online. And also, I would like to thank you. I inspire a lot from the Hermits, because in Waste 2020. And for the sensing parts, so it's also one of our future direction and also limitation for now, since we don't have any sensing and perception capability for the robotic arm for now. And I think that could be possibly solved by maybe having better sensing technology, or in the computer vision area, or like in the future, we could either add more sensing ability to the robotic arm, or it's possible to embed some more sensibility into our like gripper design. I think since we already have a lot of circular electronics inside the grippers, I think it's possible to add more function to that. But thank you for your question.
Hello, thank you for your talk, Daniela Mitterberger from ETH Zurich. I have a question regarding the robot motion. In this first video, you show the robot is moving to the end effector, but in some other ones, you don't see the robot moving. Do you manually place the robot in position and then only move the gripper? Or how do you see like the entire arm moving in collaboration with your end effectors?
So just want to make sure I understand correctly. So are you saying when the robotic arm is trying to approach to the object and also when it's trying to manipulate that, do I consider the robotic motion?
Yeah, does the whole entire arm move, or do you really just move the end effector, the motors in the end effector?
So actually, for the examples you saw in the videos, the manipulation of the robotic arm would be more about like kind of Wizard of Oz. So it's kind of pre-programmed by us to produce a demo. So the core like part is how does the robotic arm manipulate objects when being stable. So but of course, as like the Ken's question, if we could have more sensing capability in the future, definitely we can have like robotic moving along with the human, maybe tracking the human hands to always like assist him with the different like tasks. That would be possible. But thank you for your question.
Thank you.
All right, we have time for probably just one more, please.
Hi, Nick. Very cool project. So I'm Marwa from MIT CSAIL. I was just wondering, so right now you have like the arm as like a desktop thing. Were you like also considering like making it something that's like more modular and like can be like augmented or like attached to like prosthetics, for example? Because it is like manipulating a lot of like everyday objects, and I can see there being a use case for this.
Yeah, sure. Great question. So at the very first, we were thinking about me have a like wristband kind of device to help like people with maybe motion impairment to manipulate different objects. And I think, so since the core idea is the design, how can we use like single like motor input to transfer the input into different kind of motion profile output and also exceed the motor limit. I think that could be definitely like applied to other area as long as you want to actuate anything. I think. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, very quick. If you want to ask, you can ask real quick. Did you want to ask, please?
Oh yeah,
I
was just because you mentioned like there was only one question. So
Yeah, but if it's short.
Cool. Yeah. So like I really like the idea of interacting with daily objects using robot. But I'm wondering like instead of maybe adding on to mechanical way to interact with daily object, how do you think about like the idea of using maybe magnetic or maybe like a material kind of way to interact with it? So for example, you can change the texture of your robot. Action.
Short answer.
Yeah. So yeah, but definitely we can discuss later after the session. But I think so. This that's a really good point. I really haven't think about that. But I think since I'm focusing more on the actuation side, I guess having either metamaterial to have like a more like fruitful set of different mechanisms to explore, that could be very interesting in like direction. But we can discuss later.
Awesome. Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's give Nick another hand. All right, for our final talk of the session, we have Abul, who is going to tell us about Mobiot.
Hello everyone, I'm Abul Al-Arabi from SIGCHI Lab, Texas A&M University. And today I'm presenting Mobiot with my co-authors Zahol Lee, Xiang Anthony Chen from UCLA SCI Research and Zion Kim from SID Lab. To start with, we observe plenty of robots in industries and manufacturing areas. Although we observe some IoT devices, such as a smart thermostat or a smart switch, support for physical tasks are found in a very limited scope. We currently find some mobile agents in the context of vacuum cleaning or lawnmower sometimes in entertainment. But home with smart agents can do much more. For example, they can assist you in cooking, they can take your trash away, they can also support accessibility and elderly care. So the question is, why still we are not living with the robots? Well, among several reasons. One is that in our everyday life, we come across a versatile amount of physical activities, such as pouring water or taking care of the laundry basket or maybe beating egg. So unfortunately, we don't have a robot for each and every task. So another one is the complexity of the robotic system. For example, we can deal with passive objects like assembling furniture. But if you want to make a self-shaking spice jar, you have to have some sort of multi-dove robotic arm and then embed the electronics and finally program those electronics to follow your desired motion. Besides, off-the-shelf platforms are often expensive, and adaptive mobile agents for each and every object that we have in our everyday life are not that much available. So as one possible solution, we can start augmenting our everyday objects with mobility. So instead of speculating any futuristic robot that will magically carry away all of our works, we are actually inspired by private SIGCHI works for supporting physical tasks, such as Robot, to add actuation to passive everyday object. In a similar vein, we aim to add mobility to our everyday objects. And well, that's what Mobiot does. Mobiot is an end-user tool that enables novice users to augment everyday objects with mobility using 3D printable attachments that is generated from the demonstration. To start with, Mobiot captures two inputs, and one is the photo of the target object, and another one is a motion demonstration using cell phone. So the user mimics the desired motion, taking the cell phone in the hand. And then the Mobiot pipeline fetches a 3D model from that image and classifies and quantifies the trajectory. Currently, we support three different motions. Number one is the horizontal movement in a 2D plane. Number two is the rotation motion. And number three is a vertical lift motion. After that, Mobiot fetches all the design requirements, such as the geometry information of the target object, types of required mechanisms, as well as the motion planning information. Then Mobiot generates the outputs, such as the 3D models of the mechanisms, creates a list of electronics that is required for that mechanism, and also provides you the code to mobilize that mechanism. Afterward, the user can fabricate the 3D models using a regular FDM 3D printer, upload the code to the Arduino, and finally, the legacy object is transformed into a smart one. To summarize, Mobiot captures the design requirements from user demonstration, then creates 3D printable mechanisms, a list of electronics, and the program. Now, before going further, let's have a look at some examples developed using Mobiot. Here is a mobile trash bin that can move from one room to another one, such as from your living room to the kitchen to take away all the trash. Here we have a self-shaking spice jar that can assist you while you are cooking. This is a self-organizing coffee mug. It can serve you the coffee while you are working and then reorganize itself in your workstation. This is an assistive cooking bucket. It can help you with mixing items like salt and spice with beaten egg, and also can help you to give an initial wash. And we can combine 3 different motions altogether to have something like self-plant watering bottle. Like when you are away, it can automatically plant the waters. Okay, now let's have a look at some important aspects of the implementation. So from the input image, Mobiot uses a machine learning technique to get the semantic of the object. Then it searches in our privilege repository to get the 3D model. Well, sometimes the 3D model might not be available in our repository. Then obviously the user can go online and search for the model in any online repository and use that model directly with the Mobiot interface. So initially, we also embedded a photogrammetric method to generate the 3D mesh from 2D image. But using this method, the mesh which is generated contains heavy noise, and as a result, it doesn't give accurate geometry information, which is not ideal for generating the attachments. In the future, we aim to reintegrate this feature when some higher benchmarks are available. We captured the motion using the inbuilt sensor of the cell phone, is the IMU sensor. It consists of gyro, accelerometer, and magnetometer. Then we use Ronin to get the 2D trajectory information. We estimate the lifting height using a double integration method. And we exploit the rotation vector to obtain the rotation angle. The trajectory, the rod trajectory contains lots of noise because of the wavy hand movement. So we first filter it out to make it smoother. Then we feed piecewise lines to the trajectory to get the anchor points. And in a similar vein, we process the linear acceleration data along z-axis. We filter it out and then perform the double integration to obtain the lifting height. And since we are obtaining the rotation vector from the sensor fusion algorithm, it doesn't require much pre-processing. Rather, we just convert the rotation vector, the quaternions, to Euler angles. Once all the inputs are captured and processed, then user is presented with the recognized trajectory and the movement information. So here, the user can obviously make some optional tuning, such as dragging the anchor points to compensate for any error through trials, and add different other movements to different spatial location, or sequence the motion. And this sequencing actually allows the user to create some action modules, such as adding a clockwise and counterclockwise rotation repeatedly in a sequence can generate a shaking action, then save it for later use. So our parametric design library consists of 3 important mechanisms. So the first one is the differential drive that can go a linear path or take a turn by adjusting the speed of the wheel. We have a sizzle lift that contains different linker stage. So adjusting the amount of linker and the length, we can reach different height. The rotation mechanism is supported by a clamp and 2 vertical poles. So Mobiot allows to reuse or retrofit any existing mechanism. For example, you can re-record a motion, use the Mobiot to generate the code, and then upload the new code to the mechanism to have to make it follow a different trajectory. Mobiot allows the user to stack other or new mechanism with the existing one. For example, if you have a self-shaking spice jar that only has a rotation motion, and then you found out that, well, the bowl that you want to pour the spice on is a bit higher, so you want to have the lift motion as well. So you make a new demonstration. Then Mobiot will generate only the newly required mechanisms for you, create the list of newly required electronics, as well as provide you the code to operate the mechanism as a whole. So before concluding, in the future, we aim to embed sensors. For example, embedding ultrasonic rangefinder sensor can make the mechanisms aware of any kind of obstacles in front of them. Adding camera can help visual feedback and monitoring. Onboard IMU sensor can acknowledge the device, acknowledge the mechanisms for any kind of deflection or drift from their path. Besides, we aim to visualize the movements in real-life context, such as using floor plan or AR or VR, to let the user know how that will operate in real-life scenario. So instead of being a consumer host of the past, we envision today's everyday object to be transformed into everyday robots in the upcoming future by the end user. So that's all from my side today. Now we can have some questions.
Thank you so much. Please, let's hear our first question.
Hello. Great work. I really like how you use the demonstration of the smartphone to translate that to like actuation in all these different
applications. I'm curious on that. You mentioned like perception and adding sensors in future work. Your thoughts on adding ways of demonstrating sort of conditional logic, saying, let's, for example, like the spice shaker example, you want to shake a certain like weight or volume of spice. What are your thoughts on adding that sort of perceptual conditional logic into those type of demonstrations?
Well, currently, Mobiot actually recognizes the sequence of motion from the user's demonstration. And right now, we don't have any sensor inbuilt to that. But in the demonstration, the Mobiot will fetch the sequence of the motion that occurs in the demonstration, and then make the action modules for the user. And automatically, you can have two options, like you can go with the automatically recognized sequence, but sometimes maybe the lift motion comes before the rotation motion, then you can just drag and drop those motion to adjust the sequence. So yeah, that's actually possible using the interface.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Tisha from MIT. Really awesome work. I'm just curious about how much control the users have over the motion. So for example, if I wanted to sort of make a robot that gently cracks an egg versus like a robot that throws a baseball, I was just wondering whether the users have control over that level of granularity.
Thank you for the question. That's a very good one. Well, currently, we use a constant speed for different actions. That's because when you change the speed of, let's say, the stepper motor, then the amount of torque that it can generate also changes. So to compensate the variables for novice users, we are using a fixed speed so that the user can get it slow but steady. So in the future, we aim to embed more robust electronics to that and add the option to adjust the speed that will be occurring. But before doing that, there is another important factor that when you're changing the speed, it is also important to visualize the speed in real life context. So maybe after adding the augmented reality or virtual reality thing, we can have that option in our system.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, we have time for this last question, if it is short.
Hi, yeah, really great talk. I also love the applications. I was a little bit confused about the demonstration part. So you use the IMU of the smartphone, and you also use a camera. The camera is for detecting the model only, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, and do you place the phone on the object during the demonstration process, or how does that work?
Okay, there's another good question. So basically, you can do two things. Number one, if the object is very large, and you don't want to move it from one place to another one, you can just mimic the motion using the cell phone in your hand. Like let's say I want to move it here from that place, I can just take the cell phone in my hand and then walk to that place. But if the object is small, you can just put it on the cell phone and make the demonstration. Mm-hmm. So that will, like, we have the both option for that.
I see. And for recognizing the 3D model from an image, do you use a machine learning model? Is the pre-trained network?
Right, it's a pre-trained network with everyday object, and then we find the semantic of that object and search in our privilege repository. But if that object is not available in the privilege repository, you can just download it from online. And maybe in the future, like the new iPhone comes with the LiDAR sensor that can allow you scanning the model. So we aim to incorporate that thing in our system as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Let's thank all of our presenters one more time. As well as George, who did a marvelous job on technology for us.
One of the morning sessions, a really tall person walked up to it, and the guy like brought it up. So
Just
probably
like-
still like, slowly going down.
Easier to go down than up, I will say. Oh man, a 7-point man. That's true, yeah, because at least if you have a chair, like everyone is like normalized. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I did want some of the perception side, so I was curious about that stuff. Yeah.
Cool. Are you going to the Fab lunch?
I put my email in, but I haven't put details about that.
Yeah. Echo. I was so startled by it. I was like, what?
far as I'm aware, no, but
No?
they obviously have the option to sit there. if they
Okay,
want to.
yeah, okay.
What, are you in the middle of this presentation?
I am, yes. Okay. Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. So can this be brought a little bit? If I just sit here, if I talk like this, can you guys hear me at the back? I'll do an access check when I speak to. Huh?
When you get softer, it's a little bit soft, but I think it's
Okay.
that might be a level.
All right, sweet. I'm gonna try to go a little bit more under, so I can be closer. Let's see how much this goes. All right, cool, sweet. Oh no, nope, don't do that. Okay. Yeah, I think I gotta sit like this though, a little bit, right? Okay, sounds good. Can we check it? Jaden, do you think you can get my laptop, please, and the dongle, please? Thank you. So. Oh yeah, we got a USB. Oh, you have all the everything. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so the one little thing there is that we have a video in our presentation. So if I just plug this in, the audio will go in there, right?
This guy here, you have a jack like that.
I think so. On the other side. Yeah. Okay. Well, sweet. Let's just connect all of that. Can we do a quick run?
For your HDMI, I see there's
Oh,
an adapter.
let's just use this one. Yeah, let's just use this
Okay,
one.
I'll put this one back in your bag then.
Sounds good. Perfect. And then you can just plug it in here. I think we'll be fine also. Can I see? I can see probably. Yeah. Yeah, Jaden, do you mind like plugging this in for me, please?
This one?
This one, yeah.
And is the port right there?
Yeah, it's
So they're all the same
Yeah,
ports?
I think
Yeah, I am
so.
coming over there.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, cool. So the audio setup.
Is this your water?
No, I didn't
This
bring
is
this.
somebody's open
Yeah,
water
that
then.
I can probably.
I don't know if we
Throw
can.
that one away.
Yeah.
Can I see something on this one?
I think he might take a minute for him to turn everything on, or might.
Now I could extend it, but that's not gonna really do anything, to be honest. I mean, if I could extend the desktop if I want, but that's not gonna really do anything because.
For what you were
Yeah,
working on? Yeah.
it's not gonna.
I mean, mine would be fine.
Let's see though. Let's see.
I can bring mine over.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I think I'll be fine. I think it's just like let's see. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Why am I speaking in the mic? Yeah. Hi. Sorry.
That was nice,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
got
okay.
a nice surround sound
Okay.
conversation going.
Yeah.
Okay, ready to present?
I am. Yes. I think this is connected, but
It's a Mac.
it's not gonna work.
You haven't had much luck with them.
Okay.
If you have, I don't know if I can put on a thumb drive.
I can use another laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Jaden, yo.
I think it's a problem with the device, like you have USB-C.
Yeah, I do have USB-C, but we have a dongle here. I could try my own dongle too.
Try a different one.
Yeah, I could try mine. I know that one works.
Okay.
Jaden, where's my dongle?
It's back in your bag.
Backpack, my backpack. All right, thank you.
Here, I'm gonna put your charger in here too.
Okay.
Do you
Where's
have
this?
the modern operating system?
I do.
Okay, that's gonna.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
So I can use mine then.
We have a backup
Or
though.
you can join the Zoom itself.
We can.
Just share your screen.
Let's. We were having a little bit of trouble with Zoom, so let's try a couple of quick things.
I'll get mine ready.
Yeah, let's plug this in real quick, and then let's just check if that works. Okay. Okay, this should actually work, maybe. No?
So one question, if you can you let me know?
Who? Or hi? Hi? Hello?
We're already in the Q&A period.
Okay. It's not, okay, so no laptop then. That's great.
Can I try mine?
Yep, yep,
All right.
yep. Let's do it. You gotta plug this one in too, though.
Okay.
Right?
I will in a second.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Are you like a first, second, third, fourth, fifth presenter? Where are you?
Third, after.
Fourth. You can just use my laptop if you want, if it works.
No, we have a one. Okay, you're fourth. Okay. Well, nice to meet you. My name's Arthur.
Sorry, what's your name?
Arthur?
Arthur?
Yeah.
I'm Coffee.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Which university are you from?
I'm from the University of Guelph.
Okay.
I don't know if they know that I'm trying my laptop.
I'm not sure. But I'm happy to catch up. I just wanna make sure that we get. Jaden, could you put this here though?
Sorry?
Could you put this here, the laptop?
Oh, yeah. I
just wanted to
don't
kind
know
of.
if they're.
Just like make sure that get
Yeah.
checked. Yeah, I'll help you. I got you. Okay. The wire too.
Okay. No, and then. Yay.
Okay.
Would you like to extend? So you can get your.
No,
you don't?
nope.
You don't? Okay.
Is it mirrored or right now or?
It is mirroring.
It's the mirroring's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
you will
will
be the presenter.
close all your stuff. Can I play a sound to double check? Okay, great.
We should probably set the volume higher than the. We're not on the speaker.
No, the
put it
speaker
on
would just pick
this
up
one.
from this. Yeah.
Hear it from somewhere. So.
Can we get a little bit higher volume? Sure.
Is that gonna be enough? Yeah, maximum. Okay.
Oh, this thing, I see it. I
Let
see
me
it.
double check that I put your charger away. Okay, good. I did put your charger away.
Denny, I think we should be okay with the ramp if you're like running late or something. No, I was saying that we should be okay with.
I don't want to.
I am so sorry. I swear to God, I don't want to like scare you guys. We have good presentation for you all, but like, sorry, really. Sorry, Denny. I was just saying that I think we should be good. It works fine. Yeah,
Do you want an SB to help move the chairs out of the way, or do you want to take that off?
Either is fine. Either is fine.
SB is fine?
Yeah, well, I think towards the end of the second one, if the SVs can just come and just like.
Okay, perfect. Done. You got it.
I'd like to see if I can play the video one more time.
One more time?
I need to adjust the levels.
Okay, sounds good. Let me just put something on YouTube. You're gonna see your history.
Oh. Okay.
I love that you. Oh, look at that! Yeah. That's great.
Brainidos presents 12
guess
genuine
we'll
signs of
I think this
intelligence.
is not my usual layout, so.
Have you ever encountered someone who really
Playing a
wanted
video,
everyone to think they were
slow down,
smart?
but-
And whether they were using big words or just flaunting their nerdy hobby, it was quite obvious that they weren't as bright as they While smart individuals are more likely to believe that they aren't particularly smart, less intelligent people are prone to overestimate their competence.
That's perfect.
Intelligence
that's perfect.
is indeed something that a lot of people wish they had.
Perfect. Thank you. So close this, and then all we want to kind of just do is to I just want to check. Please.
Well, see, now you're matching that, which is why I asked if you wanted to extend.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Well, hi Alexa. How are you? Good luck for your presentation. Yeah, I'm gonna get off stage. I promise. I'm not gonna sit here for your presentation.
So you want to start your interview, and then I think it's to the right. Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna set that all of that for me?
Sure.
Okay. And then
I'm
that.
wanted it to be up here, right? And then you want that one closer.
Sweet, and then you can.
Then your cursor needs to come back over here. And then,
Okay, perfect.
yeah.
That's cool. Thank you so much. That works really well. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome.
All right. So when it's your turn, you'll get up here, and I'll just bring my laptop, plug it in, set up the extended thing, and start.
So
get to this state.
Jose, if you can hear us, would it be possible for Leona to also test her setup because she's remote, just to see that, you know, it's okay for her to share her screen, her audio and everything? When your guys are done with the local testing.
Keep it that way. So just you just need to plug in at that point in time.
Yeah, I'll lock my computer, but
Okay,
yeah.
sounds good. No, or you can start over again. You know what to do. But so what's gonna happen is that like I'll be using this to come up.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Please feel free to test your screen sharing. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And you can hear us fine, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So is it now okay for me to do some testing?
Yes.
Yep.
You can go ahead and
Thanks.
share your screen.
I've got a bit of audio, so that's my main. Is that too loud, too soft? Could you hear it?
Yeah, it was just brief, but I think the sound was clear.
Just a beep? There was nothing else?
It was just, no, it was just brief.
Oh, brief, okay.
But the sound was clear. Maybe you can, given your volume of voice, I think it's a bit lower than your own volume. So maybe you can turn it on a little bit, like higher.
Okay.
If it's possible, I guess.
Yeah, it is possible. I'll just not do it right this second. I'll just try
No
another
worries.
one. Yeah.
COVID-19 in Victoria, Australia.
That's perfect,
In the
actually.
left ear, stay-at-home orders.
Is that one working?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Volume was okay?
Yep.
All right. Well, hold on. I'll find another. Just, I think that's all actually. That one too quiet?
Yes, I mean, the first tones were a bit low, but that's normal, right? And then they pick up, so I think it's good.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Let me see. Do you want to be on the left?
Or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Do you have preference? Okay.
The computer. Hold on. Okay.
Space for
There's space, for sure.
For both of us?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing is, do you need to charge your computer?
It should be charged.
Yeah. Should I play audio? I don't know. I don't think there's audio. Quick question. How do I play audio? Or make the audio
Sorry?
go? How do I make the audio go through?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay, you have. And then do you... Actually, we're first, so you can probably leave your computer here afterwards.
Okay, that's a good idea.
So can I ask you a question?
Should I try it? I don't think there's
So I'll type it.
Oh, I was checking the audio.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
There's-
I thought you have a question.
Oh, no. Is it, should I try? Oh, I meant like audio from the slides. Is it?
Oh, did you share your?
Oh, yeah, the computer audio.
Did you share the sound when you share your screen?
Oh, this is just, I'm not on Zoom.
Oh, right. Yes.
Should I
sorry.
connect to Zoom?
Oh, no. It's fine. Maybe here.
Oh, let me try it. No. Okay.
When it's on the table, sorry about that, guys.
I think I might have to see. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Too much here. Go ahead. There you go. All bad.
I'm gonna pass this. And then I'm gonna put it behind you. Where is the plug?
COVID positivity rate.
Okay. That works. Oh, that level?
COVID positivity rate in Peru.
It definitely works.
2020, COVID rate was 0.0%, and then it increased sharply to all-time high of 37.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Thanks. Okay, and this is. Do we have anything else to check?
No, I think this is good.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good.
So my laptop
okay. Can I just leave this here, you think? Or
What?
should I just leave this here, you think? Or?
There's a table here on your left. If you
Oh.
wanna put it there. Just for I did well then test and then. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, do you don't need the HDMI?
Just ask me.
Okay. Yeah, do you want the HDMI? Here. And then. Okay, we can just wait here.
Hello. Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Too, or anything on my laptop.
Yeah, but we had
They're supposed to be at this session, so yeah, I'll be at the back.
Okay.
I see. Do you think if I put it on sort of the previous speaker's computer, or are you also Zoom sharing?
No, I'm not doing something.
Okay.
You cannot use audio?
Just nothing's connecting. The projection's just not connecting.
Oh, what version?
Not Monterey. Yeah. But I do have a flash drive. So one option is putting it on your computer and
No,
just.
this is not my computer because mine doesn't work either.
Oh, I see.
This is
Parastu's. I see. Okay.
Can you then also use your computer?
Would you not do the
Okay, I could. Zoom works too. Yeah. But.
Yeah, then you're right after, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right after, so I can just leave it connected.
Do you want to
Okay.
email me a link or something?
I've got it in the USB now. It started working.
It works?
Yeah.
Okay, because
So.
But
USB doesn't work.
this doesn't have it.
It does.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, this
So
is
then
it.
we don't have to switch computers.
Yeah, because you're right after, right?
Let me know if you need it.
Yeah, thanks so much for your help.
You're welcome. This is why I like to try this. Just,
Yeah.
and don't be surprised if it works now and it doesn't. That's just the way
The nature of it.
it's been.
Yeah, I'm sure your job's been really easy for. Got it. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Wonderful. Oh. Yeah, it does seem to work. Slideshow. Yeah, I'm just gonna play a few slides. Maybe. I do have audio and test that too. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see it. Okay. All right, just gonna go through. Okay, that isn't showing the background. So, just gonna. Okay, if that's not showing up, that's. You figure that out. So I guess that was some audio. Cool. Just a sneak preview. Okay, and then checking just some animations. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
We can do like. You can answer this first. I'll just say, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove this. Yeah. I hear the cables. Oh, sorry. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. It's on the desktop. Thank you.
It's just.
Oh. Is it on a different screen?
Okay. No problem. Sorry. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is this it?
Yeah. Here, just giving you more space. Oh, sorry, 15.
Oh no.
Mic.
Oops.
There's some water bottles here if you want.
Oh really? Oh, that's considerate.
Do you want one?
Yeah, sure.
Just close them. Oh, I don't have a preference. I guess it's okay if people come about. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. No preference. Do you have a preference?
On what?
Door that is open.
Oh, no, not really.
We have the cable plugged in.
Oh, yes. I have the audio.
Let me see.
Yeah, sorry, I have it.
I got you.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. I think it's not. I think it's doing mirroring now.
Oh, so it like reflects what's on your screen.
I think it's changed.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Are you? Yeah.
So the chair will speak from the
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So I should disconnect?
No.
Oh, okay.
What is
Okay.
there? Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot. I think they.
Oh, it's virtual.
Yeah, they did mention that one of the chairs, or some of the chairs, were virtual. So that's cool. I remember the key.
I had not seen that.
Yeah.
Let me just check.
Oh madre.
Oh yeah, mask. I think it's good.
Okay.
So can you guys hear me now? I cannot hear any feedback from the room, so somebody would have to tell me in the chat if you can hear me fine.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you very, very much. Welcome to the Accessibility and Data Visualization session. I am Anastasia Bezerianos from University of Paris-Saclay. I'll be your chair today. As you can see, I am remote. We have a lot of talks that are in person. We have a talk that is live but remote. So please bear with us with the technical issues. The talks are excellent, and our lovely SV, Joffé, will help us figure things out, the admin side of things. Remember, if you have questions and you are remote, please use the chat box that's next to the hub stream to ask questions. And if you're live in the room in person, just go up to the mic and Joffé and I will manage the questions across virtual and in-person presenters. So we will get starting with our first paper that is called Supporting Accessible Data Visualization Through Audio Data Narratives. And it will be presented by Alexa Xu and Jin Kim from Stanford University. So let's get started.
Hello, I'm Alexa Xu.
And hello, my name is Jin Kim, and today we'll be presenting our work on supporting accessible data visualizations through audio data narratives. This work was done in collaboration with Sheila O'Madrine and Sean Fulmer.
In this work, we investigate audio data narratives, an accessible data representation for screen reader users that makes use of image descriptions and sonification to provide direct, multimodal, and up-to-date access to data.
Online data visualization is increasingly used and important to communicate insights, to inform the public, and guide important decision-making processes. However, much of the techniques and tools developed to create visualizations have primarily been focused in the visual space. Fewer alternative approaches have been investigated to think about how can we present data compellingly and clearly non-visually. So prior research has reported several limitations and challenges with currently existing accessible modalities, such as tabular data, alt text descriptions, and sonification, which is the mapping and translating of information into sound.
Image descriptions are among the most common and recommended by guidelines, but they do not provide direct access to the data, and instead only capture the author's interpretation of the data. Audio graphs through sonification are less common, but provide more direct access to the data. However, interpreting auditory graphs is not always easy with few standards in place and not much training or guidance available for users. Oh, thank you. Interpretation also becomes considerably more difficult with complex and real-world data. To address several of these limitations with current representations, we propose using audio data narratives, using descriptions or narratives to help guide the user while maintaining users' direct access to the data through sonification, supporting users in gaining their own insights from the data.
So the first part of our study, we conducted two co-design workshops to understand how audio data narratives might make audio graphics easier to navigate and interpret. So 4 blind, visually impaired individuals, primarily screen reader users, participated in recurrent remote sessions, and our exploration primarily explored and focused on ideation about how to make audio graphics more accessible, and we synthesized a set of design guidelines from all of the qualitative feedback.
I'll highlight 2 patterns across some of the prototypes that came out of the design workshops. First, in structuring of the narrative. For complex data sets, users prefer segmenting a sonification and listening by prominent or salient features in the graph that made it easier to identify, reinvestigate, and remember its different parts when listening to sequentially. Second, for shuttering. Users wanted coordinated access between the description and sonification, with the speech helping guide their attention by providing commentary on the upcoming prominent features in the sonification. This context was really important to create a better expectation of the audio and interpret the sounds. Here is, I'll play an example of one way in which a co-designer explained using the sonification and description to better emphasize a small change in the audio. I'll play a small part of this audio clip of a line chart that has a small dip towards the end. I think there's no audio. Oh. Let me try again. Yeah. Sure, disconnected. Let me try again.
Adoption of landline telephones started at a low 10% in 1920 and quickly increased. Then the Depression came and it dropped quickly but came back up.
With an understanding of how to guide the design of an effective audio data narrative, we applied these insights to develop an automatic approach to generating audio data narratives from a data set. So we are using a heuristics-based approach, which uses dynamic programming, and the heuristics are driven by the design guidelines that we came up with from the co-design workshops, in addition to auditory perception thresholds and previous sonification parameter research. So applying this process, here is a sample data set of COVID positivity rate in Peru over time. And each of the segments that were generated by our algorithm are shown in different colors here. And let's take a listen to just the first of these automatically generated segments.
COVID positivity rate in Peru. In February 2020, COVID rate was 0.0%, and then it increased sharply to all-time high of 37.7% in April 2020. It sounded like this.
To assess the effectiveness of our approach, we conducted an overall evaluation with audio data narratives created by using our automatic approach. So 16 blind and visually impaired participants accessed an audio representation in one of two ways. So in the first case was the narrative case, in which our algorithm was applied, and the spoken descriptions and sonification segments were interleaved. In the control condition, there were no segments at all. The full description that was spoken was followed by the full sonification. Both conditions had the same content and same duration. The only difference was how the information was structured and presented. And another thing that we experimented with was the complexity of the data sets. We had two conditions, simple and complex. The simple data sets had a total of 2 segments that were generated, and complex data sets had 4 segments that were generated.
For the evaluation, participants provided a description and takeaways from the representation that they listened to. Here on the slide, I have a description for the line chart on the right, which consists of 2 segments, and the description has several sentences describing the trends and key points. To understand what participants learned, we coded participants' insights based on different data facts, such as value, trend, and extrema. Additionally, we categorized an insight as exact or inferred. An exact insight was information that was directly provided, or that was directly repeated from the description, and inferred was information that was not explicitly spoken. Plotting the proportion of inferred insights for each condition and complexity level, we find that in the narrative condition, there was a significantly higher proportion of inferred insights compared to the control condition without segments. The sign is higher up. In addition, we find that there's an interaction with dataset complexity. In the control condition, users provide more insights when the dataset is simple compared to the complex condition, 29% versus 13%, indicating participants could make more inferences from the control condition when the dataset was simple. On the other hand, in the narrative condition, there is no significant difference in insights between the complex and simple datasets. Both are at 30% and 36%. Taken together, this provides evidence that the narrative helps users better interpret and make use of the sonification, especially for complex data sets.
With the narrative condition, participants describe their understanding as being more detailed and requiring less effort to obtain. Participants felt the descriptions were great at complementing the sonification segments. While for the control condition, participants generally described their understanding as being more general. However, participants did also mention that having a more general understanding helped them get a big picture understanding of the sonification as well. So in summary, we investigated the use of natural language descriptions and sonification to improve understanding of audiographs. The evaluation results show that audio narratives support independent access and interpretation of data insights. Participants were enthusiastic about being able to understand the data at greater depth and independence, especially when compared to currently existing accessible medium modalities such as alt text, tabular data, and sonification.
In future work, we would like to continue exploring additional interactions. Participants often had additional queries or segments that they wanted to investigate further in the data. Here we focused on evaluating the method, but believe there are many opportunities for making the narratives more interactive as well as adjustable to different tasks that the users have. There are also opportunities for the narrative to be more engaging, to provide external context and other audio annotations. And last, we focused on time series data sets and would like to investigate how some of what our findings can extend to other common types of data shards.
Thanks so much for listening. Be sure to check out our paper for more details, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very, very much for your talk, Alexa and Jean. That was really, really great work. We have one question online from the virtual audience, and Jeffrey will let me know if there's anybody on the mic. So Marty Hurst asks the question, interleaving textual narrative with the sonification is a really interesting approach. Do you have ideas for how to go beyond univariate line charts? I had the same question as well.
Working? Hello? Oh, cool, it's working now.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, we thought about other shards, and here we focused on line shards. I think something that would be critical for more complex data shards would be kind of what we discuss in future work about adding additional interactions, because people have different queries and depending on the type of chart and all of that. So I think enabling further interaction would be really critical for that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I had another question for you. Just let me know if there's somebody live in person there that has a question on the mic. I don't want to take over all your time, but I wanted to ask you, do you have any intuition on whether your results might be different if your participants in the study had any music training? So if they had any ear training, etc.
Yeah, a few of our participants did have a lot of musical background, and they were able to, just from the sonification, have a sort of more detailed understanding of different trends and different critical points. But generally, in our study, to begin with, just to cater toward people who did not have any sonification or musical background, we also had sort of a practice kind of session just to make sure that folks would be able to get used to the format. And then, yeah, over time, people seem to be able to really quickly grab on, especially in the narrative case. And people, even those who did not have significant musical background, did report lower mental effort overall. So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, one other thing to add for people who had a musical background, they did mention we use, for the study, we use a piano sound font, and they because of their musical background, they found it somewhat a little bit distracting, and asked also about other potential like sound schemes to use.
Great, thank you. And I believe there is a question in the room now.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. I love this work. It's amazing. Could you just share a bit more detail about how you decided which information would go into the narrative? So what was included in that narrative text? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it was through that code design. People wanted to understand, wanted context for what was coming up in that, for situating what was in the sound scheme to interpret it. So mapping that to like axes, values. Well, for the sonification, they wanted to get more an understanding of the shape and the trends. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add on to, yeah, we felt like it was really important to highlight the salient features of the graph. So peak values, things like general overall shape and trend, which a lot of that did come from the co-design workshop, but we also did a lot of, we found a lot of work in literature that pointed out specific pieces that were important to include in all text descriptions by themselves, and we thought we could also incorporate that into the audio data narrative space.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I believe we have a last question from the room.
Hi, I'm Ariel Goldman from Barnard College. I'm about to start my master's at Columbia. Thank you so much for this very interesting talk. I was wondering if you had considered how people reacted to just having the descriptions without having the sonification at all. Had you thought about that?
Yeah, that's definitely something we considered, especially both in the co-design workshops and as well in the evaluation. There are challenges with just descriptions that are missing, and that's why we brought in the idea of the audio narratives. Part of it is like just briefly some challenges like cognitive load and how extensive the description is. Translating like verbal descriptions to like the shape characteristics, it's a lot of information, and so that's a place where the sonification really helps. Other things you want to add?
Yeah, and just with descriptions in the co-design workshops and in other studies in the past that we've worked on, and also again in literature, yeah, they've really well documented the limitations for each of the modalities individually. I think some additional ones are just the ability to really independently gain insights from the data and make those takeaways by yourself. Is when all text is someone else's interpretation. They're writing something. They're interpreting the graph on your behalf and then writing a textual description down. So it's like secondhand information. But on the other hand, if the textual descriptions are really, really explicit about the data that's in the graph, like, at x equals 1, there's a point y is equal to 4, etc., and it just lists out all the points, then cognitive load comes into play where it's just really difficult, even though you are getting direct access to the data in text form, you can't really make those independent insights because of that cognitive load. So yeah, just some additional challenges that we thought combining these two modalities would help to overcome.
Thank you.
So there are actually 2 more questions that come from our online audience, but unfortunately we are running out of time. So Albert Higgins and Lane Yanucci, if you can you please post a question on Discord, and the authors will actually go there if that's okay with you guys, and respond to these questions directly there, because they're very, very good questions. It's just that we are running out of time. So thank you again, and we are ready to move to our next talk. So our second talk is called Slide Tone and Tilt Tone, 1 degree of freedom haptic techniques for conveying shape characteristics of graphs to blind users. And Dang-Yang Fan from Stanford University will be presenting the work today.
Hi, everyone. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, hi, everyone. So like my colleagues in the previous talk, and also motivated by approaches to broaden data access availability, I am excited to present work exploring the use of low-complexity haptic cues in multimodal context that is titled Slide Tone and Tilt Tone, 1 degree freedom haptic techniques for conveying shape characteristics of graphs to blind users. So data visualization has become increasingly important in our society. augmenting the way we learn, work, and track personal finances and interpret current events. Many of these applications need to be versatile to the many data tasks that users may want to do, refreshable and widely available to be useful. Gorlewitz et al. Describes that graphical access represents one of the biggest challenges to the independence and productivity of individuals who are blind and visually impaired. Unfortunately, several reports during the recent pandemic show that data access needs are not being met. At present, haptic methods are often regarded as the most suitable for conveying spatial information because they can support active and direct exploration of spatial relationships. Tactile graphs, shown in the top left image, support a variety of tasks but are static and not refreshable. Tactile displays, shown in the two images on the bottom left, are refreshable but are currently not widely available due to prohibitive costs. Audio-based methods, such as alternative text, read-aloud tables, and sonification, which map data attributes to sound characteristics, can leverage audio capabilities that are ubiquitous to common computing devices. However, they often do not support direct and active exploration of spatial relationships. In this work, we ask how haptic and audio-based methods together can better support data exploration in more versatile, widely available, and refreshable ways. We look towards augmenting sonification and speech interactions with simple haptic cues that are natural to object shape perception. So the image on the right shows a child exploring wooden polyhedrons through touch. Work in haptic perception has identified important cues humans use to understand global shape, which include the position of the finger on the object and the combination of contact angle between the finger and the object surface, as well as the pressure. In a data visualization context, we can imagine someone using a finger to explore a physical object that has an edge in the shape of a trend line. One way users can explore the trend line, as shown in this animation, is by running their finger along that edge. In the first cue, the position of the user's finger changes corresponding to the 0th order information, or the height of the graph. This cue is called the 0th order position cue. So shown was an animation that labels how the height of the graph, height of the finger representing 0th order cues changes as a finger moves along the graph edge. In the second cue, the inclination of contact between the finger and the edge of the object changes corresponding to the 1st order information, or the tangent of the graph. This cue is called the 1st order inclination cue. Shown was an animation that labels how the contact angle between the graph edge and finger representing 1st order cues changes as it moves along the graph edge. In this work, we ask whether these cues can help support shape understanding in data visualization contexts, and whether there are important interactions to consider when using these cues for data exploration. To answer these questions, we first ran a series of design workshops with blind participants to inform the development of two multimodal systems for exploring line graphs, which we call slide tone and tilt tone. We then ran a controlled experiment to evaluate the two systems. In the formative workshops, we asked 3 blind participants to interact with laser-cut shapes to understand how they might use 0th and 1st order cues to explore and perceive graph features. The workshop consists of 2 parts. We first had participants explore these laser-cut shapes that feature sharp corners, curvature, and high-density features, as shown on the top row of images. The cutouts are mounted perpendicular to the tabletop surface. Participants also explored tactile graphics depicting the same shapes as a reference, which are shown on the bottom row of images. We instructed participants to describe their exploration strategies and the features they perceive. We found, as highlighted in this video, that users often slid a finger along the top edge to explore the shape, receiving both 0th and 1st order haptic cues. Another exploration method that we found to be interesting was, as shown in this video, that some participants pinch the cutout with their thumb, which slides along the base, and their exploration finger, which slides along the edge to form a 2-finger pinch method to measure the height of the cutout. Participants appreciated how the edge served as a clear physical guide of the shape, as opposed to the tactile graphic in which following the shape was sometimes difficult to discern. So this video shows how one participant is having trouble following along a tactile graphic line after reaching a sharp corner feature, especially in the presence of thinner grid lines. Participants also felt that haptic cues provided by the cutouts felt more realistic, possibly because blind users interact with physical edges and 3D objects much more on a day-to-day basis. We then brainstormed with participants visualization interactions to provide for making sense of data concepts using the cutouts. Users recommended using touch and speech input and retrieval methods, and for important contextual information to be provided before exploration, such as the chart title and axis ranges. Based on our findings, we introduced 2 refreshable 1 degree of freedom systems for interacting with data called slide tone and tilt tone. So in slide tone, as shown in the following clip, a user slides a platform horizontally along a rail that corresponds to the x-axis. Meanwhile, a motorized fader moves the user's finger to provide zeroth order position cues, effectively causing the user to trace out the shape of the graph. Users also pinch a platform located at the base while the index finger moves, mimicking the two-finger measurement scheme observed in the workshop. A sonification of the graph is simultaneously provided. In tilt tone, the navigation strategy and the use of sonification is the same as in slide tone. However, unlike slide tone, a servo motor tilts a platform under the user's finger to provide first-order inclination cues corresponding to the trend's local tangent as shown in this following clip. Based on workshop recommendations in both systems, users can retrieve a spoken gist, which includes the title, axis ranges, and corresponding minimum and maximum pitches. Two buttons also allow participants to retrieve specific X and corresponding Y values based on the location of the platform along the X-axis. To evaluate these systems, we ran a controlled experiment with 8 blind users, comparing slide tone and tilt tone with sonification without the haptic cues, as well as with an audio-supported tactile graphic, which we call the interactive tactile graphics condition. To keep interactions consistent across the conditions in the interactive tactile graphic condition, users can also retrieve X and Y values by pressing 2 value retrieval buttons while an exploration finger is on the trend line, as shown in this following clip.
X equals 229. Y equals 389.
Pressing any of the Braille labels also vocalized the labels through text-to-speech. We counterbalanced the 4 modal conditions with 4 relatively complex real-world datasets. Shown are tactile graphics showing the datasets used for the study, each which contain multiple inflection points, global patterns, and local oscillations. We measured both task correctness and time for participants completing maximum, comparison, value retrieval, and mean estimation tasks. We found that task accuracy was comparable across the 4 systems, suggesting that active sonification, even without the haptic cues, is mostly sufficient for the non-estimation tasks. However, significantly more time was spent completing tasks in the interactive tactile graphics condition compared to the tilt tone condition. On the right of the slide shows a group bar chart depicting the average amount of time participants took for each task and condition, with 95% confidence intervals shown as error bars. Bars representing the tactile graphics condition, which is in pink, is higher than all the other conditions for comparison, value retrieval, and mean estimation tasks, signifying that participants on average took longer in that condition. Based on qualitative comments, we believe this is because unfamiliar participants needed a functional understanding of the spatial layout of tactile graphics to effectively navigate and retrieve information for that condition, while the other conditions constrain and effectively guide users only to places on the trend line. Through qualitative observations and participant comments, we identified additional differences of using the different cues to explore data. Participants described how different modal cues seem better for identifying different shape features. For example, several participants felt the haptic cues communicated curvature and changes in slope better than sonification. Participants also used different strategies in the different conditions. For example, a GIF in the middle of the slide shows how one participant used additional fingers to mark heights on the motorized fader to help with making comparisons. Finally, we observed cue-specific challenges too. In tilt tone, several participants rested their finger on the edge of the tilt pad, which rose and fell while the tilt pad conveyed the angle of the graph. This rising and falling motion produced a false zeroth order cue that confused several participants. In open-ended interviews following the evaluation, 5 out of 8 participants mentioned feeling that the haptic cues reinforced their understanding of the sonified trend. One felt that receiving the haptic cues in conjunction with sonification helped them understand how sonification works altogether. 5 of 8 participants also mentioned feeling that complementary information provided by the haptic cues and sonification improved versatility. One participant likened the cues to a quiver of tools that they could use to support different tasks. However, 3 participants mentioned feeling that conflicting cues in multimodal contexts may lead to confusion, such as when the haptic cues provided in tilt tone drastically changed when sonification did not. Overall, our results suggest that providing simple haptic feedback when not conflicting can improve people's experiences interacting with ecologically valid data. For future work, we believe there are opportunities to adopt a more rigorous understanding of how a variety of simple modal cues might convey a variety of shape features. With this understanding, we might be able to systematically pick and choose modal combinations that reinforce important attributes while spanning the entire set of features users might be interested in. This understanding could help practitioners anticipate the breadth and depth of information different modal combinations convey and select combinations that are best suited for the context and application. Additionally, improving our understanding of using different modal cues for a broad variety of benchmark and open-ended tasks, evaluating these cues in ecologically valid settings, and exploring ways to affordably support these cues in common devices can make data more accessible and compelling for people who are blind and visually impaired. I want to take this opportunity to thank my awesome collaborators at Stanford and the University of Michigan, Alexis Su, Wingsum La, Raymond Zhen, Sheila Moderman, and Sean Fulmer. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing the data accessibility conversation.
Thank you very much, Dong Yang, for your presentation. As we are waiting for questions from the virtual audience and the live audience, I have one to get us started. So in your videos, you showed participants in the workshop actually tracing the laser cutouts using all their fingers and hands. Were there any affordances or interactions that they felt they missed when they were using the slide tone and the tilt tone that they had with the cutouts?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yeah, as in slide tone and tilt tone, it's really a single finger point of contact with the graph, and so that's kind of a single point of view of the graph at any time. Whereas in the cutout, as observed, there are, you could put multiple fingers and leverage a broader variety of exploratory procedures. In the workshop, we observed that users also really appreciated using enclosure at first to sort of gain a broader sense of sort of the cutout, as well as for comparisons, being able to use both hands or multiple digits in order to facilitate these faster retrieval methods of those tasks. However, we're pretty optimistic in terms of, in terms of time with sort of the modal cues in slide tone and tilt tone, how the time spent on completing tasks is relatively similar or better than with the interactive tactile graphics. Thanks.
Perfect. And we have, I believe, a question in the room.
Yeah, hi Dan. This is Ed Kutrell at Microsoft Research. I really like the talk, but I've got a question about when you said that there was no accuracy difference across the things, and I was looking in the paper and it looked like you had sort of a ceiling effect across a bunch of them and then almost nothing on its others. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the tasks you were using and if there are other ways you could get at this notion of what information you can get out of it versus just how long it takes you to get to it.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and really good question that we've been thinking a lot about too. So the tasks were chosen based off of Boyd's kind of literacy tasks, and they were sort of chosen to evaluate more of kind of perceptual understanding through graphs, less so of mathematical computation. And we thought that they were pretty generalizable and understandable, and also kind of fundamental tasks that people typically use, and so we decided on those for this evaluation. But yeah, as you observed in the paper, I think the first 3 tasks had really high performance, and the last mean estimation had much worse performance. We think, yeah, there are definitely a larger variety of tasks that could probably be chosen to better parse out these different conditions, such as comparing slopes, for example, in which the slide tone provides direct perceptual mapping to the slopes while the other cues do not, and potentially through kind of choosing these smart tasks, it could also provide more insight into the capabilities and limitations of these cues, and sort of help practitioners better kind of choose combinations in multimodal environments.
Thanks. Just a quick little follow-up to that. Were there any questions that you asked about like them interpreting the data, outside of just answering a question, of like them generating their own questions about it?
We did not, no, but I think that's definitely a great way of sort of eliciting understanding, and I think yeah, as a follow-up study and additional interactions, I think that would be really cool to explore.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect. So I believe we don't have any more questions from the room, and there are no more virtual questions. So let's thank our speaker, and make sure you post your questions to Discord. And we are ready to move on to our third paper, which is called VoxLens, Making Online Data Visualizations Accessible with an Interactive JavaScript Plugin. And Arthur Sharif from University of Washington will be presenting this work. So our authors are just setting up. This is just for the virtual audience.
Is that the right one? Can you all hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, did you all like my dramatic entrance? Well, you might, if you stick around, you will see an equally dramatic exit as well. Unless I obviously decide to jump off. I won't. Or will I? I might. Okay, well, thank you all for joining us today. Before we get started, just want to kind of make sure that everybody in the room can hear me okay at the back. Access needs are good. Okay, as for visual description, I am a brown male with thick black glasses, and I'm wearing a blue shirt. I'm Arthur Sharif, a fourth-year PhD student at the Paul G. Allen School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington. This work is a collaboration between Olivia Wong, Alida Mongchong, Katerina Reinecke, and Jacob Wabrock, and myself. Katerina and Olivia are in the attendance today. So in case you get bored of me, we have backup, just let me know. But on behalf of all my collaborators, I just want to thank you guys for joining us today. We will be presenting VoxLens, which is a JavaScript plugin to make online data visualizations accessible for people who use screen readers. We use a multimodal approach that only requires a single line of code. So we have a really fun presentation for you all. We'll show a few demos. But before we get to that, I want to show you guys a replicated experience of one of our participants. What you're about to see is a screen recording of how one of our participants interacted with an online data visualization. You'll hear the responses that they got from the screen reader, and you'll hear their thoughts about how their interaction went. So let's go and look at that interaction.
This page from Google Results says I can get the latest COVID-19 data for the US states. Let's see if I can find out how my state, California, is doing compared to other states.
Heading Level 1, COVID-19 cases per U.S. state. A bar chart showing the COVID-19 cases for the states in the United States. Image. You are currently on an image inside of web content. To begin interact, no visible title to interact.
Oh well, there's alt text that says there's a bar chart, but where's the data? I guess these visualizations are not for blind people like me.
As a matter of fact, prior research findings has shown that online data visualizations are so inaccessible that screen reader users extract information about 61% less accurately and spend time about 211% more compared to non-screen reader users. Obviously, that is unacceptable. But I've been using this term screen reader users. What does that mean? So let's familiarize ourselves with what that terms mean. Now, screen reader users are users who use screen readers to read the contents of their computer screen. Now, contrary to popular belief, these are not just users who are blind or have low vision. These are also users who use screen reader software, which is more commonly known as VoiceOver, JAWS, or NVDA. If you have a MacBook, the VoiceOver or any Apple product, you already have that on your phone. So they use those software to read the contents of their computer screen. But that might be a permanent use or a temporary use for reasons that involve learning disabilities such as alexia or even motion sensitivity. Now I will discuss what is the current state of the accessibility of online data visualizations. Now, as we have seen in the past presentations, that prior work has done plausible work in making online data visualizations accessible. They have done it through automatically generating alternative text, or more commonly known as alt text. They have done it through sonified version of data, which is, or more commonly known as audiographs. They've done it through 3D printing, and they've also done it through representing data through tables. But let's go back and look at this visualization that we saw earlier. Now, this is a visualization that shows the COVID-19 cases over time for different states in the US. Now, when I look at the graph, and when you look at the graph, and when everybody else looks at this graph, we might be looking at different information. One may look at the maximum, one may look at the minimum. One may be interested in the data from Texas, one may be interested in the data from Nebraska. So if all of us are looking at different information, then does one single alt text justify the needs for all the screen reader users? Clearly, the answer of that is no. Now, we looked at other approaches as well. Now, sonified version is great, but it only gives an overview of the data. Similarly, 3D printing is very useful. But that does not work when we're looking at spontaneous web browsing. Do we expect screen reader users to then go from one web page to the other and print out a sonified version of the data? Similarly, tabular representation is great, but what about when data points are a lot? 100, 1,000, 10,000? We have to go through each data point to even remember very simple information such as what was the minimum or what was the maximum. So to solve those problems, we have developed VoxLens. So in this presentation, we will be presenting VoxLens to you, and now I will kind of discuss what went on in creating VoxLens for us. But before we get to that, I want to give you all a little bit of an overview of what VoxLens is, what it does, a little bit of a teaser video for you all.
Graph with title, COVID-19 cases per U.S. state. To listen to instructions on how to interact with the graph, press Option plus I or Option plus 4. It seems like you asked about this summary. Graph with title, COVID-19 cases per U.S. state.
What is the data for California?
The value for California is 8,767,944.
So now that we have gotten a brief overview of what VoxLens is and what it does, let's talk about how we developed Voxlens, what were our major design considerations, and what we thought about when we were developing it. From prior findings, we have found that when screen reader users interact with online data visualizations, they look for the holistic or the higher level information first before delving deeper into the data or performing what we call as a drill down exploration. So the first consideration for us when we were developing Voxlens was to make sure that we allow people multiple modalities where they're able to not only get the holistic information, but also get the drill down information, which is to get the individual data points, to compare the data points by themselves. So that was our first consideration. To achieve that, we conducted visitor voice studies, where we got the insights from our participants to get an insight of what we are developing, who we are developing for, and what it needs, what information it needs. We followed a user-centered iterative design process where we got the insights from our user in every iteration and refined our tool as we went along. Our final product had 3 different modes of Voxlens that supported multiple modalities. We will now discuss those 3 modes of Voxlens. Our first mode was the sonification mode, or more commonly known as the audiograph mode. As we have seen from the past presentations in this session, that sonification is a very common technique. As a matter of fact, Apple recently introduced sonification for all of their products. However, as we have mentioned, that the current sonification techniques are either proprietary or they're not available for existing JavaScript libraries. So in developing Voxlens, when we thought about our sonification mode, we thought about sonification as a separate open source JavaScript library that can be used even outside of Voxlens. So now I will show how a response from a sonified query looked like from Voxlens. Now, this was only a partial response for the data that is being shown due to the time constraints, but in reality, the sonified response will start from the first data point and go up till the end of the data point. The sound will rise and the frequency will increase when the value of the data point is higher, and it will decrease when the value of the data point is lower. We will now talk about our second mode, which was the summary mode. The summary mode enabled our users to get the summary of the data. The contents of the summary were generated using the findings from the prior work. Now let's look at how a summary response from Voxlens looked like.
It seems like you asked about the summary graph with title, COVID 19 cases per US state. The x-axis is state. The y-axis is total number of cases. The maximum data point is 8,767,944 belonging to California, and the minimum data point is 108,577 belonging to Vermont. The average is 1,514,426.41.
Now, so far we've been discussing the 2 modes that we have talked about, our holistic presentation of the data. That allows you to get the holistic overview, the higher level information, what does the trend looks like, what is the summary of the data. But let's now finally look at the question and answer mode of Voxlens, which allows users to get the drill down data. In this mode, the users can verbally interact with the visualization and ask questions. Let's see a sample interaction of how a question and answer mode from Voxlens looks like.
Tell me about the minimum and the median and also the standard deviation.
It seems like you asked about the median, minimum, and standard deviation. Median of total number of cases for states is 1,003,158. Minimum value of total number of cases for states is 108,577 belonging to Vermont. Standard deviation of total number of cases for state is 1,692,465.67.
What is the data for California?
It seems like you asked about the value. Found the following possible matches in the data. The value for California is 8,767,944.
Now, as we saw from this interaction, the users were able to get the query, issue a query and get the data that they wanted, not a data that is presented to them by the developers. In order to activate the VoxLens's question and answer mode, the users press a designated key combination. They hear a beep sound, as we saw in the video. And the beep sound is an indication that VoxLens is ready to process their input. Once they give the input, the VoxLens processes the response and relays the response back to them using their screen reader. So this is not an additional audio output, but the audio that is relayed via their screen readers. So the users are able to control the speed, the sound, the accent, whatever they prefer, and get the response back from VoxLens using their screen reader software. They can issue queries using the natural language, in the natural language ways, and they do not have to follow a specific pattern. As a matter of fact, they can give the question, they can issue the query being as verbose or as succinct as possible. They can say, tell me the maximum. They can say, what is the maximum? Or they can just say maximum. They will get the same response. So we really, really focus on what the users want rather than what the system wants to present to them. But as we mentioned in the very, very beginning, that VoxLens has one additional side to it. We just didn't consider the users who are the screen reader users, but also the developers as well, to reduce the burden on the developers and the visualization creators, and to ensure that screen reader users encounter a consistent interaction experience across the different platforms, across different websites. We made sure that VoxLens was easy for the developers to integrate in their libraries. Now, as we can see from this image, that VoxLens only requires a single line of code for integration. And after that single line of integration, all three modes are just there for the users to use. Now, this example that we have shown in this image shows a D3 implementation. And the last line there is just a single line of integration that imports the VoxLens library into the code. I will now discuss the evaluation of VoxLens. We evaluated VoxLens using three different methods. Using a mixed method approach, we evaluated VoxLens using a quantitative approach, a qualitative approach, and also a subjective evaluation of VoxLens. For the quantitative evaluation, we conducted task-based experiments with 21 screen reader users, focusing on the accuracy of extracted information and the interaction times. For qualitative assessment, we did a follow-up interviews with 6 screen reader users, and then finally we conducted subjective evaluation using the NASA TLX questionnaire. First, I will present the quantitative results. Here we are shown a graph that shows the accuracy of extracted information. The y-axis shows the accuracy of extracted information using the unit of percentages. The x-axis shows screen reader users with and without VoxLens. As shown in the graph, we are shown that VoxLens drastically improves the accuracy of extracted information compared to their current experiences with the visualizations. Overall, VoxLens improved their accuracy by 122%. Here we have another graph, but this time we're showing a graph for interaction times. The x-axis is the same as the previous one. The y-axis shows the average interaction times expressed in the unit of seconds. Also from this graph, we see that with VoxLens, there was a reduction of 36% in their interaction times. Now, it is worth noting that VoxLens simultaneously improved the accuracy while reducing the interaction times, which is actually pretty rare in the field of HCI and accessibility. We will now show some of our qualitative findings. Here is a quote from one of our participants who said that VoxLens was a positive step forward. They said that they have never been able to interact with online data visualizations before, but they were able to do so when they used VoxLens. Another quote from a participant shows that the question-answer mode had a high impact. Not only were they able to extract information fast, but that also reduced a lot of brain power and all of the cognitive load that is otherwise present from the other interaction mechanisms. More details about our work Our findings, our features, our implementation details are present in our paper for all of you to take a look at. But we would like to take this opportunity to put forward a call to action. Now, accessibility of online data visualizations is no longer an interesting area of research. It is a part of the larger equity issue that people with disabilities face today. COVID-19 graph that we saw is really important and critical to make health decisions. It could, as a matter of fact, be a matter of life and death for a lot of people. Similarly, stock market data, which is mainly presented through visualizations, can be really, really important in making financial decisions for yourself. But these visualizations are not accessible. The more we do not pay attention to the accessibility of online data visualizations, the more we increase the equity gap between the two groups of people who use screen readers and people who don't. VoxLens is an open source solution which is not just focused on what is, but what could be. And on behalf of all of my collaborators today, I just want to invite you all to join us and collaborate with us, whether that is through extending VoxLens or utilizing our findings to create your own solutions, but let's make online data visualizations accessible for everybody, regardless of what their ability levels are. And with that, here is my email address. It is my first name, which is ather@cs.washington.edu, for you all to reach out to me if you want to collaborate, talk more about accessibility of visualizations. You can also feel free to reach out to me if you want to talk about cats or donuts. I am only now realizing that in the context of this presentation, the donut might be a donut graph, but I'm well versed in the ones that you can eat, not the ones. Anyway, you can also read more about my work on my website, which is my first name, last name.me. But more importantly, we have the link to our publicly available repository where you can find all of our code that we use to create VoxLens. All the demos are there and examples of interaction are there as well. And with that, I just want to thank you all for joining us for this talk today, and I will now take any questions that you have.
So thank you very much, Asher, for the presentation, but also for the plugin. We are out of time, so I will take a quick question. The first one that came in was a virtual question. Can I please ask the next presenter to start setting up? We'll take at least the first virtual question that came in. What is the input modality? This is a question from Maduka De Silva. How do you take in the input parameters for the plugin? How are the questions asked? This is the question for Asher.
Thank you for the great question. If I can just repeat the question, was the question, I'm sorry, so what was the question?
What is the input modality? So how do you take in input parameters for the plugin?
Good, so that's a great question. Thank you for asking that question. So there are three modes of VoxLens, and for the first couple of modes that we have, which is the sonification mode and the summary mode, the users can press the designated key combination to get the responses. For the question and answer mode, a user can press a key combination, as we saw in the video, that activates the VoxLens says input query, where they can issue a question using the natural way of interaction. We don't have any pattern for them to follow. We use natural language processing to parse their input response. And then VoxLens detects what the commands are, what the queries are, what the user is looking for, and then relays that in response back through their screen reader.
Thank you very much, Asher. I understand there is a question in the room. If it's a quick question, maybe we can do it, we can answer it very quickly because we've run quite a bit over time. So if the person in the room can ask their questions quickly.
Oh, then there is no more question from the...
I think there was one question from Tall here, I think.
Yes, I did.
Great talk, Arthur. Really amazing. I was wondering, in the chart that you showed earlier, there were 3 different libraries, visualization libraries, that were in that chart. I was just curious, why did you choose those 3 libraries?
That is a great question. Thank you, Tal, for asking that question. So that was really important for us to build something that works across the different kinds of visualization libraries. And so our first consideration was to kind of look at what different kind of visualization elements are out there. We found 3 different kinds of visualization elements that are out there, which first of them is an image-based visualization. That's not a part of this work. The other 2 elements which are used commonly to create visualizations are SVG graphs and canvas elements. So D3 for us was the SVG graph. Chart.js uses canvas, so we covered those 2. Google Charts also uses SVG, but the reason why we also included Google Charts was because Google Charts automatically appends a tabular representation of the data. So we wanted to make sure that we are we have a good baseline comparison for Voxlens. So that's why we wanted to include those 3 libraries. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we will thank our speaker again, and we are ready to move on to our next paper, Improving Color Palettes to Assist People with Color Vision Deficiency, and Connor Geeds from University of Guelph will be presenting this work.
Okay, thank you.
Am I starting anytime? Okay. Hi, my name is Connor Geddes, and I will be presenting my paper, Improving Color Patterns to Assist People with Color Vision Deficiency. I did this work in collaboration with David Flatla, Gareth Tigwell, and Roshan Paris. So color vision deficiency, or CVD, affects approximately 5% of the population in some form, the most common of which is red-green CVD. Okay. To characterize the challenges that individuals with CVD face with color on a daily basis, Cole developed 4 types of color judgment. The first is comparative judgment of color, and this is a situation where color is compared, 2 or more colors are compared in order to find a difference in some sort. The second is denotative color, and this is a situation where color is used only, is referred to or used only with reference to name. So an example of this could be like, my car's the red one. The third is connotative judgment of color. Connotative judgment of color is described as where color has some explicit or assigned meaning, such as the example of the color coding of bananas and the naturally colored nature of determining whether one is ripe and ready to eat. The final and fourth type of color judgment is aesthetic color judgment. And this is a situation where color can be used to convey beauty. So color patterns have been designed as a way to supplement an image or any colored information in that they can provide information on top of the image without obstructing its original colors. In this example, we have the previous color pattern called color meters. And this pattern utilizes hue angles in order to represent the underlying color. color add is another color pattern, and color add looks to represent colors with the three base symbols, red, yellow, and blue. Unlike other methods, color add uses an idea of combinations of patterns in order to represent colors, with the goal of reducing the overall memory load by having methods be learned in order to be applied to these base symbols. Tasks are methods that are currently used to evaluate CVD aids are image ranking and judging, which simply consists of participants ranking a method applied to a specific set of images. And this can be either based on the most appealing or, in some cases, what is referred to as the most natural image in the set. And finally, the Ishihara plate test is also a very commonly used task to assess the effectiveness. And this is a situation where the method will be applied and then a color filter is added over, so a CVD simulation. And if the number is visible, then the method is determined as effective. Current problems that exist are that the state-of-the-art color patterns are unintuitive and make use of abstract symbology. This can make them hard to learn and limit their potential effectiveness. Oops. Next, current tasks that look to evaluate aids for people with color vision deficiency solely focus on solving comparative color judgment. We created Color Iconizer to create a pattern set that had a very analogous nature to the color it looked to represent, with the idea that this should require less training and provide a pattern set that is immediately usable. And this is what Color Iconizer can look like when applied to a natural image. We next created a color pattern set called Color Mix, where we look to improve upon Color Add. With Color Mix, we use 4 base patterns with red, yellow, green, and blue. Finally, similar to Color Iconizer, we look to create symbols that were roughly analogous to the colors they look to represent as well. Similar to Color Add, we encode further colors with Color Mix through combinations of the base colors. Again, this is in the idea that we can allow multiple colors to be represented without needing to be memorized, and instead, methods for how they're applied are learned. Beyond allowing secondary secondary colors to be represented with combinations of base colors, we can allow for further, more complex colors through the use of opacity and line thickness with several of the base patterns. And with this, we can potentially represent a continuum of colors. And again, this is what Color Mix might look like if it were applied to an image. Next, I'm going to talk about the 3 color tasks we created, not only to evaluate our aids, but also to improve upon the state-of-the-art methods that are used to test these color identification aids. So we created this selection task with to evaluate the ability of an aid to allow an individual to identify a color by name with the support of color comparison. Successfully completing this task not only requires an aid to allow you to distinguish the colors, but it also requires you to identify whether a color is present or not. The transition task was designed to require only comparative judgment to be successfully completed. The sorting task was designed to be done through identifying colors by name alone, and this, in other words, this made this task an entirely denotative task. To evaluate our color patterns, we conducted an online and remote evaluation. We obtained participants from Reddit and Facebook groups. In total, we had 29 participants with CVD and an equal 29 participants without CVD. Our tasks were strictly ordered so that the selection was always first, then the transition, and then the sorting task. Finally, participants were given patterns in a counterbalanced order. For the results of the selection task, what we saw was that all patterns improved on accuracy over the CVD control. Color iconizer and color mix both decreased in completion time compared to the control condition, unlike color meters where completion time actually increased. Further, both color iconizer and color mix both decreased completion time compared to color meters, and they still largely increased accuracy compared to the color meters, as well, which we believe illustrates the benefits of this more analogous pattern nature. For the results of the transition task, as we designed color iconizer to not be suitable for a task involving fine hue discrimination, what we saw was that color iconizers understandably did not help participants too much with this task. Further, with the low completion time, it appears that participants gave up and didn't try, as this tool didn't assist them for what they needed it for. As color meters and color mix was designed to be continuous, they assisted participants in this task, but we saw a large increase in completion time, which we took as if participants perceived the tool made the task accomplishable. Participants were happy to spend time completing it. Finally, in the sorting task, we saw that color meters did not considerably help with this task over no assistance. Interestingly, color iconizer resulted in a slightly higher increase than our non-CVD control, which may be hopeful to think that we could have helped better than helped CVD participants better than their non-CVD peers, but this might just be a result of naming differences within the color dictionary we chose to use for the sorting task. Finally, color mix also provided participants with an increased accuracy over the CVD control. Oops. Again, with the result of both color iconizer as well as the poor results of color meters, this contributes the benefit that patterns that are more distinct and recognizable have some sort of benefit. To summarize, we found that different pattern designs were better suited for different uses of color. In the case of color iconizer, it performs especially well on tasks requiring color identification by name. On the other hand, color meters performed really well on tasks involving color comparison. Finally, color mix performed decently well on all tasks due to incorporating the many features of both color iconizer and color mix into it. Future work should look at how training can benefit these patterns, and especially to see whether it is possible for color mix to approach the speed and accuracy of that of color iconizer in naming. Thank you for listening to my talk. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Connor, for the great talk. So let's see if we have any questions in the room. We don't have any virtual questions, but I have one to start you off with. So you found some differences between color meters, for example, for some tasks like the transition task and color iconizer, for example, and some of the other tasks. So I wanted to ask you, how much do you think this is due to possibly training and learning, and if you observed any learning effects, or if these are true differences between the different color patterns?
So we don't think there was too much of a training effect because it was a very short task. And for a true training effect, I think participants would have to spend a lot longer with the patterns than they would have been given in the task. Do you think that answers your question, or?
Yeah, it does, okay. Absolutely. And I think we have also a question in the room.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, with the different sets of patterns, if any thought was put into how it might translate across different cultures, especially because different languages may not have terms for the same categories of color. So I was wondering if there was anything that was looked at in those areas.
So we didn't specifically look into that, but we do note, I think specifically in the paper, that we created a color dictionary in which the symbols can be swapped out for any sort of color. So that might have some benefit, specifically for color iconizer though, but in the case of color mix, it's more based on like these threshold values we give for percentages. So those are kind of hard set in stone.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Connor. So if there are no more questions in the room, please feel free to grab Connor and the other speakers afterwards if you are live in the room, or post your questions on Discord. And let's thank our speaker again. And we are ready to move to our last presentation. Thank you all for being so patient with all the technical transitions. So our last talk for today is called Infosonics, Accessible Infographics for People Who Are Blind Using Sonification and Voice. And Loana McCalloway from Monash University will be presenting his work.
Hi, everyone. Just one moment. Okay. So, hi, my name is Leona Holloway, and I'm presenting on behalf of my co-authors, Chada Gonku, Alon Ilsa, Matt Butler, and Kim Marriott. We're from Monash University in Melbourne, Australia, and it's quite early in the morning. So our paper is entitled Infosonics, and it examines how sonification can be combined with spoken information to convey user-friendly infographics for people who are blind. Before we get started, if you are at home and you've got headphones handy, there'll be a couple of samples in stereo audio, so it would be useful to use headphones. So let's start by considering two representations of the same data. The first is a table of raw numbers, which is great for the detail if you're already familiar with the data and you know what you're looking for, and maybe if it's a small data set as well. But if you're a casual viewer or you just want an overview, then you're much more likely to want a visualization. So now we can easily see that the data is representing COVID-19 confirmed cases, deaths and recoveries, and we can gain an idea of the trends. So the data is unstable from one day to the next, but there was a small peak in April and then a large peak in August, with recoveries lagging around 2 weeks after confirmed cases. The graph also gives text labels for relevant events, such as when the government restrictions were imposed. And this is an example, not just of a graphic, but an infographic. It's a data visualization with an underlying narrative, which is designed to be easily understood and appealing to a wide general audience. So we've all been flooded with infographics as part of the COVID pandemic, from virus spreading simulations and flattening the curve graphs to geographic hotspots and daily updated case numbers like we've just seen. All of that that is, except those who are blind or have severe vision impairment. So what is the non-visual equivalent of an infographic? And I think we've already looked at a few of these examples in today's session. So sonification is an audio representation of data or visual media, and it can be used as a way of highlighting important information, as in the case of an EKG, which I will play. So that gives us an alert to something that's important. We can also use sonification as a way of detecting patterns in complex data, or we can use it as a starting point for music composition. But of most importance to our topic today, of course, sonification is a way of conveying visual information to people who are blind or have low vision. So sonification offers several advantages over other accessible formats for infographics of fast-changing news. It can be produced quickly, it can be accessed online, and it gives an overview. But in a previous study, we found that not many people who are blind or have low vision were actually using sonification. It's mainly used by specialists who've invested the time into becoming experts into the software and understanding the tones used. So that's why we developed Infosonics, combining sonification with a verbal introduction that describes the graph and the audio tones that are used. And I'll play a sample.
COVID-19 in Victoria, Australia. In the left ear, each beat is a day and the pitch goes up in proportion to the total confirmed daily cases of COVID-19. For example, 0 cases. First peak, 111 cases.
And we also had verbalized labels that are overlaid on the sonification itself.
60 new cases reported. June 30th, suburban hotspots locked down. Border with New South Wales closed. Melbourne re-enters stage 3 restrictions. Face coverings made mandatory. August 2nd, state of disaster declared and stage 4 restrictions.
So you can hear that it becomes quite dramatic as the cases go up. And Alon, who's a musician as well as a researcher, experimented with the speed and the tones of the sonification to maximise ease of understanding and also assist with the storytelling element of the infosonic. So we compared our infosonic of COVID-19 rates with a more standard sonification that followed guidelines for speed and tones. And for a fair comparison between the two, both the standard sonification and the infosonic have an audio introduction, and the users were provided with the same controls. As illustrated on screen, both audio tracks were produced by converting data to MIDI files that were imported into Ableton Live. We also produced a text description of the print graphic that gives the axes, the general shape of the graph lines, and approximate values at key points, and the event labels as a list. So that description is on screen at the moment. An evaluation was conducted with 18 people who are blind or have low vision remotely over Zoom. They shared their screens with the researcher and they navigated the web pages and controls themselves. And the order of presentation was counterbalanced. So they had those 3 different conditions that they were looking at. In general, what we found was that the text description was praised as being well written, trustworthy, and providing a good level of detail, and it was easy to understand. And that text description was handwritten rather than automated. The text description was also faster to use than audio, so people tended to read the text description once and then maybe go back and check a couple of details, whereas with the 2 sonification conditions, they would listen quite a number of times. Where the infosonic shone was in terms of engagement. So there was no clear pattern revealed through self-ratings for engagement, but the infosonic elicited a lot more oohs and ahs, and it was likened with other forms of entertainment. So there were comments like, I nearly got up and danced, and it sounded like a horror movie. And actually a couple of people said that. The infosonic was also as good, if not better than the text description in terms of giving an impression of the overall shape of the graph. So one participant said the sounds gave it more of a picture as if I was looking at a graph. The sonification was least preferred because it was more difficult to understand without the spoken labels or the use of creative audio decisions. So overall, the text description and the infosonic were equal first in terms of preference, but because they had different strengths, we would advocate for both formats as complementary to one another rather than just providing one. More formats and options is always better. Based on the feedback of our participants, we can propose some design guidelines for infosonics that are designed for accessibility. First of all, we provided easy to use controls that allowed access to a wider range of users. So again, we're looking for people to be able to casually access these types of materials, not be an expert. The option to turn on tracks and turn the tracks on and off was the most important of the controls. So we did have multiple tracks of audio, and people like to be able to hone in on one or the other before listening to all of them at once. The introduction was considered essential, but it should be possible to turn it off after the first 1 or 2 listens, once you've understood what the introduction is telling you. And the spoken annotations were also considered essential. And participants also wanted data points to be given when the audio was paused, which is something that we didn't have. And finally, participants wanted to be able to adjust the speed of the synthetic voice and the speed of the sonification separately from one another. So they did tend to like to slow down the sonification sometimes, but they didn't want to slow down the overlaid voice. And there were quite a number of other suggestions that are given in the paper. So there's still a lot more to explore in terms of sonification for accessibility. Even though we designed our InfoSonic for ease of understanding, we still did observe learning effects. So people, after they'd listened to the second condition, sonification condition, would say that they maybe understood it better, more easily, sorry. And would like to know how much and what type of training is required. I think there's been some good suggestions today. We'd also like to know what the right balance is between standardization versus customization and engagement and understanding. And once we have these answers, we need a tool to quickly and easily create InfoSonics for timely information access. So I'm looking forward to your questions. Please do contact me or my co-authors on Discord or via email if you have questions or you're interested in collaborating. I think this whole group of us can do that. My email is leona.holloway@monash.edu and our group is Monash Inclusive Technologies. So thank you.
So I think I'm probably live by default since we are both in Zoom. Thank you very, very, very much, Luana, for your talk. I'm not sure if we have any questions from the live audience. Unfortunately, the stream was cut off. I've asked the tech support to bring it back again. So hopefully the virtual audience will join us soon. But I will start you with a question, and we also have one question from the room. So we have a couple of questions for you. Maybe we can get the question from the room first, and I will ask mine later on. So go ahead with the live question from the in-person participant.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. When we got to the part about the InfoSonic and we were saying that the summary and the annotations are essential, I was wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean by essential and how I was also kind of thinking about the interpretation of the data by the user themselves versus the interpretation provided by the introduction and the audio.
So essential was in terms of the introduction gives the title, it gives what the tones mean, where the tones are located, all of those sorts of information. So people were saying that they wouldn't be able to understand the sonification without having that information first. And I think that that's important, particularly in terms of our targeted graphics. So we're wanting people to be able to access them without that expert knowledge and not having seen the sonification, that sort of sonification before. Your other question was, sorry, you'll need to repeat.
Okay, I was just thinking about how when you have annotations, it's providing a different layer of interpretation as the user may have in their own interpretation of the data. So I was wondering if you kind of had, if you thought about like the balance between the two and what kind of makes those annotations essential.
Yeah, sure. So the annotations were actually not added by us. So that's the sort of annotation that you would have in an infographic. We had text labels that were already on the print graphic. You would want to also have things like your axis labels or some way of identifying time stamps, etc. as the annotations. In terms of interpretation, one thing that I found really interesting was that in terms of confidence of the understanding, people actually felt more confident with the description that we had written as being factual as opposed to their understanding of the sonification, which they were not as confident with. So we had done interpretation, whereas with the sonification, we're allowing them to do their own interpretation. But I think that that's where it comes down to the training is needed in order to be confident with interpretation of the sonification.
Thank you. I believe there is a second question from the room.
Hello, this is Gene from Stanford from the first presentation. It's kind of crazy how similar the findings are from our work, both of our works, and that's also super exciting. I noticed in the example that you played, the sonification and background music sort of was, the speech description was overlaid on top of it, and I was really curious because some of that, in our co-design workshops, that came up, and some people said that they would really prefer to have those separate because the sound would distract from the actual textual description. And someone said, kind of similar to slide tone and tilt tone, it was helpful to kind of complementary, kind of follow along with both kinds of modalities. So yeah, I was just wondering if you got any comments about those presentations being overlapped, or had any thoughts about sort of maybe in what cases or what genres it would be more useful to do that, and kind of, yeah, any additional thoughts in that space.
Yeah. So I found the same thing that was really interesting. The contrast between the two, as well as them being very similar. I think that we found that we had people able to select and deselect any track that they wanted. So they could deselect the audio labels if they wanted to, but everyone kept them on all the time. There may have been someone who turned it off at one point, but then decided not to. So they did want to have that audio overlaid. I think there was maybe one or two comments that it was difficult to focus on the two things. And I think it probably comes down to the amount of text as well. So if you've got lengthy text, then yes, it would be definitely useful to pause and just have the text rather than it bleeding over the rest of the sonification. It's about timing as well. So we did lengthen our sonification for the infosonic, just so that we could get that level of understanding and detail. But if it had been faster, definitely we'd need more space for the audio labels, and pausing is one way of doing that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Duration, and there's so many other parameters to tune and when designing. So yeah, that's super interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're kind of torn between the customization and the automation as well. So I think a lot more thought is needed to get that balance right.
Great. Thank you so much for the great questions and answers. So Loanna, you can find her in Discord if you can, or you can directly contact her. A big thank you to all our presenters, virtual and in person. Please feel free to just grab them after the talk if you're live in the conference, otherwise contact them offline. Thanks again to our great SV and our tech support, and all of you for being so patient, and enjoy your Kai.
No. I do have a video though. Can I just make sure it plays? All right, great. Do you want this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry? Sure. Thank you. What? আমাকে দেখা যাচ্ছে না, ক্যান টু শর্ট। আমাকে কি দেখা যাচ্ছে পরিমাণে? Hi. Sorry? Sure. There is a very strange latency here that I can't figure out.
So we don't need to be on Zoom or anything, right? We just...
I don't know. No one's kind of like instructing me about anything. Try the cable first. I'll ask them.
Yeah, it's close there. Oh. Perfect. Looking good? Okay, are we happy? Yeah, hi.
Hello.
I'm like the 5th presenter or God knows what.
Okay, so instead of Tom Hope, you will be presenting? Okay.
So I'm Daphne. Shahaf.
Shahaf. Okay, I will try to say it right.
I've given up on people like pronouncing correctly ages ago.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to say it right, but if not, then you can fix.
No worries.
Okay,
I don't need
great.
to be on Zoom or anything, right? I'm just plug in my laptop as normal.
Yeah, they will take care. Do you have any sound or something? Because
Oh,
in
God
the previous they had this trouble, so
I've
that's
seen
why
it was a bad idea.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Anything
your
else I should do?
video is working, the slides are moving, so that's good. Okay. So you are the because I have to remember the names. Just in case you feel like while talking. I will. 10, 11, even like 4 minutes for questions. So the questions will be online. Yes. Okay.
High resolution, like here you can type here every hour, okay? And after you can see the speed, the direction, temperature, and stuff. And how to move in this? Okay. That's the thing to try to do together. Actually, I tried to use Bookfence and I had okay, I just need to reset. Okay, you can also just like just install that one particular library or just like delete the project and just this is a problem with library
Social good is not
because it actually ran.
I'm getting the
Well, then also
social good sucks.
It's like, or if we just did like, can I show you like where's the you have a code for this, like, do you have a text editor where you do the code? So it's on 9. Yes, I can Wednesday do that. Actually, sorry, it's fairly new. Before I was on Linux, so I can't see how but we can do so the main file which is here.
Yeah, but it's just
Or I could take a position.
Yeah, because it's the make right. That's right. That one library is like a okay. Maybe for the future you will check that. We will yeah, but it's really nice that you can help us with that because after use it and we use it every day. Okay, we use it. That works for that. Okay, I can produce some little Google charts with only the wind for problem, but something that will match with the actual box length, so we can begin to use it. Sounds good. So I think one of your things that so if you go back and then if you go to 3000. 3001. There you go. It's a slash. Oh yes. This is quicker. Right. And after the screen reader, right? That's right. Yeah.
Hi.
That's nice. And so special diagrams, I need to put the code in try that. And I believe I have an idea of those two presentation. I was thinking probably the same thing. If they want to work together for solution.
First two presenters, I know them. The last two presenters.
Okay, yeah, I'm in Australia. Yeah. Okay. But it's kind of. I thank you very much for your work and do it for me. I hope. if I don't forget, I will. The thing is with the conference, we say we will do nothing, and sometimes nothing happens. I don't want to be fun with this.
Let me introduce you to Academy. Academy is my advisor.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. I was telling the name is Sherry. Yes, I'm happy to share with blank cells. We are using graphics to consult the weather forecast, which are a little bit complicated. But the thing is more simple, and then we really happy to use workbench, maybe give some feedback to you, and maybe some expectation. And it could be like for some validation or to work. I don't know, because weather forecast is a blank sailor child in the weather forecast, but everybody needs weather forecast. So it's kind of a
Is it like a weather forecast? What are you thinking? What kind of a
Actually, what we need is the wind, the wave, every hour in the day, so we can
different representations of how many people?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we can share our models with just very different tasks. So we can see a collaboration here with and we have the participation.
Sorry, from France. Totally to the west in Britain. Okay.
But like, is it
Not really. It's schooling in it.
Okay, but it's not like you're not good at it.
Oh, I would be happy to. I like the weather, so if I can speak about it. You're right. It could be. Actually, what I work about now is more of a 3D we detect the finger to make speak the different foliage and the weather.
Okay.
So I would be really happy to compare, the compare presentation of the trailer.
There is a pretty significant latency from when I change it and when that changes.
In the video? When you are playing the video.
If I change the slide here, it takes a couple of seconds.
I had that problem. I was giving a talk, and that's what was happening. I don't know if there is a, somebody was saying maybe there is an interference between the devices or something.
Could be.
Yeah, because it's really annoying. What if you use the keyboard? Is the keyboard
I
faster?
tried the same. No, it's the
What's
same.
the delay?
So something is happening from here to there.
Yeah, maybe there's a delay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was great to meet you. It was really interesting.
So don't panic.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe speak slow.
Yeah. I timed myself for 9.5 minutes.
That's okay. Take your time. Don't worry. Don't panic. I won't be like, oh, go away.
Also, I should probably keep my mask on, right?
No, you can move actually. No, to talk because you're pretty far away. I think it is. There was written, I think I read somewhere, that you can remove the mask when you are talking.
Okay.
I think so.
All right, I can do that.
Just in case, like, because it's hard to talk fast and breathe. So if you feel uncomfortable, just remove it.
I'll probably just do that.
Take one escalator, but don't take it.
Intelligent Systems Human AI Collaboration.
4:15.
4:15. It's 4 minutes or something. 2 minutes. Oh, okay.
Also, this is a strange question. I should center myself here, right? I shouldn't move around that much.
Wherever you feel.
It kind of had some similar.
That's not gonna be that much.
How about yourself?
It's just a habit.
Just
Yep. Test. Testing. Hello.
Now you're closer.
Testing. Hello.
You can ask the back.
Hello.
Can you hear? Good?
Can you hear good?
Okay.
If not, just let me know and I'll start shouting.
Okay, 1 minute.
I have no questions. I understand now.
Oh. Do I have everyone online? Last person or? Angie? Okay, did you try it, sister? Okay, okay, good. Thank you. So third last maybe is missing?
Grace?
Grace. I don't see her name actually. What number is it? Is it the third presentation? Yeah, yeah, yeah. This one, it's the middle one. Yes. Okay, so she's missing. Okay. Okay, if they're not, then maybe we should play the video and nobody will answer the questions maybe? Just let them go. Only trouble. The only trouble is, what if some people just want to come to this session and then the paper was delayed? Like, you know what I'm saying? With a lot of time they switch in between sessions and just want to come to those. So that's why it's better to have the same time schedule.
I mean, we can still play the video.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe either the previous session questions get longer or we play it video. Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they could still show up.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully they were supposed to show up at least 10-15 minutes ahead. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome everyone to Intelligent Systems Human AI Interaction session. I'm Sandeep Kuttal and I am at University of Tulsa and this is my area of interest. And today we have exciting 5 presentations and one of them has honorable mentions, so looking forward to the talk. And we have 15 minutes in total for each presentation. First 10 minutes for the presentation, last 5 minutes for the question answers. And the presentation is kind of, again, since it is kind of hybrid conference, so 3 presentations are in person, 2 are virtual, and we have people from each session, hopefully. And last 5 minutes are for questions. So the questions either you can ask in person, people who are here, and those who are virtual, on the right-hand side in your live session, you can type questions to Hub, or you can type questions on Discord. So we will have, hopefully we have pretty good interactive session here. And the very first paper is Sporting Serendipitous Discovery and Balanced Analysis of Online Product Reviews with Interaction-Driven Metrics and Bias Mitigation Suggestions. And Mahmood is going to start the session.
Right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Jassim. I'm a PhD candidate from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Today, I'm here to talk about our paper titled Supporting Serendipitous Discovery and Balanced Analysis of Online Product Reviews with Interaction-Driven Matrix and Bias Mitigating Suggestions. So let's start off with a question. Have you ever wanted to buy a product online, but you didn't really know exactly which one to buy among so many available options? Right? So there are so many options available, and it's often difficult to make a decision based on product attributes like pictures and price or company. So many people turn to product reviews to get help from others who have something to say about the product based on their experience of purchasing it and using it. But after reading a bunch of them, it starts to become evident that they can't possibly go through all these reviews. It's too many of them. So it happens to me all the time. It happens to Naomi too. While shopping on online commerce websites, she struggles with reading through thousands of reviews. Being a cautious person, she often sticks to reading negative reviews. But in the process, she often loses track and misses out on other valuable reviews that might have helped her make a better decision. As it happens, she often ends up making decisions that she is not confident about because she feels that she doesn't know about the products in detail to make that right choice. So she wants to explore and gain deeper, more holistic knowledge about the product before making that purchase decision. To help readers like Naomi, we designed and developed a visual text analytics system that supports serendipitous discovery and analysis of product reviews. In Serendize, the tool that we made, we integrated 2 interventions that can help readers. First, we introduced 3 interaction-driven exploration metrics. We designed these metrics to act as an awareness mechanism to help readers, the readers who want to explore reviews more comprehensively before making a purchase decision, to track and understand their review exploration progress and patterns through visual indicators. Among these metrics, first we have visit, which is a measure of reviews a reader has marked as read, and we assume that they have explicit knowledge about these reviews. Then we have coverage, which is a measure of reviews the reader has implicit knowledge about. They might not have specifically marked these particular reviews as read, but these reviews are very similar and redundant to the ones that they have read. And finally, we have distribution, which is a measure of the true distribution of the sentiments associated with the reviews that the reader has read. Our second intervention is a bias mitigating model that is designed to improve knowledge discovery, increase data coverage, and mitigate bias towards a particular type of review sentiments. Our intent was to guide readers to a holistic understanding of the data that reflects the true distribution of semantic and sentiment diversity present in the data. To do so, we tracked how a reader has been reading reviews to generate suggestions that are semantically and sentiment-wise different from what they have read. For instance, if a reader is reading too many positive reviews, the model will suggest reviews that are negative or neutral, and vice versa, and at the same time being semantically different. So let's have a look at how Naomi can use Serendize to explore reviews to buy headphones that she has been saving money for. She starts by selecting a headphone. Then she reads a bunch of reviews and marks them as read. Since she has read these reviews explicitly, we consider these reviews to be visited. And the reviews that are similar and redundant to these reviews, we consider them to be covered. As she reads these reviews, The exploration matrix keeps track of her interactions with the reviews and fill up these bars to provide her visual feedback on her review exploration. She realizes from the distribution bar that she has been reading a little too many negative reviews. To look at other type of reviews, she filters them by positive and keeps exploring. As she keeps exploring these new reviews, she starts to see interesting suggestions pop up into the suggestion box. She reads them and marks them as read as well. As she does, these newly read reviews also contribute to the visited and covered reviews. She thinks about looking into reviews that talk about, she hovers over the coverage bar that triggers the scented widgets that shows that how she has been exploring the reviews, and it tells her that she has read about a quarter of the reviews. She thinks about looking at reviews that talk about comfort, and she uses the filter to do so. She can also use the search option to look at queries that is not presented to her as filters. For example, she searches for the word uncomfortable, and she finds them highlighted within the reviews. Serendai stores session-wise information, so she can revisit the reviews and suggestions that she marked as read. That way, she doesn't have to mentally remember what she looked at and what she didn't. So she can go back and check that whenever she wants to. To evaluate Serendais, we used 4 different variations with varying levels of features. We had a baseline that did not have any proposed interventions, so no exploration matrix and no suggestions. We had one variation that had only the exploration matrix but did not have the suggestions. Conversely, we had another version that had the suggestions but not the exploration matrix. And finally, we had a version that had both of the interventions integrated with it. To investigate how Serendais can help readers, we conducted a between-subject study with the help of 100 crowd workers from Mechanical Turk. 25 participants used each variation to read reviews from 3 different headphones to select the one that they would want to refer to someone else. From our evaluation, we saw that compared to the other variations, the participants who used exploration metrics covered more reviews. We also found that the participants explored positive, neutral, and negative reviews in a balanced way, which is reflective of the true distribution of the reviews present in the dataset. The others who did not have access to exploration metrics either skewed towards mostly positive reviews or mostly negative reviews. We also found that the participants who used the variations with both interventions were more confident about making the right decision. And they said that the bias mitigating suggestions were useful for learning opposing viewpoints and finding information that they did not consider before. In the paper, we elaborated some of these findings, where we discussed how we can provide suggestions to readers, but whether they will accept those suggestions and adopt them often depends on their preconceptions and expectations of what these suggestions might be. We also discussed how agency might play an important role in the way people use mixed initiative systems like Serendais, as agency may impact whether they trust the system or not. These observations are tremendously inspiring for us, and we look forward to probing our interventions further, even beyond product reviews in domains like civic input analysis or social media analysis to support data-driven decision-making. In closing, I want to say that what differentiates Serendais from prior works is the ability to perform analysis at a text level, where the reader can make decisions based on the actual text content and not the aggregation of attribute derived from the text content. Prior works have also looked into data coverage for tabular data and serendipity for other documents like books and articles. But in contrast, here we explored serendipitous discovery and analysis at a more granular level, which is the actual text itself, in essence, the short free-form text. But that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening. I'd love to discuss more about Serendais. I'm also on the job market, and I'll be happy to discuss if you have an open position for me. Thank you so much.
Please feel free to ask any questions. I don't see any on Hub. Are there any on Discord?
No questions on Discord currently.
Any from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm a PhD student from UT Austin, and I'm doing a lot of like a natural language processing tools, so I find it very interesting. So my question is that it seems like you turn a natural language processing into a new tool for the readers, and then use some sentiment analysis, semantic analysis to help them to navigate what is the best decision to review all those things. Have you done any utility studies? Because as a reader, I think I don't want to to learn a tool and spend a lot of time to navigate these tools. So what is the next step for you based on your this creative new design?
Thank you so much. That's a very good question. And this is actually one of the comments that we received from the people too, who said that, yeah, really cool tool, it's a little bit complex. So one of the ways to do so is to simplify a lot of things and also make them a little more compartmentalized so that people have access to the components that they would want. We did have a tutorial for people, and during a bunch of cognitive walkthroughs and heuristic evaluations, we saw that people could use the tool without using it. But there is always this question about when we're providing the suggestions, there is this kind of like a gap where people do expect the suggestions to be something, but they find something else. I think one way to do that would be to add more explainability features where when they're using the system, they are more immediately aware of what these things are, pop-ups and stuff, more info tabs. That's one way to do so.
Any other questions? Okay, we still have 3 minutes. Maybe I will ask another question. Sure. One was like, actually now as you were explaining, I was wondering about the study design. So how was the study design? Who were your participants? Maybe I missed it if I can see the presentation.
So we did a between subject study. Okay. We had 4 different conditions, and we had 100 crowd workers from the Mechanical Turk.
So it was Mechanical Turk study.
Yes.
Okay. And did you try to use any gold standards? Like how did you make sure like your participants' background was good and they were not just...
Yes, so we had a set of pre-study questionnaire where we asked them basically about their practices and the way they generally use these things. One participant said that they never bought a product online, and 3 participants said that they don't use product reviews that much, but 97 other participants said that, yeah, we're pretty heavily dependent on product reviews when we're making decisions. Mm-hmm. So for the 3 participants we had, we also collected their data, and we did not see any very different patterns. No outliers were there.
Yeah, sure. Any other questions anywhere, Discord or? Okay. So another question is, what motivated the design? Because like it seemed like either it should be literature review or you guys thought it seems cool. So what was the motivation behind the design? And are there any implications on the design for future or some kind of design guidelines?
Right, so the motivation comes from basically literature review and also some ideas about this new relevance-based algorithmic curation, where if you look at Facebook, Netflix, or any recommendation systems in general, they will try to bring in suggestions that are very close towards what I do. So that kind of like box you into these particular choices.
So mostly content-based.
Mostly content-based, yes. And there's always this joke about the 3rd page of Google where no one goes there. So basically we wanted to diversify and look beyond what we are being suggested traditionally to see if we can bring in serendipitous information that might be useful for the users.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I did pop away another question, which will be like, do you think any demographics, you can think about it, but demographics which can be added and made the algorithm better?
Yeah,
I will stop here, 4:30.
That's all right.
But yeah, something to think about, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama. So the next second paper is Shared Interest, Measuring Human AI Alignment to Identify Recurring Patterns in Model Behavior. And Angie is going to present. This paper got honorable mention, and congratulations.
Perfect. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Angie, and this is Shared Interest, a method to measure human-AI alignment and identify recurring patterns in model behavior. So to begin, I want us all to imagine that we've just trained an image classifier. It is achieving great performance, so we're pretty happy, but we want to make sure that it's making those decisions for the right reasons. So we're going to sample a few images from our data set to explore how our model is behaving. So we begin by sampling this image. It's an image of a snowmobile. Our model correctly classifies it as a snowmobile. And when we apply a saliency method to see what features were important to that prediction, we see that the pixels that are important via the saliency are also pixels that we might think are important as a human. They sort of highlight the snowmobile and maybe a bit of the surrounding snow. So we might start to feel confident that our model is learning something meaningful. But we want to be thorough, so we sample a few more images and get these images. Again, our model is correctly classifying them, and the saliency indicates that it's doing so for the right reasons. So our confidence is growing. But what if we sample again and we get this image? Now we might not feel quite as confident, because this image is correctly classified, but the saliency indicates that the snowmobile helmet is what's important as opposed to the snowmobile. And while helmets and snowmobiles are definitely correlated, we wouldn't want our model to use the presence of one to classify the other. So the takeaway here is really that selecting the right inputs to evaluate is hard. We have large data sets, so we can't look at everything. But depending on how we subsample, we might miss data that's really informative. And that is the problem that led us to develop Shared Interest, which is a method to measure human-AI alignment and evaluate model behavior at scale. So in Shared Interest, we begin with a data set. We proxy human reasoning via ground truth annotations, and we proxy model reasoning via saliency. So here we're using ImageNet images with their object-level bounding boxes and Lime saliency maps, but you can use other data modalities or saliency methods as you wish. Then, using these inputs, we quantify how similar the model's reasoning is to the humans via 3 coverage metrics: IOU coverage, saliency coverage, and ground truth coverage. IOU coverage measures the direct similarity between the ground truth and the saliency, so how similar the human and model are making their decisions. Low IOU coverage indicates that those 2 regions are disjoint, so the model is using a separate set of features from the human, like in this example from before of our snowmobile. High IOU coverage indicates that our model and human are using the same features, and this is a case where we're doing things potentially for the right reasons. Saliency coverage measures the proportion of saliency features that are also in the ground truth, or how many features that are important to the model are also important to the human. Low saliency coverage means very few saliency features were used by the human, like in this image where the saliency is focused on the train tracks, but the human has annotated the train. High saliency coverage means that all of the saliency features are also ground truth. So all of the features that were important to the model were also important to the human. Like in this example, where the saliency is focused on the dog's head, and the human has used the entire dog. And finally, ground truth coverage measures the proportion of ground truth features that are salient to the model. So how many features important to the human were also important to the model. Low ground truth coverage indicates that few of the ground truth features are salient to the model, like in this example where the saliency is focused on the biker, and the human is focused on the bike. And high ground truth coverage indicates that almost all of the ground truth features were salient to the model, like in this image where the saliency covers the cab, which is the human annotation, as well as some additional street context behind it. So using these metrics, we now have quantifiers for potentially every input in our data set that we can use to sort and explore our model's behavior at scale. Using these metrics, we apply them to different data sets, data modalities, model architectures, and saliency methods. And through that analysis, we uncovered 8 recurring patterns of model behavior. So each pattern here is a function of the model's output, as well as the shared interest metrics. So for example, One of our cases is sufficient subset. Sufficient subset cases have high saliency coverage, low ground truth coverage, and the model has a correct output on these instances. Cases here can uncover instances where the saliency is a strict subset of the ground truth, and that was sufficient to make a correct prediction. Like in this example where the tractor tire is what's salient to the tractor prediction. On the other hand, we have cases like the distractor case that have low IOU coverage and are incorrectly classified. This surfaces instances where secondary or background features are really what's most important, and that causes an incorrect prediction. Like in our text example here, we have the words nothing awesome that are being used by our model, but those are really elsewhere in the text that we're interested in. So now that we've sort of looked at these metrics and looked at these cases, let's apply shared interest and see what it can do on a real world scenario. And that scenario here is model-assisted dermatology. So in this setting, we've trained a model to predict melanoma from images of skin lesions. Our model's achieving pretty high accuracy, but this is a pretty high stakes task. So it's really important that we know our model is performing getting that high accuracy for reasons that we align with. We've applied shared interest to every image in our data set in this case, and we've populated this interface with the results just for exploration. In this interface, we show each image. Its saliency is shown in orange. The ground truth here is shown in yellow, as well as all three shared interest scores, the true label, and the model's prediction. And using the interface, we're able to sort by shared interest score, label, prediction, shared interest case, and we also have distributions of the shared interest metrics. So let's begin our analysis by looking at sort of the ideal case, where our model is right for the right reasons. We filter for correctly classified images with high IOU coverage, and we see a number of cases where the saliency highlights the majority of the lesion. But when we look at the histogram, we see that this case is actually pretty rare. There are very few images with high IOU coverage, meaning there are very few images where the model is right for the right reasons. And that's a little concerning, so let's take a look and see what the model is doing in all these other situations. Next, we select the context-dependent case, which shows us cases where the features of the lesion and the surrounding skin are what's salient to the model. Malignant examples are particularly interesting here because, as dermatologists know, melanoma can sometimes lie outside of the boundary of the lesion. So it could be that our model is picking up on things that we as humans can't see, but it could also be that there are spurious features there. And we ideally would want our model to primarily rely on the lesion, just like a dermatologist would. Finally, let's take a look at the sufficient context images. In these images, the saliency highlights only peripheral skin regions. And that's pretty concerning, because it means the features most important to the model's prediction aren't even features of the lesion. But if we filter to benign images, we see an even more concerning pattern start to arise. The saliency here is focused on orange and blue artifacts that exist in some of these images. And in this data set, these artifacts only exist in benign images, meaning that it's sufficient for the model to learn to use the presence of these artifacts to make its prediction. But that's a dangerous flaw, because if we were to show our model a cancerous image with an artifact in it, it might tell us that our melanoma is really nothing to worry about. The analysis we did here, we also performed with a dermatologist. And by exploring the types of model behaviors on different inputs, they were able to decide within about a half an hour not to use this model in their clinic. So in the case we just looked at, we applied shared interest to an entire data set to explore model behavior. But shared interest can also be applied on a single input to interactively probe the model and uncover what it knows. So in this setting, we interactively specify a ground truth as opposed to using a predefined one. And we compute the saliency of our model on every class that it's trained to predict. Then we use the shared interest metrics to tell us which class has the highest shared interest score to the region that we've specified. So it makes a lot more sense when there's an example. For instance, here we're going to highlight the dog's head as our ground truth region. We see that the classes with the highest IOU coverage to the dog's head are other types of dogs, so Saluki, Basset, and Afghan Hound. And the saliency shown via saturation here, is focused on the dog's head. And while in reality in this image, this dog is an otter hound, which is not one of our returned classes, the results indicate that this model may have learned some generalizable features about what a dog is. But interactively probing can also tell us what the model knows about secondary objects. So this image is labeled as otterhound, but if we highlight the person's hat, we see that the returned classes are other types of hats, like sombrero, cowboy hat, and bonnet. This indicates that the model may know that there are other objects in this image, even if they're not the primary label. Finally, we're going to highlight the man's hand. Hand is not a label in our data set, but the returned classes are objects that would co-occur alongside a hand, like a notebook or a spacebar. So it's promising that the model might have learned something about hands without ever explicitly being taught what a hand is. But we also might decide to look more closely at this case because we wouldn't want the presence of a hand to be sufficient to classify another object. So in this setting, we can generate hypotheses and test our model to see what it's learned, or apply shared interest in cases where we may not have access to large-scale ground truth data. In summary, shared interest enables users to perform large-scale analysis of model behavior, helping uncover insights and generate hypotheses to improve the model going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any on Hub, on Discord.
No Discord questions.
Any in audience? Okay, you did a great job. Nobody has any questions. Okay, I will just it is more elaboration questions.
Yeah.
So one is you mentioned something about data, and you said we use a lot of different kinds of data, but what kind of, and were there any kind of factors you looked into those images? I suppose it must be image data.
Yeah, so we applied, once we had sort of developed a rough version of these shared interest metrics, we applied them to both image data, so on image, the melanoma case that you saw, some other image data sets, as well as some text data sets as well. There was, in the cases, or the example we mostly looked at was a beer review data set, where you have ground truth based on what aspect of the review is important, so whether it's like aroma or taste. And we looked at a bunch of different model architectures trained on those different data sets and took each of those models and did sort of similar analysis we did in the melanoma case study to see, we didn't have access to the cases, but using the metrics, we were able to see oh, look, this is a case that comes up a lot. And we found that those recurred across all of these data sets and models we looked at.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Okay, yes, please.
Hello, great talk. Really think this has wide applications for many different AI applications. I have one question about if you have a hierarchical, a class labeling scheme, so if you have a class that contains multiple classes, what are your thoughts on how coverage would cover different subgroups that also belong to, let's say, a parent class?
Yeah, I think that would be really interesting. Because you could think about it sort of like breadth and depth, right? You have the breadth of the hierarchy, which is somewhat similar to the analysis we did here, but if you have a hierarchy, you can also look at how coverage changes as you move up, and whether that increases, or you could think that maybe as you move up, your coverage would increase, but you could also think that maybe it would decrease because you would get too vague, right? So I think that might have really interesting applications to sort of, even see at what point does it maximize coverage if you were to move up your hierarchy. I think that's really cool.
Thank you.
So it's already 4:45. Let's see if the next is Kajun the third. They are available. Okay, yeah.
They're here.
So yeah, please ask questions later. Thank you. So then. So the third talk is Q-Chef, the impact of surprise eliciting system on food-related decision-making. And Kajun Grace from University of Sydney in Australia is going to give the talk.
Okay, so they joined, but they've dropped out, so
I am actually here, but I had my talk scheduled for another half hour. I thought I was the third talk, and that was the first one. I can absolutely give my talk now. Just give me 5 minutes to get set up. I apologize for that. My time was given as 8:15. I mean, my local time, which is half an hour from now. Has there been a change in schedule, or did I make a mistake?
I just have.
You go ahead, please.
Hello? Oh, so, yeah, we just have it scheduled for 4:45 to 5 p.m. for Dr. Grace.
All right. Well, hey, I'm going now then. That's no problem. Let me just drop off from being on the call as my phone. So it's very early in the morning here. Challenges of hybrid presentation. Wish I could all be with you. I will pull up my slides, gulp down my coffee.
Thank you.
You like it?
Is it morning maybe there or night?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so the time in Australia. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Kaz Grace from the University of Sydney. Let's get that bit out of the way. It's very early in the morning, and I've just taken the first part of this session while riding from my home to my office so that I could bring this presentation to you.
We appreciate that.
The triple chaos of having small children and being on the other side of the world to the presentation is always fun. I cannot wait to be back doing presentations in person, let me just say that. I'm going to join the Zoom from my laptop, and then I'll be able to kick off everybody. Let's see if I've got some slides. That'd be like a great place to start. Okay, should be a second one of me jumping in, and he will be more prepared.
Seems like the sound of the laptop. We still have him. So while, oh, what happened there? Okay. So while things are going on, I would like to thank our tech person, George, who has been working hard from morning fixing all the presentations, and the student volunteer, Olivia Newton, for helping with the session. Thank you. So while still things are going on, how many of you are already working on human-AI interaction research? Most of you, maybe? Or are you just interested and want to explore more, maybe? Oh, we could have actually played his video, and he could be there for the answers.
Yeah, I think we'll do that because they dropped off of the Zoom, so I don't know if they're having technical issues.
Yeah, let's do that, and it should be 10.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes, isn't it? Yeah, so let's do that. We should have done that previously because he was already struggling with coffee, car, and everything. But thank you for everyone for your patience and coming to the session.
Hello, my name is Mahmoud Jassim. I'm a PhD student from the University of Massachusetts.
That's you?
Okay. Dr. Grace has reappeared, so we're going to put him
I
on
have
the
reemerged. I apologize for the delay. Is OBS flipping that to you, or am I? So let me first say, is my slide appearing to the right of my face, or is it backwards?
Not yet. Okay, that's not his. That's the video.
It would not be appearing as a screen share. It would be appearing in my video feed.
Yeah, at our tech side, we are fixing things.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you so much, folks. Apologies for the slight chaos on starting. I'm Dr. Kaz Grace from the University of Sydney, where it is quite early in the morning, and my children kept me up last night. So let's see how on the ball I am for this presentation.
We can see.
Yep, excellent.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Great. Really happy to be able to present to you, even given the extenuating circumstances of the world at present. I'm going to talk today about QChef, which is some work I did with Eleanor, Natalia, and Hamish, my collaborators. Sorry, still getting my stuff organized. Here we are. Okay, we can make this sound professional. All right. So it turns out that the broader we eat, the broader we read, the more empathic we tend to be. The more variety in what we eat, the healthier we tend to be. When employers are looking for employees these days, they often seek out not just depth of experience, but breadth in multiple areas, because that breadth makes people more able to tackle the unfamiliar. In all of these cases, it is diversity instead of or in addition to specific skills that makes whatever the benefit. This has been the focus of growing area of research, largely in information retrieval, but also in HCI over the last decade or two, which has shown a huge variety of positive effects for diversifying behavior through algorithmic prompts. If you diversify recommenders, you increase engagement. You can also increase user satisfaction. And what is good to note is that increasing the diversity of what is presented to a user also does increase the diversity of what is selected, right? Like, it does work. It's not just giving people more choice. However, there are a number of unsolved questions in how to deal with this sort of system and how to implement it in practice. It has great potential. Algorithmic diversification has great potential in a lot of areas. But there are questions like, how does being presented with diverse content change the user experience? Or what kind of decision-making factors are impacted by the presence of diverse content? And how should diverse content be best presented in any particular context? Now, these are obviously not information retrieval questions anymore. They're not sort of objective general questions. They are sort of specific design questions that need to be answered within a specific context. And these are some of the things that we're looking to explore today. So let me introduce QChef to you, which is it's short for the curious chef with a little bit of permissivity on the acronym. And QChef is a recipe app designed to get people to eat more diversely. What we wanted to do is to see if we could surprise people into choosing different things, because it's been demonstrated in a number of different studies that a more diverse diet is healthy, and that there's a significant number of people who want to try new things, want to try different foods, but just don't have either the time, energy, or skill to figure out how to do it. So in the QChef app, you are asked to go through an onboarding process to answer a number of questions about the kinds of things that you like. I'll be honest, probably a heavier onboarding process than you would have in a commercial app, but hey, we do research here, we can get away with gathering a little bit of extra data. And we then use a content-based recommender to capture people's preferences for meals and for specific ingredients. Details on exactly how that recommender works and the kinds of data that we gather are in the paper. And then we modify that recommender, that is augmented results, with a surprise model. So we go through, we gather these things when we're putting a model together of a specific user while we get them to go through our onboarding. But our surprise model really has, so here's an example, by the way, of the onboarding. You would be asked questions about some ingredients like avocado. How familiar are you with this? How much do you like this? And similar sorts of questions about specific meals that it pops up. Some of those meals are quite straightforward, some of them are a little bit unusual. But our surprise model has, and the details of all this are in the paper. I didn't want to sort of throw a whole bunch of algorithms and equations at people, but we effectively use an information theoretic model of sort of corpus level surprise that is based on rare combinations of ingredients. So to look for an example, I'm not sure how much you can read the slides next to my head, but this recipe, this sort of sweet and tangy chili beef, contains orange juice and beef. And it also contains soy sauce and mango. And those pairs have an extremely low likelihood in this big database of recipes that we were able to sort of train this model on. So that has a high information content from the perspective of that model, and therefore a high surprise. Coffee. Love coffee. So this is then modified by a personal model. So we have this objective model that presents effectively a number of bits of information that are in this recipe. And then we modify that based on a classifier trained during the onboarding. So we take all of the answers that people give, modified to produce several sort of, we do a bit of feature engineering to make it a little bit easier. And then used on that onboarding, we try and predict whether this particular recipe would be surprising to this particular user. And that's really the tough bit here, because that objective model of surprise gets about an R² of 0.6, so a really strong correlation with what people find surprising at the population level. But an R² of 0.6 is really good for getting a published result, but not super good for actually predicting what an individual would like at any particular time, which is the task that we're trying to solve with this. We want to present stuff to this person that is surprising or potentially surprising to this person, while also being a match for their preferences, which would cause them to experience that curiosity to get them to try something new. So they go through the app, doing the onboarding process, and then after they've done that, they're presented with a selection of meals to choose. In the study that I'm going to present to you today, they only chose one meal, but the app obviously supports doing that for a longer period of time. They then get to see the recipe. I mean, it's a recipes app after all. And then they submit an image, which is partially so that we can check that they actually cooked it, and just also partially something that we want to look at afterwards. And then some answers and questions about the meal itself. This study does not use that review data. We actually have a longitudinal study being planned. I mean, I say longitudinal, I mean about 8 weeks, but it's been repeatedly delayed by COVID lockdown measures. This is about a lab study where our intent was to bring people in remotely in some cases and get them to use the app, do the onboarding, pick a single thing that they were going to go home and cook, and then have an interview about that experience so that we can answer some of those research questions that relate to the how of the actual decision-making process in the context of something unusual. So yeah, here are then those specific research questions that we're interested in the lab study. The first one is effectively, what are the ways that people make decisions when using recipe apps, when choosing what to cook? And the reason why we want to ask that very broad question is because there isn't actually a good qualitative, rich description of that sort of decision-making process that we could find out there, but also because we can then ask how it differs when there is presence of something surprising. So we have a group of people who are given the, sorry, let me be a bit more specific. Out of our 42 participants, we split them in between those who got the taste preference only version of the app and those who got surprising recipes as well. This was nominally double blind, but I guess if they knew what the study was about, which we didn't give them a super huge amount of detail, they could have easily determined whether they were getting unusual stuff, but it was as double blind as we could make it. And then they selected a recipe. They were told that they needed to cook that and return a review in the next week. And then we did an interview on the spot. So before they'd actually cooked it, because we were interested in their decision-making process around selecting the recipe. I will note, there's a lot more detail on this stuff in the paper, obviously, but I will note that our participants skewed young, just because we recruited largely from a university, but that we did get a pretty even split between people who cooked for themselves and people who cooked for a household for a variety of different types. We did explicitly exclude people who didn't regularly cook because we thought that they might not actually cook the thing. Plus, they're unlikely to be a representative sample of those who make these decisions on a regular basis. We then did a thematic analysis over the interview comments. Our interview asked people sort of phenomenological questions about the decision-making process and what they were going through when they were using the app, etc. We then conducted a thematic analysis which took in which two independent coders who weren't the experimenters, etc., took all of the interview participants, extracted a number of quotes, slimmed those down into a specific set of codes, a set of higher order themes, and then those 5 higher order themes we think are a pretty good picture of food decision making. Now, I know I used up some of my time by bumbling through my AV equipment at the beginning of the slides, so I will go through these relatively quickly. There is significantly more detail on this sort of set of decision-making factors in the paper. So the first one is that people are motivated by this sort of comfort in familiar, like trying something unusual is fundamentally hard. The second one, this individual decision mentalities, captures a lot of the practicality around food, as much as we might want people to be curious and open to serendipity and all that, but like cost, time, availability, all that stuff is critical. The third one really just captures this idea. Social ecology is a term used by Murray Bookchin, where he talks about how the social network that we are all part of exerts pressures onto and out of us. And that sort of thing is very, very present in food. Food is strongly cultural, it's strongly influenced by the people around us, etc. When people talked about their skill, they had this almost video game way of describing it, like, oh, I can do that, I kind of have that in my inventory. I know how to saute, I don't know how to deep fry. So we call that a skill inventory. And then finally, after all of those factors, we did find a significant number of people talking about this desire to explore. The sort of little moments of exploration where, despite all of the above, they'd be keen to try something new. So those were the 5 really important decision-making factors that our analysis captured. But then how are they changed by the presence of unusual recipes? Because these were extracted from all 42 of our participants. But we actually did do a comparison study in which we gave half of our participants the surprising stuff. So how are these different? So this is where we did something a little bit unusual in the mixed method space. We took our first level codes. First level because they're quite specific things. They reference a specific kind of activity. The higher level ones would probably blur out any distinctions. And we did a t-test. We did a statistical test on them to see which of the factors were different between the surprising yet tasty and tasty conditions in our study. And we found 2 things that were quite strongly significant on that analysis that were more present in the surprise group. A methodological note, this is an exploratory study where we were looking at many comparisons using a statistical test. We did not perform any kind of family-wise error or multiple hypothesis correction. And so these should be taken as an example or something worth exploring in the future rather than sort of quantitative results. We're not saying that this is true even in our particular context, let alone in other contexts, but these are particularly interesting things to have emerge. It was gratifying to find that people talked about the enjoying new things theme, significantly more in the surprising condition. You would really hope so. That sort of validates the idea that showing people new things makes them think about new things. That was our very strong component of the analysis. And then also people talked more about this sort of altering something new, altering something familiar. Because many of the surprising recipes, like that tangy beef one that I showed earlier, are pretty ordinary recipes just with some unusual twist to them. So they're not methodologically or logistically a long way from people's experiences. They just represent one little twist, like putting mango in a beef stir fry. So when you think about it that way, it's not that difficult. You just need one extra ingredient, and people actively talked about that in a significant way. We also found 3 things that were less likely oh, these are near significant, right? So p is less than 0.1, but not less than 0.05. Near significant effects that were less likely in a surprising condition. So people talked less about skill and their experience. They talked less about the need to accommodate the household, and they talked less about nostalgia and the cultural connections to food in the surprising condition. And those things, I think, all make sense. The way we did this analysis is we started by performing these tests, and then we went and looked at the specific codes to actually do a qualitative analysis guided by our quantitative one. And that's where we can see that the times when people did mention accommodating the household, those were much more common in the tasty group, for example, but they were just mentioned as an aside, like, oh yeah, my husband will like this. Whereas in the surprise group, when it was mentioned, significantly or near significantly less, it was a much bigger deal. So people would say, oh, that looks interesting, but I really don't think that my son would eat that. So the qualitative investigation built on the back of this quantitative difference shows us that it isn't just necessarily that things are mentioned less or more, they're mentioned in very different contexts. So how can I wrap all of this up? Yes, apologies,
Actually, we have to cut short because the live video will kind of stop at the exact time.
Yikes. All right, I'll wrap up by saying there's some implications for design in the future in the paper, the things that you should consider when you're designing this kind of system. Some of them you can read next to me. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, the next presentation is Scaling Creative Inspiration with Fine-Grained Functional Aspects of Product Ideas, and Daphna is gonna talk.
Hi everybody, can you hear me all the way to the back? Excellent. So that was a tough act to follow, by the way. So as you can see, I am not Tom Hope. Tom couldn't be here today, he sent his apologies. I'm Daphna Shahaf, both of us are from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and today I'm going to present our work, Scaling Creative Inspirations, with fine-grained functional aspects of ideas. Okay, so a well-established method of innovation is inspiration. You take an idea that works someplace and you adapt it to solve your own problem. You might have heard this quote about how good artists copy but great artists steal, which ironically there's some dispute over who to attribute it, like who said this originally. But anyway, let me give you some examples of this process I'm talking about. Everyday objects. Your microwave is based on radar technology from World War II. Teflon, before coming to your kitchen, was actually a chemical used in the Manhattan Project. NASA has an entire unit dedicated to tech transfer and generated something like 2,000 spin-offs of their technologies. My favorite recent example is this thing called the Odon device, and it's helping babies that are stuck in the birth canal. And the great thing about this was invented by a car mechanic after watching a YouTube video how to extract a cork from a wine bottle. Okay, and this is just brilliant, right? It can save millions of lives in developing countries just because you watched a stupid party trick on YouTube. So my point is, this is a great time for inspiration, okay? There has never been an easier time to get access to inspiration. The web is full of online idea repositories. We have almost 10 million patents just out there in the open. We have scientific publications. Well, all of you know exactly how many scientific publications we have. We have crowdsourced innovation websites like Kickstarter, Innocentive, OpenIDEO. And this is really an unprecedented opportunity for us to scale up this process of inspiration and innovation. Now, having said that, those repositories are usually unstructured natural language. And our main mode of interaction with them is through search, which, as you all know, is severely limited and really does not tap into the potential to augment human creativity. So in this work, we're going to try to develop a novel representation of ideas that's going to help us support more expressive, richer interactions with this kind of repositories. Okay? So I said representation. Our representation is based on ideas from cognitive science and problem-solving research that says that you really want to decompose ideas into those conceptual chunks, and once you have them, you can recombine and repurpose them into new solutions. So in our case, this means we're going to disentangle those raw textual descriptions of products into fine-grained functional aspects, and in particular, we're going to talk about purposes, meaning what this product is supposed to be doing, what's the goal, and mechanism, meaning how it achieves the purpose, okay? How does it actually work? Okay, let me give you, first of all, a quick overview of how we actually do this, how we take text and automatically extract this representation, and then we're getting to the fun part of what you can do once you have this representation. So we took 8,500 products from a website called Quirky.com. You probably have not heard of it. Think about a Kickstarter. And then we went to Mechanical Turk and asked people to annotate, to choose spans of text corresponding to purpose in kind of pinkish and mechanism in green. So you can see we showed them product descriptions and asked them to tag those things. So let's look at the green spans for a second. So this is a neck pillow, soft material, and sensors. Now let's look at the purpose tags, the pinkish ones. So it's about being comfortable, sleep, travel, supporting your neck, and tracking your sleep. Okay, that was the data, the annotation that we had. Next, we trained NLP models, deep learning, but of course to extract purposes and mechanisms from text. And we use state-of-the-art methods for similar NLP tasks like part of speech tagging and named entity recognition. Okay, once we had those things, our actual representation is for every span of text, we converted it into an embedding vector. So for each text, we had multiple vectors for purpose and multiple vectors for mechanism. And I know I'm going through this like 80 miles per hour, but I really want to get to what you can do once you have this representation. Okay, good. So we tested this on 2 downstream tasks. The first is perhaps the most natural thing you would want to do once you have this representation, is just do more expressive, faceted search. So just to give you some inspiration, suppose you're a company manufacturing light bulbs, and you really want to expand to new markets. Okay, you know the usual things you can do with light bulbs, like flashlights and lamps, but you really want to get a bit more creative. So just stop for a second and think, if you're like, you get access to Google patents or something like this, how would you even pose this query? Right? It's really not trivial to express this. But if you have our representation, you can do something like this. I'm looking for a product whose mechanism is light bulb, but the purpose is not to give light. The purpose has to be something else. And we actually implemented this. Let me show you some of the top results that we got. So a billiard laser guide, which I did not know was a thing, but now I desperately want for my next birthday. Warning signs on foods to warn kids about allergies. And the thing about, it's like a glow-in-the-dark thing you put on furniture to prevent your pinky toe from like banging into furniture in the middle of the night, which again, I think is like pure brilliance. And you can see how this is about light, but that's not the goal. Now let's go a little bit deeper under the hood to understand how this actually happened. So we have those texts. For example, this is a text about the protection for pinky toe idea. And our algorithm extracted those purposes in pink and those mechanisms in green. And you can see that we have mechanisms similar to a light bulb. We have light and glow, but we don't have any purpose that's similar to light. Okay, so we really compute distances between the query terms and the document span. And we played with 2 variants of this, one finding the best matching span and the other averaging distances to all spans. Okay, evaluation. So we collected human relevance ratings. We had 5 judges that got access to the top 20 results for 5 queries. We had 2 baselines, one based on semantic similarity, pretty much what you currently have when you use a search engine, and one based on an older version of this work where we didn't have fine-grained purposes and mechanisms. We had just one aggregate vector for all purposes and one aggregate vector for all mechanisms. This is an information retrieval task where we use standard metrics, NDCG, and map. Okay, so here's the results. Higher is better, blue is NDCG, green is map, the left 2 are ours, the right 2 are baselines. Bottom line is, first of all, we're doing way better than the baselines. And also in absolute term, we're around 90%, which is a really nice number for NDCG. Okay, so I was happy about it. Second task, which I'm even more excited about again, what you can do once you have this representation, we really wanted to let people explore the landscape of ideas. Okay, so they can kind of view novel perspectives and reframe the problem that we have. We really want them to break out of fixation on the concrete details of their own problem. So again, what can you do? So we build a thing that we call the functional concept graph. So it's a graph where each node corresponds to either a cluster of purposes that are semantically similar or a cluster of mechanisms that are semantically similar. And the edges are based on co-occurrence patterns. So when you see this mechanism, you usually also see this purpose. When you see this purpose, you usually also see the other purpose, and so on. So the idea is you start from some node here. For example, this is a node about battery chargers, and you kind of explore the neighborhood, and you see nodes about the more general concept of generating power, and you might end up in this node about solar power and mechanical stored energy. Okay, so it's supposed to kind of get you to know the neighborhood a bit. Let me tell you about the evaluation, because this was the fun part. So we had an ideation study. We picked 25 everyday problems from WikiHow, for example, reminding somebody to take their medication. And we showed people potential inspirations. And we asked them to mark for each inspiration whether it was helpful and novel. And if they marked that it was indeed inspiring, we asked them to also explain what solution this inspired. Okay, this is what it looks like. Where can you find inspirations for the problem of morning medicine reminder? And we told them to only mark inspirations that are relevant, but not too similar to the original problem. So if it's already something about reminding somebody to take medicine, I don't want it. I want kind of farther away inspirations. And then they thought, well, I didn't tell you, those inspirations are grouped into boxes that are supposed to be semantically related. So this box is about transferring data, continuous data flow, continuous data flow. This person did not find it particularly inspiring, so he checked nothing. And then came the next box. And here the person checked two things, schedule coffee and coffee alarm. And they wrote that this inspired them to think about, have your coffee machine remind you to take medicine with morning coffee? Okay, so you get the task? Okay. So where do those inspirations come from? So we had, first of all, our algorithm that was just taking, okay, we mapped the problem, the original problem, to some node in the graph automatically. We find a neighboring node, and we just show representative spans from it. Okay, so again, exploring the neighborhood nodes. Baselines, we had one random baseline, because there's lots of work about how random is supposed to make you more creative, so we picked the same thing, just a random node from the graph and showing representative spans. We had one baseline that was, again, based on semantic similarity, and one that was explicitly trying to do linguistic abstraction using WordNet. If you know the word tree algorithm, it's kind of almost the same thing. We had 10 participants that viewed in total almost 2,600 inspiration boxes, and 62% of the boxes were found useful compared to the baselines at 22 to 39%. So again, clearly beating the baselines, and also 62%, if you think about it, it means that more than half of the times we show somebody inspirations, they actually find something interesting in there. Now, I really wanted to also show you my favorite example from this study. This person was introduced with the problem of folding laundry. And one of the inspirations they saw was storing toilet paper. And they came up with the idea of why fold laundry when you can roll laundry, which I found brilliant, and I actually did it on the way here and it worked. So I don't know, I'm grateful for that part. Okay, so this was about coming up with this novel representation of ideas, fine-grained purposes and mechanism, and we showed how this can be used to support human creativity in two tasks, searching for alternative uses of products, and this graph that helps problem solvers explore kind of the design space around the problem. Again, this is Tom. If you see him on Zoom, go say hi. And if you have questions, now would be an excellent time. Thanks.
Actually, I pack my clothes like that.
What?
Rolling. It takes less space, yeah.
Awesome.
It takes
I didn't know
less
this was a
space.
thing. Actually, somebody told me yesterday when I did a practice talk that, what was it, that shipping gurus actually, they actually recommend this method. But anyway.
Any questions from the audience? There's no on Hub. Okay, yes, please.
So Jeff Nickerson, Stevens Institute of Technology. I'm very interested in how the abstraction layers help and how they interact with, now that you have kind of purpose and mechanism extracted. How does that work together? Are there interaction patterns? Does it help more with the fixation and less with novel generation? Those kind of questions.
Okay, so that's actually an awesome question. I hate saying it's an awesome question, but it actually is. Because now we have an entire study where we take this graph and we explicitly add nodes that are about abstraction. So we're testing exactly this graph with and without abstraction nodes. You ask me again in a month, I'll probably be able to tell you something smarter, but at this preliminary results, it seemed that if you actually instruct people, if you tell them how to think about abstraction, it helps a lot. And if you don't, they get kind of confused. So I don't know what this tells you about mankind. Yeah.
Gonzalo Ramos, Microsoft Research. Lovely work. I wanted to hear your thoughts about extensions, both in the realm of other dimensions that you can break an idea into, as opposed to just those two, but also multimodality, so that you have images that inspire you in addition to just text, for example.
Okay, so we're already playing with more expressive schemas instead of just purposes and mechanisms. Right now, the thing I'm adding is called context, It's kind of high level, this is in the medical context, this is in the sheep context. We're also working on extending this to patents. And I would love to add this to add the images. I don't really know much about the images, so if anybody here is interested, you know where to find us. You are? Okay, so you know where to find me. But I tried actually looking at the images of patents, but they were horrible to work with, because there's no texture, there's nothing there.
But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, the last talk of this session, EmoGlass, an end-to-end AI-enabled wearable platform for enhancing self-awareness of emotional health. And this is a virtual talk. And
yes, so we're going to play the video, but the speaker is available for a live Q&A afterwards.
Hello everyone, I'm Zihan, and a graduate intern at UCLA to study research. I'm presenting our work on EmoGlass, an end-to-end AI-enabled wearable platform for enhancing self-awareness of emotional health. This work is finished in collaboration with Yufei Wu, Yang Zhang, and Anthony Chen. Emotional health is an important part of people's overall health, which allows us to work productively and cope with the stresses of everyday life. There are many emotional health monitoring systems to support people's emotional health, many of which are in the form of wearables or smartphones. However, most prior works have only explored laboratory settings, and a few platforms are geared towards end users in everyday lives, or providing personalized emotional suggestions to promote self-regulation. Furthermore, due to a lack of self-awareness of emotional health, most people do not pay much attention to their emotions, not to mention having the motivation to use monitoring tools every day. Thus, they miss the chance to detect their emotional disorder in the early stages. To address these issues, we present EmoGlass, an end-to-end platform consisting of facial expression detection-enabled eyeglasses and a mobile application that can provide personalized guidance to promote emotional health awareness. There are 5 channels through which emotions can be detected. This includes speech, text, facial expression, body gestures, and physiological states. We focus on leverage facial expressions as direct indicators. Facial expressions have shown significant correlations with emotions and have been widely used in emotion-related diagnosis. In this case, we built a type of camera-mounted glasses that can capture facial expression easily. To find the optimal angle of the camera, we conducted a pilot study and built a small data set. Then we trained a small convolution model, used the convolution network to visualize the reconstructed features, and selected the angle with the most useful features. To improve the robustness of our system in and out of lab environment, we constructed 3 data sets from 15 participants, covering emotion card imitation, various lightning conditions, and enhance the neutralness of facial expression. We pre-process the input images to correct the illumination and position before feeding them into the deep learning model. Then we developed the deep CNN models with attention mechanisms for facial expression recognition based on pre-processed data sets. For the basic EmoGlass app, the users can start or stop recording or examine their emotion statistic reports in a week or a day in various visualizations. They can also check the pre-minute data for each selected hour or view a recorded emotion diary. Some general guidance and suggestions are also available in the app. To validate the performance of the EmoGlass device and the first app, we recruited the same 15 participants for 3-day out-of-lab study, where each participant wore EmoGlass at least 3 hours a day of that lab. Participants need to self-report their emotions every 15 minutes, which we use as ground truth labels. In the middle of the study, we gained feedback from the first 7 participants and designed a second Imoglass app for the other 8 participants. Firstly, we found that most participants had an incomprehensive understanding of emotional health. Thus, we need to educate users about this concept. We added a page to introduce what emotional health is and is not. Secondly, we found that our app needs to go beyond visualization. To be specific, it needs to help users fully record and connect the events to form a clear and a complete mapping of emotion triggers, emotion, and the bodily response. Thus, we added the emotion diary for recording emotion triggers when checking daily reports. That is, a user can select a certain period on the emotion fluctuation graph to tag particular emotions, and an extra prompt will guide the users to write a description for this event and upload corresponding pictures if needed. Thirdly, we discovered that we can help users regulate their emotions by evoking the positive triggers of the user themselves. For this reason, the Help Remind page was added to support users by reminding them of activities that happened during the previous positive emotions. Then we found it is necessary to build the user's trust in emotion detection. Some participants mentioned that their trust in the results depended on whether the device feedback matched their expectation during the period when they knew exactly what their status was. Thus, we added a real-time detection page to allow users to track what Imoglass think their emotion is around this very moment. Finally, Imoglass aims at enhancing people's awareness of their emotions, which is critical for maintaining the emotional health. However, some participants were unsure about the difference between these two concepts. In this case, we found we need to connect these two concepts by providing the self-reflecting feature, which presents guidance for users to further perform the self-diagnosis of their emotional health. Then we developed a redesigned application to the remaining 8 participants and collected feedback from them, while being praised for some reasons, such as the detection mechanism is transparent. The privacy concerns of Imoglass still exist. Participants found Imoglass effectively helping to reflect the emotions and being informative and helpful, and some of the participants are willing to use Imoglass for daily use. The technical evaluation results for facial expression recognition in the out-of-lab study is given in the figure. The average accuracy across 15 participants reaches 73%. To sum up, our paper presents Imoglass, an end-to-end wearable platform consisting of emotion detection glasses and a mobile app. After conducting a 3-day out-of-lab study, we report findings, based on which we discuss the design recommendations for future work on sensing and enhancing awareness of emotional health. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Any on Discord? No?
No questions in Discord.
Okay then. Oh yeah, please, yes.
Oh, hi. Gonzalo Ramos, Microsoft Research. I don't know if I missed this from your presentation, but do people have the opportunity to correct the system if they detect their emotions incorrectly?
Thank you for these questions. Yeah, for most of the times, we don't have any facial expressions when we maybe look books. Or, however, if we just look at the data for daily, it's not, maybe the change is not so big. However, if we can check the data for maybe 3 days, we can look at the people's emotions will change day by day. And if we can collect more data, for example, for 1 month or 2 months, people can see the overall situation of their emotions. And the emotional health is not just about maybe 1 day or 2 days. It's need to look at the long-term data. So in this case, if if people don't have any emotion changes within some hours, it's not a matter. We can look at data in the long run and find the whether maybe in this month whether their emotion is good, is better than the last month, like this. Thank you for this question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We will wrap up the session, and thank you everyone for coming here, and authors as well as the sport, and have a wonderful evening. Take care.
Okay, well, I may write emails to communicate and stuff. So that was pretty interesting research. Thank you.
When I was like the last time I saw him, which is probably 2 years ago.
So I work with my yeah, okay. And I'm interning with
Hey, nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
right?
And I've been thinking about like the interactive machine teaching space, or like practice. I just wanted to pick your brain about that. Oh, thank you so much. That is so. Wonderful, yeah. Because we're trying to come up with a new project, but we're kind of like stuck in the same. Okay, I'll email you. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
So